remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
you back in your place. Yeah, you know you don't take for granted. Now we're born with this kind of talent. We see it through to the end. We take no wins, we make it happen. Yeah.
Over they know that we taking it. We are the best, no mistaking it. We number one, you number here's what it is, no debating it. Don't put our name on the waiting list. No holding us back, we escaping it. Don't need a teacher who graded it. If we do it, then we gon' be great in it. Pacing it, racing it. Weight on our back and we carry it. I do like I married it. Us coming last, that's hilarious. They challenging numbers that's various. And your feelings, then take them and bury it. They taking the L, no comparing it. You can see on their face cause they wearing it. We are the greatest alive. Don't like it, go stand in the line. What else is you gon' do about it? Just wait till we get in our prime. We don't put our feet up, recline. We moving, they talking with wine. We presently way past the past. That mean no more looking behind.
You think that you've got it made? I'll put you back in your place. Yeah, you know you don't take for granted. Now we're born with this kind of talent. Yeah, we see it through to the end. We take no wins, we make it happen. Yeah.
We taking over, settling. You gonna be seeing our face here, seeing our name, yeah. There's no escaping, so do not complain here. It's time for a change, yeah. Level up because we not in the same tier, not in the same league. A picture's worth 1,000 words. You looking at the best. You knew that from looking at the rest. Competitors put you to the test on the regular, but you get through the stress.
You think that you've got it made? I'll put you back in your place. Yeah, you know you don't take for granted. Now we're born with this kind of talent. Yeah, we see it through to the end. We take no wins, we make it happen. Yeah. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eating steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for 'em. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Yeah, make it look clean like Lysol. Hit it at the park, no curveball. Why they always wanna see my downfall? Cause I'm winning, baby, I'm above y'all. Who gon' bring the party like me? I'm who they all came to see. Make it hot like 3,000 degrees. Making moves like we signing the lease. Let's get it now. Whoa, you know we keep it 100. Let's make it jump, do what we want. Baby, you know that we run it. Top of the world, championships. You know I'm after that gold. All about the hustle, all about the grind. You know it never get old. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out. No time for slowing down. We gotta go get it right now.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan yang paling meriah untuk Ira Matala.
Yeay!
Alright,
Keren
thank you once again Ira Matala, keren banget, luar
Terima
biasa.
kasih banyak.
Bisa juga loh
Dahsyat.
dia bisa bikin soundtracknya Free Fire tadi jadi keren banget.
Iya bener.
Jadi lebih rich,
Bener,
lebih
rich.
elegan. Kita
Betul.
ajak ngobrol sebentar aja kali ya.
Boleh.
Berapa lama persiapannya untuk hari ini Mas?
Persiapannya sekitar 1 bulan nih.
1 bulan? 1 bulan buat nyiapin ini?
1 bulan full.
1 bulan full ya buat nyiapin ini.
Full.
Tapi gimana? Ada kesulitan nggak selama
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is the Free Fire Grand Finals day number 2, which means it's the final 6 chances for all of the teams to reach up to the top, just like how EVOS Phoenix did yesterday. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky, bringing you this broadcast, all thanks to ESL, powered by Samsung.
Feels so good to be back for another season of the Grand Finals.
Oh yeah.
I can feel how excited you are because my you blew my eardrums. Not your fault though, I forgot to check the volume. But either way, yesterday we had we had what 6 rounds of just incredible Free Fire actions, and as always, you know, we expected who's going to be at the top at the end, and EVOS.
Hey, Victor didn't believe me, bro. I started off the day and I said, you know, EVOS Phoenix, blah, 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 expand, blah, 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 blah. And she was like, no, you cannot go by history, you know, now it's a brand new slate. But I was like, no, EVOS Phoenix, you know, they die first, they usually die first, then they come back. I said, no. They pretty much bombed out on 2 out of the 6 rounds.
Yeah,
they did decent on 2 rounds. And then they freaking got the booyah last 2 rounds and number 1, just like that.
That was how they won Bangkok.
Exactly.
I'm just saying they are doing the same thing. So, I mean, you can choose to not fully trust history, but when a team has won 2 trophies, they're doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we started off the day yesterday with some home ground advantage.
Oh, yes.
The Indonesians were on top. You saw first Raiders up on top. You saw SES ALFAINK up on top. We also have the recap videos for you guys that you can tune into shortly as well as we continue this recap of our own. So the Indonesians, they were at the top for quite a while. And just like EVOS Phoenix, towards the end, you saw 3 Thai teams up on top instead. I just don't know what sort of solution any of the other regions have got for them.
Maybe we'll see later on. You know, you got me really speechless. But of course, just like AJ mentioned, we do have a recap of yesterday, so do enjoy it. Check out what you have missed.
We are here at Day 2 Grand Finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 2. My name's Denali, and Day 1 has been filled with unexpected surprises from all the finalists. We witnessed lots of action-packed games, some great snipes, team clutches, intense moments, and some shocking upsets. Being the reigning Free Fire World Series champions, EVOS Phoenix showed why they are dominant once again with their precise aiming and amazing team strategies. Attack All Around and King of Gamers Club surprised us with their fierce and aggressive playstyle by taking a fast approach to their games. This playstyle secured them booyahs in Kalahari and Purgatory. Trailing not too far behind are SES ALFAINK and NIGMA Galaxy. Although they didn't get any booyahs, their high kill counts kept their points pretty close, giving them a fighting chance in being on top. The biggest surprise and upset in the Grand Finals would be EVOS Divine. As the crowd favourites, they have shown underwhelming play and strategies. Let's see if they can buckle up and pick up the momentum today. Let's wish the 12 teams the best of luck for today. Good luck, have fun, and may the best team win and take home the glory.
Senang pasti, cuman nggak terlalu senang sih karena baru match pertama, masih ada match-match berikutnya. Sesi dari untuk match-match awal mereka kayak tusun-tusun tiba-tiba naik ke ST keempat kalau nggak salah.
Berhasil menunjukkan kelasnya sebagai salah satu sniper yang harus diperhitungkan di dunia. 2 lawan 4 kondisinya, 1 orang limit mulai turun, tapi seorang gede juga menyentuh, harus tuh bagi salah 2, tukar 2 lian.
Eventnya udah pasti seru, bagus, dan seru pokoknya. Untuk para riders, jangan lupa dukung kita terus. Ingat ini baru hari pertama, masih ada hari berikutnya. Intinya kita bakal kasih hasil yang maksimal. hôm nay bọn em cảm thấy khá ok nên bọn em sẽ cố gắng vào ngày mai. Thực chất thì hôm nay bọn em qua đây theo em nghĩ đó là EVOS Device và EVOS Phoenix. Theo em nghĩ là EVOS Device vì họ đang bắn khá là đuối, quá lớn, trên cách tuyệt vời.
Juga X-Man akhirnya harus tumbang hingga Kevin dan juga EARENA yang tinggal sendirian sekarang bakal dikejar lagi dan akhirnya pun Buya didapatkan oleh Kevin dari Vietnam.
Hãy luôn theo dõi và ủng hộ bọn mình cùng với Tem Flash nha mọi người.
รู้สึกประทับใจครับที่ตอนแรกนึกว่าจะไม่มาแต่ว่าตามมาที่หลังได้ครับก็มีการปรับแผนครับเพราะว่าแผนแรกเราใช้แล้วมันไม่ได้ผลก็ต้องเปลี่ยนแผนเล่นในเกมต่อไป
Dan juga naik 77 udah gak bakal bisa selamat lagi gua rasa karena sniper sang Moshi berhasil menghabisi poin terakhir dari King of Gamer EVOS Phoenix Buya lagi EVOS Phoenix
ก็เป็นที่น่าประทับใจครับผมชอบมากครับมีวงดนตรีด้วยฝากติดตามทีม EVOS Phoenix นะครับพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่และจะเอาแชมป์กลับไปฝากทุกคนครับ
Performa hari ini ya kita masih kurang baik, belum stabil juga. Ya mungkin besok kita akan kembali lebih kuat. Yang diubah sih paling dari segi mental aja sih, sama kesiapan dan ya kehati-hatian juga. Ya hambatannya kita masih kurang baik, mentalnya masih kurang banget. Jadi itu sebuah hambatan untuk kita semua.
FR selamat juga bakal dimajuin lagi juga Darko dan Los sudah mulai terjatuh lagi dengan double vector tentunya Pernis Bulet Hijau EVOS Device mulai membara 4 kill berhasil diamankan tenda mulai dikuasai tentunya.
Ya event ini bagus dan ya keren. Pesan untuk para fans, terima kasih banyak dan mohon maaf kita masih belum ngasih hasil yang maksimal dan besok masih ada hari pertandingan. Semoga besok bisa ngasih hasil yang terbaik dan bikin kalian yang dukung kita jadi semangat lagi.
You missed the action live, but you know, I guess you saw the highlights.
Yeah, I missed it live because I wasn't in Jakarta. You know, I offered.
Now you're in Jakarta. I mean, we are in the basement of Taman Mall Anggrek.
We are. We somehow got there. You know, when I offered my passport details, they denied it without hesitation. But I'm there.
No second thoughts whatsoever.
No second thoughts.
It's okay.
There's no room for
At least we have you here for day 2. That's all that matters, right? Yesterday, a lot of people may have thought that maybe EVOS Phoenix just wasn't feeling it. They had two, horrible rounds. Rounds that you would not expect EVOS Phoenix to be capable of because they pretty much bombed out. They had 2 average rounds, but they were still hanging around somewhere in the middle of the leaderboard, right? And with just 2 solid Buyas back to back on top of everything else, and of course Moshi the one to deliver the very last one as well, the highlight, the MVP of the Free Fire World Series. They're now on the #1 spot. But of course, my question is, Husky, do you think it's a little too early for the Phoenix to rise? Maybe they're going to get shot down.
I think so too, right? The team that's coming in second is Attack All Around, and this was the team that has beaten them on the world stage before by a margin of 2 points. And that was back in Sentosa in Singapore as well last year. So I think this is going to be a close match between EVOS and Attack All Around. But I have to also throw in King of Gamers and SCS, right? SCS was on the world stage, King of Gamers wasn't. This was a team that felt like the outcast of the Thai region, but come second phase of the Open Finals, they just really turn up a notch.
And I think when you are playing against the best of the best in the world of Free Fire all the time within your own region, I guess it kind of sharpens up your skills a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we jump into all the actions, we want to give you guys a bit of insight on what the players think about the entire event. So we'll show you guys some of those clips.
Logi boleh kembali ke teman-temannya, silakan kalau begitu.
Nah, betul sekali. Nah, kita tadi udah ngobrol-ngobrol sama Logi, kan? Dan sekarang kita juga akan ngobrol-ngobrol sama perwakilan tim lainnya. Kira-kira ada siapa nih?
Ada Mozi dari Heavy, tim Heavy betul? No?
Okay,
dari lagi disiapin nih.
Lagi disiapin.
Lagi disiapin. Kita lihat nih. Ini special edition.
Kenapa tuh?
Alright. Soalnya jauh.
Oh, jauh. Oh ya, biasanya kan ini ya.
Dari
seurutan.
Bukan.
Oh, aku kira gara-gara country-nya. Oke.
Negaranya jauh, oke.
Iya. Dari mana sih dia?
Please, welcome from here. Nah, ini dari EVOS Phoenix.
Oh,
monggo, silakan. Ya, please. So, which one you understand? English or Thailand? Thailand.
Oke.
Aku nggak bisa.
You should speak in Thailand. Oh, I think you can speak Thailand.
Kita punya translator ya. Oke. Jadi translator saya sudah siap-siap di sana. Jadi, so what is your plan for second day? Is there any plan that you will execute with your team or what?
Yes.
Have you?
ทีมเรามีแผนที่จะเล่นสำหรับวันนี้ไหมครับ
ก็เล่นตามเหมือนเดิมครับ ผมเตรียมแผนมาในวันนี้แล้วครับ
Our plan is going to be exactly the same as yesterday.
Oh, sama as yesterday.
Dia akan main seperti hari pertama,
Betul.
same like yesterday. Jadi mereka mungkin akan memperbaiki sedikit demi sedikit, mungkin minor mistakes.
Betul sekali.
Ataupun ada sedikit kesalahan yang mungkin dilakukan di hari pertama mungkin bisa diperbaiki lagi di hari
Betul sekali.
kedua.
And also, do you have any message that you want to deliver to your supporter or your enemy?
อยากบอกอะไรกับแฟนๆหรือศัตรูเราไหมครับ
ก็
Ayo.
ก็เดินระวังทีมผมด้วยนะครับผมไล่ยิงหมด
Be careful of our team because we'll kill all of you.
And how about for your supporter
For your
and
supporters,
your families?
for your family, what do you want to say?
แล้วสำหรับแฟนๆและครอบครัวล่ะครับ
ก็
มีอะไรจะฝากถึงไหมครับ
ฝากเชียร์แล้วก็ฝากติดตามทีมผมนะครับเพราะผมจะคว้าแชมป์ไปฝากครับ
Keep supporting us because we'll be the champion of this tournament.
I like
Sangat
your
pede
spirit.
sekali ya. Jadi kalau katanya perwakilan kita dari EVOS Phoenix ini, buat semua musuhnya ini hati-hati.
Yes.
Dia akan bantai kalian semua dan untuk supporternya, untuk keluarga, jadi tetap support kita terus karena dia yakin dia akan jadi juara untuk hari ini.
Benar sekali, luar biasa. Good luck for you and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sawadee.
Oke, good luck for you.
Good luck.
Gua
Can
mau-
I have the mic back? Thank you so much.
Gue mau nanya, you can go back to your seat or you can join with the
Gue pikir lu
team.
tanya sama dia bahasa Indonesia lu, gue mau tanya.
Bukan, gue mau nanya
Oh
ke
iya,
dia
betul.
kayak makanan apa sih yang sudah dia makan di Jakarta.
Oh oke, paling sate.
Nanti kita
Itu
tanya ke kontestan
Selanjutnya.
berikutnya
boleh,
ya. Kita,
boleh. Dengan nomor 00208
Bukan
bisa dikirim. Oh
dong.
bukan. Ketik
we
red,
have
bukan.
representative from Heavy, Pudai. How I read your name in English?
How
Pudai?
can I pronounce your
Pudai?
name?
What? Pudai or?
Tên của bạn nói tiếng Anh nói tiếng Anh như thế nào?
Bùi Thiên Phú.
Oke.
Poi Ting Po?
Poi Ting Pui.
Yes.
Oh,
Kayaknya gue udah bisa tuh ke sono.
ini kita bisa ke Vietnam nih.
Oke. Can you take me to Vietnam?
No.
Oh nggak boleh.
No, you have to work here in Indonesia.
Oh iya.
Yeah. Okay.
Oke, benar.
Same like from EVOS Phoenix.
Yes.
What is your plan for today on the second day of Snapdragon Pro Series?
Right.
Do you have any certain plan or?
Kế hoạch của các bạn sau ngày thi đấu thứ hai của giải đấu Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire là gì?
Hôm nay bọn mình sẽ chiến đấu hết mình và bắn hết mình thôi chứ không có đưa ra chiến thuật nhiều lắm.
We don't really need any strategies. We are just going to do our best and everything is going to come together.
Oh, jadi dia nggak punya strategi khusus, dia nggak punya strategi spesifik. Dia hanya akan melakukan apa yang biasa mereka lakukan.
Benar.
Dan nantinya juga akan baik-baik saja.
Ih sama ya yang kayak kemarin kita bilang sesuai dengan kriteria.
Betul.
Mampu bekerja sama dengan tim dan bersedia untuk bekerja di
Di
bawah
bawah
tekanan.
tekanan. Ini kayak lowongan-lowongan pekerjaan yang ada di PT-PT tertentu
Betul,
ya.
luar biasa sekali. Ini kayaknya Bunda punya PT loh, ketawa-tawa loh dari tadi ya kan? Iya.
Kita sudah kedatangan ada Bunda Korla di sini ya.
Bukan dong,
Oh, bukan
beda.
ya? Oke, beda.
No comment. Itu sih dari dancing. Jangan. Jangan.
Oke, when you come to Indonesia, when you come to Jakarta, what is your favorite food here?
Yes, the first food that you eat when you
Or
arrive in Jakarta.
you very like
Yes.
in Indonesia or
Your
Jakarta?
most
Khi mà
favorite.
bạn đến đặt chân đến Indonesia thì món ăn ưa thích của bạn ở quốc gia này là gì? Hoặc là món đầu tiên món bạn có ấn tượng nhất?
Món mà mình đặt chân ở đây ăn có lẽ là gà rán à.
Ekspresinya sih seneng, tapi gue nggak ngerti dia ngomong apa. Oke.
So he's a big fan of the fried chicken.
Oh,
Fried chicken. Fried chicken kremes.
Fried chicken.
oke.
Semua orang yang datang ke Indonesia,
Fried chicken.
fried chicken, nasi goreng.
Betul.
Lalu nasi
Fried rice, Mak. Fried chicken itu ayam
salah,
goreng.
fried rice,
Iya.
Nasi goreng padahal itu nasi yang udah dingin.
Kalau nggak
digoreng
padang
lagi.
rice.
Nasi padang
Nasi
ya.
padang.
Oke, alright. Good luck
Benar.
for your match for today. Thank you once again. Good luck. Oke.
Good luck.
Yes,
All the best
can I
for
have
you.
the microphone? Oke.
Thank you so much,
Thank
bro.
you.
So we are going to
Terakhir,
having chit chat with another player.
another contestant we have
Yes.
from EVOS Divine.
Yuhu, bestie.
Oke.
Wow.
Silakan, asik.
Apa kabar? Baik ya, oke.
Tes.
Nah,
Baik.
Nah,
tes
cakep,
baik.
Yo.
Alhamdulillah kita sudah bersama Sam 13
Yes.
di sini. Jadi gimana nih?
Yap.
Agak terseok-seok hari pertama,
Iya,
apa yang
benar.
bakalan lo lakukan
Gimana
untuk
nih?
memperbaiki itu di hari kedua?
Yep.
Ya, yang dilakukan di hari kedua ini ya kita harus perbaiki di hari kemarin. Tuh. Jadi ya untuk sekarang kita kemarin udah evaluasi gede-gedean dan semoga ya hari kedua ini kita akan bangkit.
Okay, they already do the evaluation and they're ready to fix all of the problem from the first day. So they have to be ready for the second day of the Snapdragon Pro Series on ESL.
That's
Nah,
right.
pertanyaan berikutnya, ini kan lawan lo kan banyak banget ya, ada 11 tim. Yang menurut lo paling berbahaya apa?
Yang paling lo
Yang paling
antisipasi.
berbahaya.
Yang paling berbahaya dan paling diantisipasi lah.
Ya Thailand.
Oke.
Thailand ya, Thailandnya selalu menjadi. Jadi,
menjadi
according to Mr. Sam 13 that
Yes.
Team from Thailand is the most dangerous.
Yes, the most dangerous team that they are have to beware of.
Yeah, and they have to be ready to face them. Oke,
Yes.
terakhir, apa pesan kamu untuk fans, keluarga, silakan.
Ya untuk teman-teman yang udah dukung kita, tetap dukung kita di hari kedua ini. Semoga
Benar.
kita bisa akan ngasih hasil yang terbaik untuk kalian.
EVOS fam, are you ready to support?
Yeay!
Alright, jangan berhenti nyanyi, jangan berhenti untuk terus berteriak mendukung EVOS Diva dan EVOS Phoenix dan juga Sam, good luck untuk
Thank
hari
you
ini.
so
Thank you
much.
banget. Semoga sukses dan juga semoga semuanya lancar hari ini.
Benar
Kita
sekali.
kita bergeser ke sebelah sana.
Ayo,
Kak
tapi
Brenda.
ngomong-ngomong.
I just wish I had as much muscles as that girl, the host. She looks ripped, bro.
That's what that's what.
That's all I took away, and I also took away nasi padang.
Fair enough.
I'm hungry.
That's what you. Yeah. Well, I actually made a trip to Jakarta.
You did?
3 weeks. I did. I went there for a separate event. Was a great place. I just wish I was there.
What did you like? What did you like to eat? when
Oh,
you were there?
spicy food. I had bakso.
Dude, Indonesian food, almost everything spicy.
Yeah, bakso was the one that I had. So the one that I had green chilies inside the meatball, the fish ball.
What?
I didn't know that, so I took a mouthful of it. You could guess how that went. I enjoyed it, and I also found out that when you order things like street foods, for example, like crispy chicken, fried chicken pieces, I didn't know that they have Indomie seasoning. That was one of the greatest discovery of a lifetime. They had Indomie seasoning.
I want to go to Indonesia just because of that.
So I had that
I
3
can
nights
actually
in
buy
a row.
Indomie here.
That was my last meal before I had to travel back to Malaysia.
Would you believe me if I tell you that I actually bought a box of Indomie? Not one packet, not a carton, a whole box of multiple packets of Indomie, and I finished them all in 2 weeks.
I actually wanted to do that, but I couldn't. So
Why not?
I sent an envoy over in Indonesia right now. I sent him a message, but if he doesn't buy it back, then you know who you are, huh? If you're watching the podcast. But yeah, I missed the chance to really buy the Indomie back.
Right.
But I have friends there, and they promised to bring me some.
I love going to Indonesia, man.
was.
I think you brought up a really good point. When you go there, you feel like a millionaire. Their currency is just on another level. I mean, doesn't matter what the purchasing power is like. I just like having that big currency.
Honestly,
in my
I think the best part is that I can really relate to the lifestyle there, because the area I lived at was just beside the freeway, right? So it's it's like an enclosed ecosystem. Like everyone has just a simple life. They hang out at night. They do picnics, which is something that I don't see often in Malaysia. They also have a lot of roadside stores, street foods like satay, bakso. They have their own version of bubble tea. It's really nice because I come from a small town, so being in that environment makes me feel like home. I feel like I'm at home.
I think the only players in Jakarta right now that would actually be having a little bit of a tough time with the food would be the Vietnamese, because I think they've got the least spice in their food. I mean, there's more to vegetables, very little bit of seafood. I mean, the Indonesians, they love their spice. The Thais, they love their spice. Like, I went to Thailand and I had to actively say less spicy for everything, even though I love my spice, because their level of spice is just too hot for me.
We were there together at one point, and I was asking for more spices because I felt like it wasn't good. It wasn't spicy enough.
That's only at the shopping malls.
Yes.
Because shopping malls, they cater to our tongue.
They do.
You go to a regular, warung by the side of the road. What's warung in English?
Stall.
Yeah, you go to a regular stall by the side of the road. You better ask for less spice, dude. You will lose your tongue.
It's fine. It's fine. You know what I had for breakfast this
What?
morning? The first thing I woke up is I cooked a local brand of instant noodle. It's called Ayam Bakar Gila Pedas. Crazy spicy. chicken flavor.
Yeah, you gotta have some of those little ramen, you know, especially if the packet's black. The ghost pepper
So let me introduce you to one, right? As we wrap this up, I'll introduce to one. If you go to convenience store,
it's a food show now. Huh?
Yeah, a Korean food store, CU Mart.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure like there's a branch in Indonesia. I don't know, but go to that, and there's this one ghost pepper kind of instant noodle, black packaging with a red ghost pepper chili graphic at the forefront of it. Try that one.
I will never try it. I can assure you I'll never try it because the last time I had ghost pepper, I had diarrhea for 2 days running. I will never, ever, 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 ever have ghost pepper in my life ever again. But you want to know what I'll have in my life? Some Snapdragon.
Absolutely. One of our main partners for the entire Snapdragon Pro Series, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And this is season number 2, and we are just so happy to be here for another time. They made, you know, the Indonesia LAN event happen. They've done it in Thailand for a separate game title as well.
Yes.
So this has been a very wonderful journey.
I'm very happy for ESL. I think the event in itself in Jakarta Mall Anggrek, Taman Mall Anggrek, has been a phenomenal success.
The crowd is great.
The crowd is great, yes, and they are so full of life, so full of energy. The players are clearly having a lot of fun. You know, I just wish I wasn't stuck in this basement.
You know the craziest thing about Indonesian crowd? What I saw in the event I attended, right? Because it was a world championship. People who support the teams, like supporting the local team, they don't just go in and shout the team names. They bring in musical instruments. There was drums, there was flags, there was banners, customized banners, pictures of trophies that the team has accumulated across how many seasons they've been playing. There's, I don't know, flutes, but basically they have a theme song for the team. So if you are there in the arena, you don't hear the casters, you don't hear the games. All you heard is just music. It felt like a concert with the game as a supplementary content. It was crazy.
Oh, dude, I wish I could have been a part of that, man. But here's exactly what all of the teams are fighting for. A lot of money on the line. $65,000 if you actually take that first spot. And the first spot is currently occupied by EVOS Phoenix, as we have already iterated. But many a team still have a good shot at this Husky.
EVOS is going to be a millionaire if they win this one.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, second place, you still get $30,000. Third place, $20,000. Goes all the way down to 11 and 12. If you are the bottom two, there's $5,000 US. The smallest piece of the pie to take back home. And right now, the two teams at the very bottom, EVOS Divine, one of the local powerhouses, and Sem9, which has been kind of the talk of the town, right? Sem9, they had this ups and downs, but right now they're experiencing an absolute abysmal slump. And they only have 6 rounds to redeem it.
I don't exactly know what's wrong with Sem9, but they have to figure out the point system so they can collect more for themselves. One booyah gets you 12 points. Second place, 9 points. You dock 1 away for each and every single rank below that, up to the 11th and 12th spot, which gets you absolutely nothing. Every elimination, though, gets you a single point. If we do end up in a tiebreaker, the number of booyahs will call the winner, followed by the total kills, as well as the last placement of the game, if it has to come to that.
The third tiebreaker rule is brutal. Imagine you get into a tiebreaker, right?
You've got 300 kills.
You got 300 kills, you got the same amount of booyahs, and then you lose because you were in second place.
Yeah.
Something like that. Though we were on the topic of Sem9, so I was able to speak to one of the I would say team managers. Well, team manager is Haji, right? But I spoke to someone in Sem9, and I think from the process of acquiring their roster and then kind of making a couple of changes to what they have now is definitely a big improvement, because they experienced a slump during the 4th major. They came back swinging in the Open finals and the Challenge group stage. They were in first place for a really long time, leading by 100 points at one stage. But it felt like afterwards the same Sem9 that we saw during the 4th major has resurfaced at the bottom. 6 rounds to determine who gets to be the champions at the end of this. You know, Purgatory, Alpine, Bermuda, Kalahari. We're going to kind of cycle through Purgatory and Alpine 2 times. But for some of these teams, I think you have to really step up your game. Again, Sem9 at the bottom,
you do.
EVOS Phoenix at the top.
And unfortunately, EVOS Divine, EARENA especially, down at the bottom as well with the rest of them. Now, I think we've got an NA on the board. I don't know. Did they get, like, disqualified or something? Who's above Team Flash?
No, that's heavy. That's heavy.
So, I guess we just forgot Heavy's name today. Fuda is not going to be too happy.
Definitely not. Honestly, I think this leaderboard is kind of what I had in mind coming into this grand finals. You know, I think SES ALFAINK and NIGMA Galaxy is going to be kind of a tussle between them.
Yeah.
KOG is the surprise one because I had EARENA written in top 4, but right now they are in bottom 4. You know, of all things, Expand is also doing pretty darn fine considering the circumstances that they have gone through in the past few months.
I mean, you know the level of standard I have for Expand. I do not accept anything beyond the 5th spot for them. I think I'm going to be really hard on them moving forward because there were a few situations that they could have handled better, but I am very happy that they are performing so much better than they did at the World Series, compared to the World Series, right? I think the strategy refining has been so much better for the team after taking quite the heavy loss, but it's not enough just yet. SES ALFAINK yesterday, they were having quite a good time on the #1 spot until the Thai players woke up and slapped them right back down into the 4th spot. So I'm expecting the Indonesians to rise up just a little bit. First Raiders Eclipse is going to be one of the teams that we are keeping our eyes on as well. Being the very last team to qualify through, they were in the 1st spot for quite a while yesterday.
We had the underdog run for a decent amount of time. Right?
Yeah.
First Raiders Eclipse winning by 2.5 points at one point to make it to qualify. You know, KOG that in the first phase of the Open Finals, abysmal performance.
Yeah.
Bottom until the very end, and they were able to not only scrape through, but they finished in a pretty good standing. And right now in top 3, I think this is a very, very good morale boost. I'm excited to see what they will bring in into today's matches, because this was a roster that I felt like we've been overlooking just because there's so many other good Thai teams out there.
And I think King of Gamers Club, they have just given up on just focusing purely on preset strategies, and what they are now focusing on within the game is just responding to the environment around them. And that's exactly what we saw KOG doing yesterday, vulturing a couple of times, being the third party and timing all of those attacks really well, and most importantly, staying hidden away from all of the action and taking pot shots from afar, just collecting all of those kill points. I think that was a brilliant strategy. Some people will call it chicken play, but I'm like, you want to win the 65,000, don't you?
Yeah, some wars are not won by direct confrontation, let me just tell you that. One of the players that I've always been keeping my eye out for a couple of years is JLX. This guy has been on the world stage before, definitely not his first rodeo, but obviously we don't get to see his name too often, I think since his last appearance, so it's great to see them back. First Raiders Eclipse as well, one of the teams that I think a lot of people were rooting for them to qualify, and they delivered that at the very end of the Open Finals. This is a team that doesn't really have one-star player, but that's what makes them so special, right? They come into this finals clearly very confident on home soil. Sure, they're not in first place, but this is a team that has proven to be able to put up a fight when everyone else was focusing on other teams.
I think they just need to realign some of their energies towards hyping themselves right back up, because I think the home ground advantage really gave them the boost initially, and then as the other team started to wake up, you saw First Raiders kind of slowly start to lose that momentum, which is unacceptable, especially because you're playing it on your own home soil. You really have to put in that effort to climb right back up. They've shown us already from the first 3 games that they do have the capability of hitting those top strides, right? But Expand, this is one of the teams that are probably going to be having a little bit more of a better time today, looking at the fact that we've got 2 Alpine maps to play. We really know that they love playing on that map. They pop off, and with the fact that they have got a slightly better drop spot kind of management this time round, you don't ever see them getting into those initial scuffles.
That is the best thing about Expand, right?
Yeah.
Because they have been going into these 50-50 coin flip every once in a while, but even if they don't put themselves in those situations, they are not able to defend their home ground, right? I think when we look at their best map, Alpine, sure, they take Forest Red, but they have been losing control to teams like Team Flash and Heavy very, very often in that Open Final. So it's great to see them put their foot down. If the seedings of the teams are still how it was initially, Sem9 is sitting right beside them, so this is very interesting as well, because Expand is one of the quietest teams, honestly, on land.
I think at this point, Sem9 needs to learn from Expand, because Sem9 is literally making the mistakes that Expand has already made and learned from. And the mistake that I'm mainly referring to here is taking some of these engagements solo. Right? I mean, you're really good at the game, but at this level, you just can't afford it. And you see some of their opponents, King of Gamers, for example, whenever they hop on it in there, it's just always a 2-on-1. Sem9 always bombs out. But Dew yesterday, this guy was a hit marker god.
I just want to say, this guy deals twice the damage.
Because he doesn't kill.
Compared to the
I mean, okay,
from second place.
He's got the most kills, but if he was able to get a few more headshots, he would be so much more better with his performance.
Yeah,
I mean, all of the damage is not converting.
Yeah, we're looking at kind of, I wouldn't say inefficient damage, but damage that doesn't result in elimination. But at the same time, that isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? Because
it's not.
we take more than half the damage he dealt that doesn't result in a kill.
Yeah.
But he's knocking people down. He's wasting a lot of resources from enemies that he makes contact with.
Yes.
So this is a very impressive stat. I'm more than impressed. This is mind-blowing.
I think one of the secret sauces here for Dew is he needs to be the final man on the squad for him to really start popping off, which is a little bit disappointing because, you wanted to see him do a little bit more out there on the battlefield. Hopefully today is the day. Assist King, the one and only all already. And EVOS Phoenix will be more than happy to have him continuously do exactly what he does best. Headhunter, the one and only X-Roy, one of the best snipers out there on the battlefield. 21 headshots so far, and he's not going to be slowing down today. 65 glue walls taken down by Fugod, and he's looking for a few more.
Can I just say I love the new design for Express jersey? This wasn't the one we saw on the world stage for sure. New color scheme, new design. I can't really read the wording at the front, but this looks incredibly cool.
Tebus Marwah. Hashtag Tebus Marwah.
What does that mean?
Reclaim your honor.
Oh, that's very fitting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sem9 right beside Expand. But again,
they have claimed all honor from Expand. Sorry, from Sem9.
I mean, Expand is one of the quieter teams.
Yes.
In fact, they are not a team that has these, very loud, extravagant pop-offs. They are very stoic. Sometimes you don't really know how they feel by looking at them.
I don't like that, actually. I want to see more energy because
it's like a sign of confidence, right?
You and I, we were both at the World Series. You remember how the Brazilian squads were so freaking loud?
They were.
It translates into the game because you literally, you shake your opponents up.
You psych yourself, right?
Yeah, you psych yourself up and you psych them down. I think that's really good in terms of strategy before even heading into the game. Then you show off in the game a little bit and everybody's just oozing, just all of that interest and love over you.
Absolutely. We have our most used weaponry, the M21A5, 99 times, AC8046, and 39 times for equip the grenades getting equipped. And
Pretty sure the grenades got equipped more than 39 times. It's just that they were used 39 times.
Yeah. So I had this. I recently participated in some random show match, right? Just for fun, and I could attest to that. These you really psych yourself up.
Yeah.
I remember I started my show match and I had a good round.
Yeah.
I destroyed everyone, and I was like, I stood up and I forgot what I shouted. Something along the lines of "You all suck." I lost. But I had a good time.
Exactly right. Okay, you got to be able to balance all of the trash talk together with a little bit of performance as well. But I think the Expand boys are just slowly ramping themselves up towards a stage like that. And it's good where they are right now, all of the stoic faces, because they are still not hitting the stride that they really want to be able to hit. But I think some of them out there in Twitch yesterday especially have been having way better predictions than the casters.
Honestly, I think so too. I looked at some of your predictions of top 4 before the finals, and I was like, you guys must be dreaming. Maybe
hey,
there's a bit of...
Didn't you put EARENA up there?
I did put EARENA, but you have to look at my list, right? I have EVOS, I have EARENA, I have NIGMA Galaxy, and I have Attack All Around. That's 3 out of 4.
That's 2 out of 4. Where's NIGMA? NIGMA's not in top 3, so that's 2 out of 4.
Okay, right. 2 out of 4. I get 50%.
Yeah. I guess I got, 3 out of 4? Did I get 3 out of 4? I think I got 3, but it doesn't matter. Numbers, we're not perfect, but you guys are. Throw all of your predictions into the Twitch chat. Let's see if you guys can get some of those right. And if you do, maybe you'll be the next shoutcaster.
Maybe. We're always looking for more.
We are.
I've always have this belief that the best players / coaches / analysts is hiding somewhere.
Yes, no doubt.
On the web.
Absolutely. And of course, if you are a huge fan of Free Fire, if you don't want to be a player, there's so many other roles that you can play within the industry as a whole. We are waiting for the kickoff of the very first matchup in itself, and it seems like it's going to be an all-out Thai showdown based on how they woke up and ramped things up towards the end of the day. But Indonesia started off hot. They weren't able to sustain that for all that too long. Do you think Malaysia and Vietnam will surge up to the top this time around, though?
To be very frank, maybe not to the very top, but I think the bare minimum is then putting up a good fight, right? You are not letting the front runner just run away with the round. You are taking the members out. You're forcing them to, play a bit more conservatively instead of just running into you. Though the one interesting fact about most of these teams, including our previous world champions, EVOS and Attack All Around, was that in all of the World Series that they played, there was never a live crowd. This is one of the first times I believe in 2 years that they get to play in front of a live audience.
And
which is a crazy experience.
And to not have it being your own home audience might be a little nerve-wracking because you know exactly what that's all about, right? You're going up against a bunch of opponents who do have so much of love and support all around you. And when you kind of, pull off some stealthy moves out there, you pull off some flourish moves, nobody cheers for you. That might take a low blow at you and it might kind of down your spirits just a little bit. But it's all about how they work through it, right? I mean, enjoy the good Indonesian food whilst you're there.
I think the toughest part about about Battle Royale is, aside from having the crowd surrounding you, is the fact that if you are ever in a situation where you are the first team to get knocked out, you sit there for the rest of the round watching everyone else play.
Are you talking about Sem9?
No, I'm just saying.
I love you, Sem9. I love you. Hajiyat, I love you too, bro. But, we need to see a little bit more from the Malaysian squads today, no doubt whatsoever. Not just from Sem9, from Expand as well. We need to see more from the Vietnamese squads. And I think Heavy does have the right ability to take this all the way. It's just that they haven't been delivered a lot of good RNG so far. Every single time they try to rotate into the circle, something goes wrong for the squad.
Yeah, and because I think the teams have studied Heavy, right? We look at this team as a squad that really pins a lot on their efficiency on one specific play, and that guy is Buffalo. So there are rounds, even in the open finals, if you shut this guy down, you really stop Heavy from having that snowball effect. And I think teams are really learning that. And I just want to quickly bring out something that we normally overlook because it doesn't really matter too much, which is average survival time. I think a lot of these teams have very decent average survival time, but I want to link this to Expand because this is a team, and I think it will still be for quite a while. Still inconsistent every now and then.
Yes.
Sometimes they have good rounds, sometimes they have absolutely horrible rounds. But if you look at the average survival time, is 13 minutes and 20 plus seconds.
Which is very decent.
That is top 3 figure. So it means that they have, during their good rounds, they have very, very good performances. And they just have 1 or 2 stumbles. And I think if they can kind of rectify that, you'll make it to at least top 8 instead of, too soon. That would give Expand so much more avenues to achieve greater heights.
I want to agree to that, but it can't just be that, because if you look at some of the other teams here, their average survival time is around 12 minutes, just a minute behind them, because most of them, especially, you're seeing about 10, 11 teams survive all the way until the 11th, 12th minute mark of each and every single map, and the maps only last until the 15th, 16th minute. Everybody's surviving, man.
1 minute is a lot, AJ. If you're surviving for one extra minute, means that you are surviving.
Look at King of Gamers. One guy's just sleeping. It's like, I can't wait. Let's just start things.
I mean, he will know when the plane takes off, and then they kick him off the plane with a parachute. I don't know. Let him have his good nap. We're gonna go into action soon.
We've got a quick video clip that we have prepared for you guys as well. You saw the amazing videos yesterday, so we hope you enjoy this one too.
Đẹp. Mọi thứ ở đây làm cho mình cảm thấy rất là thân thiện và mang lại cho mình nhiều hạnh phúc.
อยากกินข้าวผมเพราะว่าลงจากเครื่องมาแล้วก็หิวครับแล้วก็ง่วงนอน makanan nasi padang sebab dari Malaysia rasa teringin nak rasa nasi padang ไม่รู้ครับรู้แค่ว่าเป็นเมืองหลวงของอินโดนีเซีย
I knew it. It's Nasi Padang, baby.
It's the first time for some of these players for sure. I had Nasi Bali, but not Nasi Padang.
Nasi Bali?
I guess it's a fancy name. I don't know. It's called Nasi Bali.
I have never tried that before.
But I had duck there.
Duck?
Yeah.
You can get duck here, man.
I was following the crowd. Okay? I didn't explore I was following my friends.
Okay,
took
fair
us
enough.
to these places.
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, duck, nasi padang, whatever it is, Indonesia surely has some good food.
Okay, I tell you, satay kambing was that was
dude,
amazing.
anything kambing's good, man.
I tell you, satay kambing there. So the main difference between the satay locally and the satay there is that locally they grill it.
Yeah.
And then afterwards they just put it in a plastic bag. They give it to you, right? So in Jakarta, what they do is, on the wrapper, they laced it with their condiments, with their sauces, then they wrap it in there. So when you get home, you have satay that is coated with all the good sauce, and then they give you dipping sauces as well.
Dude, you're tempting me, man. Recently, I didn't go vegetarian, but I'm trying to reduce my consumption of meat because I'm putting on way too much of weight. But the one meat that has just, continuously tempted me back is lamb. Is that mutton, bro? I'm Indian, okay? I gotta have my fair share of mutton, alright?
I've been putting on weight, which is something you would never expect me to say.
No, never.
Exactly, I have.
Good on you. I think that's what you've been trying for so long.
I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to understand the fear of putting on weight.
Oh, welcome to my life.
I mean, I still have
Wait till you hit 30 and then I can tell
there.
you, truly welcome to my life.
I'm getting there,
Like once you, in your 20s, you can eat whatever you want. Especially when you're a teenager, you can eat whatever the hell you want.
It's like
when you're 30, you can eat anything and still become fat after a day.
See, I want to live it.
You can eat vegetables and become fat after a
I
day.
want to live it to the fullest, I don't have much time left, AJ. I'm hitting 30 in 4 years.
Dude, 4 years is a long time. So enjoy your 4 years of eating without thinking. Because once you hit the 30, you got to think before you eat. Now I think too much and therefore I don't eat. I don't eat.
It's a vicious cycle, AJ. It's fine.
It is,
you'll get through it. I've
hope.
seen you had a good meal for lunch. I saw that, so.
I had to cook it. Okay, I didn't cook it myself. My fiance cooked it, but
Yeah.
we had to cook it from home because I can't eat anything outside.
That's a big difference. But sure, you're getting there. You're doing great. You're doing great. But on our screen, obviously, these are all players. We've gone through pretty much all of them. We saw one of the KOG players taking a nap. I think NIGMA Galaxy also decided to take a power nap. It's fine. It's fine. It's nothing wrong with getting a good shut-eye.
NIGMA Galaxy has been pretty... Yesterday, I expected a little bit more from them. I'm surprised to see them in the 5th spot at the moment.
Yeah, they had mid-pack performance, right?
Yeah.
Half the rounds, they were 4th place. They had 1 9th, 1 7, 1 6. Definitely not the worst, but you would expect a bit more out of NIGMA Galaxy. But this was a team that is not perfect by any means. 3rd place in Bangkok 2022, and part of the reason was because they also had moments where they could not get it together. NIGMA Galaxy is traditionally a very aggressive team. They just zero respect. They run at you. If they want your house, you give them your house. But that sometimes works as a double-edged sword, and NIGMA Galaxy would run into issues where they get punished for their aggression. And it's something that I think it is hard to kind of extract out of their DNA. That's what makes them special. So I think it's a very good way of playing Free Fire.
It's an amazing way to play Free Fire, especially if you are waiting out there for the lobby to kick off. All of these players are gearing up, getting ready to go, but you just found out that one of the players had to rush to the toilet halfway through, so just waiting for him to get business done.
That was AAA just now. Now we have First Raiders, Eclipse. I love this. I love players with personality. Wave at the camera when you have time. Show a bit of that confidence.
Yeah.
Just be chill. Look into the camera. He looked away.
It's intimidating, man. It's intimidating, right?
I guess when someone shoves fine.
It's a huge camera. It's not a mobile phone that we're carrying around. The camera's probably bigger than his head. It's like, nah, don't look at me. This is one team that knows how to put on a show.
What is the most interesting way?
There you go.
Oh, there it is. What is the most interesting sitting posture, gaming posture you've seen from a player?
Most interesting.
Like when people
cross-legged, pillow on lap, and their elbows on the pillow.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
So there are so many games out there, right? For certain games, there are very interesting players. Players who put the monitor or right in your face. I know someone who play with I don't know someone, but I've heard of someone that plays with inverted audio. So if you hear footsteps from the left in that headphone, it's actually from the right.
That's, oh man, I don't want to say this, probably going to get fried for this, but that's the kind of weirdo that always gives me a run for my money whenever we have like any inter-group games or whatever, because that's the kind of guy you'll never be able to beat. Because he challenges himself on a whole other level. He's like, the challenge in-game is not enough for me. I want to challenge, I want to push it even further. I don't like guys like that, man. They too good.
He plays on the world stage, so you're right.
Exactly, you see?
But that brings up this question. How does he cross the road?
He looks to the right where the cars are coming from the left.
I'm pushing a bit too far, but you get the idea.
Yeah. Of course, we are still waiting for the player to get back from the toilet. No, I'm just kidding. We are waiting for the lobby to be set up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And the moment that it does, we will be kicking this game off. I mean, props to ESL once again for this amazing LAN setup.
Clean. This is so clean. I love it.
Did you see the kickoff flight?
No, unfortunately, I missed it. I think I missed it.
Don't worry, you'll see it in a little bit. All those LED screens are all connected. The flight starts off from the very bottom.
Right.
You know,
and it flies all the way up.
All the way up to the top. It's just beautiful to watch, man.
Loving this crowd, right? I mean, we have
such a child. I mean, the smallest things like that excite me.
I'm happy when I see a full crowd.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, 2 years of lockdown, no on-ground event. This has to feel really good. Though I think these kind of ways, they do start to take a toll on you if you are not focused. You know, you start to really wander away. I mean, teams deal with it differently. Some teams just talk about it. Some teams, you do your own thing. You close your eyes. I'm gonna, do what I want. But at the end of the day, it's all about how you overcome these kind of unfortunate waiting times. And you go into that first round and you put on a good show for everyone else.
Yeah, and as long as you are ready for that kickoff flight, I think nobody's going to be complaining. The match is about to kick off, which means, Husky, you get to see that kickoff flight as well. 30 seconds to go. And as the players hop on into the battlefield, I wonder if Malaysia and Vietnam can make a little bit more noise today.
I'm just happy that we are leading in the Malaysia-Vietnam scuffle, right? Not by a lot, by 2 and 4 points respectively, but Vietnam has been a region that has given us a lot of challenges, even on that world stage. So this is definitely going to be a close fight between, the MY and VN, but at the same time, I want them to bring this particular fight to the other regions, to Thailand and Indonesia. Because I think you only really get to show what you're made of if you get to influence everyone else aside from your closest enemies. And I think that's something that Malaysia and Vietnam will have to deal with.
Here it comes! There you go. Dude, this. I can watch that all day long!
This is nice. I love it. I love it. I love it! Purgatory, let's go! Round number 1. 1 out of 6 of this grand finals. 7 out of 12, depending on how you want to look at it. But it is a good opening round to look at where these teams, how they have re-strategized for the day. We're starting on the biggest map of all. We're starting on a map that is very unforgiving. When we reach that mid-round, Expand definitely have done a bit of homework. Instead of dropping Central, it's Golf Center, but we do see a couple of gunshots at the very beginning. EARENA against Team Flash.
I think Expand has done a lot of homework after the World Series. I think they were not too overjoyed with what they were able to do with the World Series, and you can clearly see all of those improvements here. But EARENA might just be in a little bit of trouble, although they did send 2 players to face off against Shin, so that 1v2 is going to be the greatest test for Shin on the starting.
EVOS Phoenix, just another day in the office. Very, very slow start. Doesn't really matter though. This is a team that
loves slow starts.
They love slow starts. They don't take hard drops. And of course, we have that initial first blood. It's Shin that went down, so EARENA starting off on a good note. But of course, with current Free Fire, you always have that revival system, so nothing much is lost for Team Flash. It is a bit of intel for EARENA that they can work with, but if memory serves me, on the initial drop, I think EARENA is on that left side of the map, of that island, which is going to be Central and Fire Brigade.
Yeah.
They might look for more though. Team Flash is still pretty much spread apart.
Oh wow, okay, this is a GG, I believe, because it's Yanbin that's taking all of those pot shots. Bloody does have a sniper on him as well. Can he get that shot? Misses by an inch. Shin, on the other hand, is going to be in a lot of trouble. Only has a secondary in hand. Can Yanbin give him that backup?
Okay.
Bloody taken down by EA Limit, and that Woodpecker just too good. Goes in for the second one as well. Oi! He gets taken down by Bio from afar!
And that's 3 members of EARENA already down on the ground. Potato was able to at least get a decent trade, get shut up back up. EARENA only good for 1 though out of the entire string of events. They will have to vacate this entire area. No revival point that they can contest. And unfortunately, because it's on the southern side of the island, they have to find a way to get out of here. Team Flash, they're going to have a great time, capture that revival point, get a BO back, be on their way.
They took 1, they gave away 2. Quick math, that's not good at all. So it's all right. Not all was lost. They still have the capability of bringing back their players in here. Team Flash, on the other hand, are actually going to use a revival platform to bring Bio right back. Shin almost got caught out the second time round there as well. Good on him that he had good backup from Yo and Yan Bin. Sam 13 keeping an eye on Raja. Sam 9. Question is this going to be the first team to get kicked out again today?
And Sam 9 has not really changed their drop spot. It has always been outside of Mode House, right? So you get to keep someone contained, and in this case, it's EVOS Divine. My question is, does EVOS Divine know Sam 9's position? Because Sam 9 loves to spread their members up to cover those grounds, but teams have been able to overcome it just by playing the numbers. And for EVOS Divine, they're not in a rush. Sam 9 are the ones that needs to make a move. They feel compelled. Sam 13 is going to be the first one to receive that contact. And you can see that he's already backing off, but he needs a bit of backup from his team.
Okay, Sam's probably going to get toasted right now. Raja, Zen OP, slowly trying to close down the distance here. And Sam 9 clearly learned from yesterday's experience of engaging 1v2. This time they are playing the 2v1. But they are just not getting as aggressive as I would want them to.
Yeah, EVOS knows this. EVOS Divine, they have 2 members posted on the edge of the island with scopes, just making sure that their friend is safe. So Sam 9 needs to bring in the numbers, but they also have to make sure that if you want to take out Sam, you have to do it fast.
Yeah, that's a very smart play by EVOS Divine. Sam's just trying to bait out the players of Sam 9. Sam 9's not going to fall for that. And now he's got open shots. Raja tagged up from the back, but Sam just unable to finish that off. All thanks to the time turner pulled out by Raja, but he doesn't have much space now to run away. He receives some return fire. That cover fire is going to help Raja reposition as well. Now the circle's going to leave Sam high and dry, but this one's not going to hurt all that too much, but those bullets will.
This is bad news for Sam because it does not have any medkits. And EVOS Divine, they are not in a position to help him. Sam 9, they can just gatekeep EVOS Divine. This is a very, very slow and meticulous game, but if Sam can get out of this, that is good news. So they have wasted a bit of time from Sam 9. They got a lot of info and you can see that they might be a potential pincer from EVOS Divine from the southern side.
Newbies just giving them the backup they deserve. EVOS Divine, 1 player on the approach. That left-hand side flank, this one is just a little too messy for me from the side of Divine. They're breaking up and moving in one after the other. Beautiful shot. Ashura down. No, not down just yet. Good glue wall. And he's been saved.
Yeah, EVOS Divine, they're mounting this pincer, and it all started with Sam. He drew the attention of Sam 9, and now EVOS Divine, they are not afraid to take this fight. Mr. 5, he just goes straight in front. He has the Seeker, so he knows where Ashura is, completely crippling this member of Sam 9. And EVOS Divine, now they have Sam 9 completely surrounded. Sam 9, you gotta break free of this chokehold.
And it's just no more glue walls. That's about it. And Mr. 05 goes down. Beyond gets the trade, though. Gets a double. Ashura down on the ground as well. Can Beyond finish them off? Zen OP as well as Ashura. Raja way too far away from the rest of them. Could this be yet another too soon for Team Sam 9? Final battle, and Sam 9 once again bombs out.
This is the exact scenario we didn't want to happen, AJ. We said Sam 9 love to gatekeep Mode House. They love to spread their members apart. They did exactly that. They saw one member of EVOS Divine try to gang up on him. Didn't work out. Revealed their location, and EVOS Divine, such a good response. They circled around Mode House, came in from the south side and completely pincered a Malaysian squad. No chance of fighting at all. Sam 9, they could not do anything.
That's not a free fire crowd. That's an EVOS Divine crowd.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely pumped up after that engagement, EVOS Divine. Free 4 points, all thanks to Sam 9. Attack all around on the other hand. Yesterday they had a little bit of a defensive issue. They couldn't defend all around, but towards the end they did step their gameplay right back up. Heavy on the other hand. They lost Buffalo, and this was that weak point that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Buffalo, not the best at close range, but if you give him that long-range weapon, he does phenomenal. And EARENA once more, round 2 against Team Flash, and this time they started on a good note, really pushing the members of Team Flash to the absolute limit. Shut up gets 1. Yanbin and Bio both go down. Team Flash cannot fight anymore, and EARENA this time they reclaim some of that momentum.
Ooh, EARENA's finally woken up. Bloody really low on that HP, hasn't been able to top his health right back up. I guess there's no medkit on the other hand as I say that. Up goes his HP. Protete, he moves on straight in for the shutdown. Is this a mistake or is this the best play coming through from him? Bloody one shot misses by a mile. And the players of EARENA can slow things down just a little bit, but Shit and Bloody, they cannot move anywhere else. They have to take this gunfight.
Yeah, and Team Flash gets wiped out by EARENA. Unfortunately for Team Flash, didn't have the best weapon for close range, and EARENA knows that they have their numbers. Of course, we have a Snapdragon performance meter, clean 60 FPS for Free Fire. That is exactly what you want to see.
That's exactly what you deserve out there on the battlefield as well. NIGMA Galaxy, King of Gamers. This one is inevitable. Few guard. No glue walls for him to take down, so he will replace that with a couple of players, I guess. Has got an opportunity, that AC-80. Double shots onto the head and an easy takedown for you. Extra bit of damage as well if you can connect. But he is going up against one of the titans of the competition at the moment. Surprisingly, King of Gamers have been very sharp with all of the attacks.
They absolutely have been. Of course, eyes on Osaka, who has been making a couple of contacts. I believe they did toss out few nades towards Dew. We saw that earlier glue wall. I think it was still standing, but KOG, they're not in a rush to make any moves. Usually in these situations, it would be NGX that breaks the ice, but I think they've also learned that it is fine playing it slow. On the other side, though, we have SDS ALFAINK against EVOS Phoenix. That is going to be a battle that is worth looking at as well. In fact, EVOS Phoenix, they are dropping like flies on screen. Well, on the kill feed, at least.
Knight's got a souped-up gun. And all he needs is a target right in front of him to knock down. King of Gamers, they look like they are the ones who are better suited for this engagement. They've got the better equipment. They sure as hell have got the better artillery to take down NIGMA Galaxy. But they're going up against a team that is ruthless out there on the battlefield. I've got no eyes on the circle at the moment, Husky. But that circle's surely torturing the players of Heavy. But they have got the players of EVOS Phoenix surrounded. If Tom can step it up, he will be able to save his brothers. But Fudai, grenade launcher! Oh, it goes wide!
Absolutely slips past the members of EVOS Phoenix. And now Heavy, they're going to receive the full brunt of his. Fudai took himself out! Not at this moment! EVOS Phoenix, they did lose Jonah. Moshi is low as well, as the lock-on missiles did knock him down. So EVOS Phoenix not exactly in the clear. Heavy ready to take this fight on, but they need to finish this as quick as possible because SDS ALFAINK is watching this unfold. EVOS Phoenix already goes down, gets brought back up anyways. Is SDS ALFAINK coming in for the pickup? Can they finish off EVOS Phoenix? They did knock them down, but they couldn't get the kill. EVOS Phoenix instantly rushing in to receive the fire from SDS ALFAINK. Good day with a good grenade launcher for Get High to go down. There's one member of EVOS Phoenix eliminated from the battlefield, already also taken now, and EVOS Phoenix might meet an early end in the opening round of the finals, and they will. EVOS Phoenix out in 9th place.
And once again, the Indonesians rising up to the top, and there's no room for error whatsoever for the players of Attack all around. Porky topping his health right back up as he engages with the players of Expand. One shot too fast, way too quick for him, but he gets taken down by Kororo either way. Jump God and Kororo both backing each other up. Expand, they barricaded themselves behind one glue wall already, not wanting to engage just yet.
Oh. There might be a chance though. Expand, they have the numbers advantage. It's EXO. They're going in for Keroro. Oh, right goes down. They put the glue wall. Oh, the timing could have been worse. EXO still has more than 50% health. And Roy, somehow you find him. What an absolute monster of a player. EXO gets it done with the help of the blue zone. Expand, they stay alive.
And EXO saves himself, but is there a revival platform for him to make good work of?
It's already closed.
Right back up.
Yeah, there's no revival point. I think it closed just a minute ago. We have to look for those buy points.
Machines, yeah. Vending machine nowhere to be spotted. SES ALFAINK though, right in front of them, and they're all rotating towards Axel. This might just be it for Expand. As he tries to find that circle, it's gonna be quite the difficult maneuver around. King of Gamers will be forced to move by this blue circle as it closes in on them. Expand out of the equation, all thanks to G'day. 7th spot, great fight, but just not good enough in terms of survivability. NIGMA Galaxy, on the other hand, they just don't need to do anything. I think they can just gatekeep the players of King of Gamers.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to see NIGMA Galaxy being this slow.
I think they learned their lesson from yesterday.
They definitely did.
Yeah. Too aggressive, and they paid the high price for it one too many times.
I feel like you can do that, but definitely not always, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a limit to how many times you can use that trick. We saw KOG just making a minor rotation, but it still places them beside NIGMA Galaxy. And I think NGX really wants to hold on to where they are right now, because there's a vending machine right there. It's very efficient if they want to revive their members, and that's why I think KOG are also looking to contest this one. In fact, NGX, they're putting their members forward. They want to challenge KOG's head on. Okay.
See, and that's exactly why Dew has got so much of freaking damage without those kills, man. He's just tagging players left, right, center, hit mark after hit mark, but no kills coming on through. But you're just going to force them to use all of the utilities before they even reach that final circle. That's a smart play. Stop now. Moving straight on in. Double barrel in hand. Turns around. But it's 77 that gets him. Osaka as well. Finds stop with the grenade launcher. King of Gamers are ready for this engagement, and NIGMA Galaxy, unfortunately, are not.
And NIGMA Galaxy ran straight into a firing squad and ate a grenade launcher in the face as well. KOG with 2 kills and the entire squad alive. Unfortunately, they are tanking the blue zone though, so they have to fight their way out. NIGMA Galaxy still have one final bastion with 2 members surrounding KOG. KOG have lost JLX, they've lost Kevin, they've lost Osaka, and suddenly the tables have turned in NGX's favor. Can I hold on? He cannot. NGX somehow still stays in the game.
And that is no thanks to the circle at all, and that chaos just helped King of Gamers get taken out of the equation so much more quicker. SES ALFAINK, the leaders of this lobby right now through the kills. EVOS Divine on the left-hand side. The 2 Indonesian squads about to go head-to-head against each other, and it's not going to be beautiful at all. And look at this, SES, they have the circle, but they're rushing straight in to take the fight to Divine.
Yeah, and unfortunately, no one else can contest SES at this point. They have 9 eliminations, they have full control of the circle. UAV gets thrown out, but what does it really do? Maybe EARENA can kind of stop them in their tracks, and that initial rotation from Potato will give them a bit of control, but unfortunately they are going to be meeting the full force of SES right now. On top of the hill, it's Potato against Gade.
Potato, let's see if he can get those shots. Shut up right beside him, circle on the very edge. And the glue wall melter will connect with absolutely nothing. Shut Up has got the charge buster, but those glue walls are reduced. Just a single one for Shut Up, and this is about it. That's his last one. Shut Up's gonna go down. There's no backup whatsoever. Protete cannot back him up. There is the vehicle there for the play though. SES ALFAINK going in for the finisher. One more shot, but they miss. Everything goes wide.
And SES, they can hold on to this spot forever. And Ray, he's just gonna get ran at. Potato, making a hero move, but he has to trade his life for it. Would it be enough though? EARENA, they need a bit more. Gade tanking a bit of that chip damage from the nade, but SES still alive. Shut Up from the corner takes him out. Bara is down to just no health at all, and suddenly just Jojo left alive, playing that long range that EARENA might have done just enough, but not enough. And EVOS Divine might have found that Booyah is Jojo against the world, and this is not Jojo's universe. SES ALFAINK goes out. EVOS Divine with the opening statement.
EVOS Divine proves that they are not gonna be sitting down at the very bottom anymore. Slowly but surely, they are gonna be climbing up to the top. Indonesia once again rising, but I mean, it's the home ground advantage, man. We started off with the home ground advantage. Indonesians did so good at the start of yesterday, but towards the end, it was the Thai squads. So this is a good start, but they just need to keep it up.
Yeah. Lovely, lovely opening. EVOS Divine, they were challenged early on, but it's good to see that they finished strong with that very, very important opening Booyah. Still a long journey for EVOS Divine to even consider making it to top 5, but any start is a good start, and I'm pretty sure we saw some of the family members of the players there as well, so it's a wonderful opening.
I think SES ALFAINK will be more than delighted with their performance for the first round. I think it was great engagements back-to-back. They got into that final circle. Just a little bit of a miscalculation, because I think if they had found a defensive position before, or instead of attacking EVOS Divine, they would have just been a few seconds earlier instead of EARENA. They would have been able to engage with EARENA first. EVOS Divine would have joined them a little bit later on. All that chaos, but either way, it's the decisions that you make, and they made the best of that. I don't think it was a huge loss, but for some of the other Thai teams though, it was a little bit too quick for them to get kicked out.
Wow, what a crazy opening. We had EVOS Phoenix that got knocked out, I think, in 7th or 8th. Tag all around, didn't make it too far. The only team from Thailand that made it into top 3 was EARENA.
Yeah.
And props to them, because at one point, they actually, like you pointed out, right, no glue walls, they had nothing that they could do. So, you know what they did? They went on the offense.
Yeah.
They completely caught SES off guard, and that kind of led to EVOS Divine getting that Booyah. It was kind of a steal, but it was a necessary one.
And they were forced to go in there for the aggressive plays, right? But here are the replays. Let's take a look at some of the key plays throughout game number 1 as EARENA took on Team Flash initially. Flash found out the really hard way that they could not handle the heat and they were out of there. EARENA almost got wiped out though because they got a little too excited at the start.
And for EVOS Divine, the story starts right here where Sem9 did their usual, modus operandi on Purgatory, but against a team that knows you well. I think that is going to be a bit of a problem that they have to rectify come round number 5 when we go back onto Purgatory. You can surround that moat house, but clearly there's a flaw in that strategy, and EVOS Divine exploited every single part of it.
But of course, it was Team Expand with Axel all alone, and that survival gameplay would have been fantastic unless, of course, SES ALFAINK fate just had them running straight towards Axel, and Axel just couldn't do much as the sniper of the squad. At least if he had a shotgun on him, things could have been, I guess, a little bit different. But it was the ranged attack from SES that put the end to them. SES survived all the way up to that second spot, and EARENA, this is a good play for EARENA because yesterday they struggled all throughout. So today's a hot start. Hopefully they can keep this up.
Yeah, both for EVOS Divine and EARENA, right? The two teams that were at 10th and 11th, now they finished top 3. So
Sem9's the only one who's not climbing up.
I don't know.
Everybody else at the bottom is like, oh, we can get to the final circle. Sem9 is going for the record of being the first team to get kicked out all the time.
They always have the worst timing to not show up.
Yeah.
It's a pretty weird thing. Like
it is.
So, if you call back to the second half of last year, local league, absolutely monstrous.
Yeah.
Come major, completely shut down.
No idea why.
Open finals, absolutely monstrous.
Yeah.
Come challenge finals, yeah.
Do they just not want to win?
I'm pretty sure that's not how it is.
I don't know, man.
It's hard to win, AJ.
Right.
You have 2 world champions. You have 1 back-to-back world champions in the lobby.
Whoever's calling the shots, and I don't know if this is, Haji or the players within the game in itself, the timing is just unfortunately miserable, right? They should have gone for the defense initially. Instead, they wanted to engage. They pushed the boundaries so much. And then when they decided, okay, you know what? The circle is coming. Let's move. Let's just go and defend. They just get wiped out.
Watching, so their history performance is like a normal heart rate. It goes up, goes down. It never flatlines, but it makes you wish that sometimes it does. Because it keeps you on edge. But this is the stats for game 1. We have 44 total kills, nothing out of the ordinary. With thanks to glue wall melters, now glue walls have been destroyed more often. And thanks to the revival system, now we get more knockdowns than kills, but you get the idea.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, man. Bara, 17 of those glue walls taken down, and he had the highest number of kills as well. Is he going for the all-out MVP of the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Grand Finals? I think he is surely on the way there. But a total of 8 revivals just shows us how competitive this lobby is, right? You can get your players to get kicked out, and the probability of bringing them back is just so slim.
Pretty less revivals, right? This is the lesser ones per round that we have. Normally, you would get beyond 10, but we do have 18 rescues. Players being picked back up if anyone is confused. Though I do wonder if it's possible to go for all the titles, well, the individual ones at least. Highest kills, most glue walls broken, most assists. If someone does that, then I'll craft a trophy. I don't know. I'll figure that out.
Look at this, man. 8 seconds between EARENA and Divine as well as ALFAINK. Total minutes survived. 15 minutes, 28 seconds for the top 2. EARENA will be a little regretful that they could not survive a little longer. And looking at the number of headshots here, they should have been able to really get a little bit better of a result all throughout this. But what was the weakest point there for EARENA was the fact that they just didn't have the utilities. No glue walls means 0 defense out of there in the open.
Yeah, more than half of it got destroyed by one glue wall buster. So I believe that was from Bara. So it does change the landscape of the battlefield, but I think this opening SES ALFAINK and EVOS Divine at the top of the chart, that is what the Indonesian fans love to see. EARENA as well, off to a great start, and all the top teams yesterday, they had the complete opposite. NIGMA Galaxy with 7 points, Expand and KOG share 7. NIGMA Galaxy with 9, excuse me. And the first rate is Eclipse with 6. EVOS, Phoenix, and Attack All Around, they share 5 points each.
Wow.
Both Vietnam teams get 2. And of course, you have Sem9.
I believe the players of SES have actually taken the first spot already with this phenomenal performance.
For now, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just crazy in terms of thinking what the Indonesians can do out there on the battlefield. Can they keep it up, though? Because their weakest point yesterday was the fact that They had a really good start, and then they allowed the Thais to ramp up towards the end. Not of their own doing. They just cannot control the Thai players sometimes. But this was one of the point of our conversations as well, right? The Phoenixes rose up too fast. Now there's a big bird up in the air. Everybody wants to shoot it down.
It's a team that, for some reason, if you want to make sure that EVOS Phoenix is defeated, you have to really just make sure that it's dead. You have to kick it when it's down. You have to, I don't know, put a bullet through its skull. Just make sure that EVOS Phoenix is dead.
Pour some water on it.
Yeah, just do everything you can. Just make sure. Even if it's motionless, you have to assume that EVOS Phoenix is still kicking. They are still in second, just 4 points of difference compared to SES ALFAINK, but we've seen this story many times. EVOS Phoenix are not in any degree out of this competition.
But SES ALFAINK, this is the impressive thing here. They've rose up to the top with 0 booyahs to their name. And we saw EVOS Phoenix yesterday with no booyahs for the first 4 games. Last 2 games were where they got those booyahs. So SES ALFAINK still has a huge chance to grab that $65,000, but they just need to find a couple of those final spots as well. Finding the final circle has been pretty easy for SES. Getting that booyah has been near impossible so far.
Absolutely. They was finished, like a second place. We've seen, 4 place finishes, 3 of them out of 6 rounds yesterday. But the good thing is that even if they don't finish, top 3, they get decent amount of kills. 9 kills, 9, 8, pretty average numbers for SES ALFAINK. It is something that we always look for in. Regardless of what teams we're looking at, if you can't get the booyah, get a decent amount of kills, it does make up for your lack of placement points, and SES ALFAINK is proving that point.
More than enough to make up for it, right? They've got the most number of eliminations out there on the battlefield, like what I was discussing with Victor yesterday. You want to aim for placements, there's a cap. Maximum's 12 points.
Oh, yeah?
You want to aim for the world through all of those eliminations. I mean, the world's your oyster.
Sky's the limit.
Yeah.
I think what was the highest one we witnessed together on broadcast?
Too many. I think 40 points. So
I think we had like
28 kills.
Somewhere, like 38, 40 points. That was like probably the world record.
Probably was, right? Because, I mean, okay, that lobby wasn't anywhere close to this kind of a lobby. So understandable why they can't reach such phenomenal numbers. But you just need one massive, crazy round. You just need everything to happen right. You need grenade launches, you need the AWMs, you need maybe a couple of charge busters on your side, and then it's a GGWP all around.
EVOS Phoenix did that before, again, at Bangkok, very last round. I think they got like 6 points in 1 round. That was what got them the World Championship. So there is a chance.
Yeah.
And that was the world stage. So this should be child's play for EVOS Phoenix. I say that knowing that there are 5 more rounds for all these teams to prove themselves. We're going to take a short break, and we will when we come back, the Grand Finals, Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 2 resumes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Stabil sih yang pasti ya. Yang penting fokus dengan turnamennya, yang pasti hasilnya akan baik. Yang pasti kita akan keluar menjadi juara karena kita tuan rumah, dan kita juga pengen ngalahin tim luar, yang paling utama Thailand. Untuk penonton Indonesia, semoga kalian bisa datang ke stage dan dukung kita, semoga kita juara. EVOS Mr. 05 karena emang playernya biasanya selalu kill banyak di lokal maupun inter. Terus juga yang namanya kerja sama tim, nggak selalu dia yang ngunggulin lah gitu. Pasti ada temennya yang ngunggulin juga. Cuman yang sering dia. Nah, kita udah ngumpulin strategi yang bisa buat ngalahin tim-tim squad Thailand, Vietnam. Kita masih ketinggalan jauh sama dia. Ini pertemuan lagi nih untuk tim Asia. Kita mau balas dendam. Masih kayak sebelum-sebelumnya sih, biasa kita latihan bareng tim luar, yang paling mendominasi Thailand. Tapi itu cuma scrim kok, belum di turnamen langsungnya. Kalau strategi masih nggak kalah jauh lah. Yang membedakannya itu mentalnya aja sih, kalau di turnamen inter ataupun Asia. Malaysia, Vietnam, yang paling mendominasi itu Vietnam, yang bakal jadi tim kuda hitam dan bakal mendominasi. Yang kita hindarin itu EVOS Phoenix karena dia satu drop zone sama kita di Alpine. Tim dia cukup tinggi jam terbangnya, plus juga mentalnya udah tertata rapi, bagus, nggak ada yang nggak pede, semuanya pede. makanya kita mesti hindarin tim itu. Buat tim-tim yang nanti di grand final, tungguin aja kejutan dari tim kami.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex.
We're back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 2 Challenge Finals that's happening live in Mortaman Anggrek in Jakarta, Indonesia. My name is Husky. Alongside me is the AJ Mustacho. We have witnessed the opening round of the second day of the Grand Finals, and now Indonesian powerhouses really stepped up to the plate. EVOS Divine and SCS ALFAINK topped the chart, with EVOS Divine getting that first booyah.
I want it to continue though. I mean, it would be so beautiful to see an Indonesian team pick up the trophy at the end of the day.
Yes.
I think the crowd will go wild. I think it'll be a beautiful end to the Snapdragon Pro Series as we're running it in Jakarta for the Grand Finals. But you know the Thai squads are going to have something to say about it. And I'm still waiting for Vietnam and Malaysia to start saying something about it.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news just yet, but I just want to give a throwback to any Indonesian viewers that might be watching this broadcast right now. I understand that you guys have gone through some heartbreaks. 2-3 weeks ago, there was a World Series of a different game title where it was an all-out Philippines Grand Finals in Jakarta. Doesn't really feel the best, so I'm rooting for the Indonesian teams, but as always, they gotta fight for it.
They have to. And I think they're putting up a great show. SCS ALFAINK, surprisingly, even yesterday, First Raiders Eclipse, the fact that even First Raiders Eclipse were able to pull off such phenomenal performance shows you the home ground advantage is something real, right?
Yeah.
And the energy that they feed off of the crowd is something real as well. And not only do they feed off of that energy, it kind of downs the spirits of the other players who do not have that advantage. Because when you do something really great, nobody cheers for you.
That is actually very true.
In fact, you might get booed, especially if you take down other Indonesian teams.
It's fine. I think the Indonesian viewers, very sportsmanlike. They might not cheer, but they definitely would, they would celebrate. You're one of those guys. You're one of those guys.
You suck.
You must be very fun at football, like at the football stadium.
So that's why I don't go.
I've never been to one, but I love UK. I think they call it soccer there. Right? I love United Kingdom one because they are a special bunch of crowd.
Oh yeah, they are.
In a good and a bad way.
Yeah.
The way they cheer, their chants, it's can get pretty personal sometimes. But for Indonesia, I think it's a fitting time to give SCS ALFAINK some credit. They are doing so much better than the World Series last year.
Oh yes. I mean, I think SCS ALFAINK, we kind of started off with them not really hitting those high strides. It was their little brothers first, and then it had to come to a breaking point where it was SCS ALFAINK going up against First Raiders themselves. First Raiders got eaten up. SCS went on, continued, took that #1 spot through that game in itself. And from then on, I think First Raiders are just nowhere to be seen.
That's 0 booyahs so far.
Unfortunate, by the way.
Yeah, unfortunate. And then that means that if there's room for booyahs for SCS ALFAINK, there's a huge room for this whole point injection.
Yeah. And hopefully, fingers crossed, someone tries to shut down the Phoenixes a little sooner rather than later, because the point margin within the Free Fire World Series was so big that it was impossible for EVOS Phoenix to become the world champs, right? And they had to tick off so many boxes within the list to do exactly that, and they still could do it. With this sort of a margin, it's not a challenge.
It's definitely like kind of a crazy moment, and all of these crazy moments is not possible by one of our partners, Samsung Galaxy. They've been with us for a couple of months, and when they first joined our family, we were absolutely ecstatic, and we are happy that they're able to go through with us to the end of Season 2 for Free Fire. So it's been a great ride. I'm looking forward to more.
I'm looking forward to more Samsung phones. I think Samsung's bringing back those OG vibes, those flip phones, of those foldable phones. I beyond love it. I think one of the key features of the fact of this phone being foldable is that when you flip it open, It's a whole screen. It's a foldable screen. I don't even know how that is possible.
Honestly, I love flip phones because the first phone I ever owned before I transitioned to something like a touchscreen smartphone was a flip phone.
Yes.
It was a Samsung flip phone. I remember that because I used to bring it to tuition with me. So yeah, it brings like great memories.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna take everyone down the memory lane of Free Fire. So we know that we were there for Bangkok, right? When EVOS Phoenix won an impossible grand finals over a Brazilian team.
Yeah.
You know that 3 years ago, during the very first World Series in Sao Paulo, Brazil, the Brazilians did the exact same thing to, I believe, a CIS team, where the CIS team was leading the entire grand finals, and at the very last round, the Brazilian teams ticked all the boxes and became the very first Free Fire world champion. So yeah, Free Fire history, pretty darn fun, but
now it's in Jakarta though. Maybe the Indonesians will do that.
Maybe Indonesians do that. That would be a great... Yeah, on home soil some more, right?
Yeah.
We do have a short clip for you guys to enjoy before we continue with all this jibber jabber, so do enjoy.
เรามาเพื่อเป็นแชมป์ครับผมมาเพื่อแข่งขันแล้วก็จะเอาถ้วยครับกลับไปฝากพี่แคมครับผมเอาไปตั้งโชว์แล้วก็เอาเงินรางวัลครับไปให้พ่อแม่ครับผม
Lihat aja, lu bakal gue bantai di sini.
Heavy đến đây để vô địch, gặp Heavy trong trận, lấp đi.
ก็ฝากติดตามทีมผมด้วยนะครับทีมผมมารายการนี้เพื่อเป็นแชมป์
ก็มาเอาแชมป์กลับบ้านครับก็สถิติผมย้ายทีม3 ครั้งแชมป์3 ครั้งมานี่ย้ายทีมก็แชมป์อีกครับคือยังไงก็ต้องเอาแชมป์กลับบ้านอยู่แล้วเป็นอื่นเป็นไม่ได้ครับผมเดี๋ยวเจอกัน
Yeah. He didn't come here to win. He just purely wants the trophy.
Yeah, we do
steal it away from the winning team and run.
I don't know. I mean, do it, I guess. That's one way to go at it. You remove the pressure from yourself. You know? You remove the pressure from yourself. You stop thinking about winning.
Yeah.
But remember, the end goal is the trophy.
That was the strategy of attack all around. They said that they didn't want to aim for wins. They didn't want to aim for the top of the leaderboard. They just want to go out there and have fun. And I think that it's doing them really, really good, right?
Yeah, I feel
all
like
that fun.
You perform so much better when you actually enjoy, when you actually have fun.
Yeah. Yes.
You do, like when you can laugh at the dumbest things, the losses. You laugh at the things you do, and when you know that you are winning, you are kind of, I wouldn't say messing around, but you're generally just enjoying the process of torturing your enemies. I think that really psychs you up.
I think this is the main reason why Sem9's not getting it done, because they're not having fun. I mean, it is quite tough to have fun at the bottom of the leaderboard.
When you get pummeled 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, you just got to psych yourself up. You just got to go like, okay, what do I have to lose now? Let's just go guns blazing, gung-ho all the way through and see what happens. I think that's exactly the mentality that Sem9 has to go with right now into this next matchup, because, I mean, bro, what do you have to lose?
Honestly, nothing.
Yeah, literally nothing. You're dead last. You just went past the double digits for both your placements and kills.
Have you ever had Have you ever had the chance to speak to like the Sem9 people?
Haji Yar, I catch up with him all the time. I have not asked him about the performance of the team right now, but if I was the owner of Sem9, I would be pretty annoyed with the performance of the squad at the moment.
Yeah, it's still a challenge, I think. It's a nightmare that is haunting them again at the most crucial competition that they have participated in so far.
I think you brought up a really good point, right? When it doesn't matter, they are just blazing. They are the monsters. And then when it truly matters, they're just nowhere to be seen.
I think it's the stress as well. I think the shift of the mind, right? Like when you are leading, it's easy to have fun.
Yeah.
I think when you are behind, that's where you start to kind of panic a bit.
Yeah. It's exactly what I said when they asked me for a quote. The teams that have one eye on the prize will lose out to the teams that have both eyes on the game. And it really doesn't matter if you're looking for the #1 spot, and ZenOP, they're getting traded out, and King of Gamers, they're going ham. Oh, that's a good response though. Ashura hits one back, but that's not going to last all that too long at all. Knight77, Kevin at least gets taken out of the equation by Ashura. Sem9, here comes the players of EARENA having to deal with the heavy gunfight as well out of heavy. Shut Up takes me now down and out of the equation. And King of Gamers, I'm glad to see at least a little bit of fire from the Sem9 squad to hit KOG right back.
And a part of me is inclined to believe that these two teams will not budge. Not only is a high tier loot zone, there is a vending machine and a revival point.
Yeah.
It's everything you want, the holy trinity in a single area. So Shuri is keeping an eye out as JLX right there. They were able to bring newbie back thanks to one of their members, Raja, on that buy point as well. So there is a man advantage. And KOG, they can't really start capturing the revival point. They gotta clear this perimeter first.
And it looks like EARENA is going to make quick work of Heavy by the way the fight is breaking down at the moment. Osaka's not waiting around. He's going straight up towards the vending machine to cash in. Kevin right back. Kevin's flying right back into the matchup, and Sem9 does not take advantage of this straggler here. JLX is going to be holding the line against Ashura. Ashura's not going to be messing around, and he's just going in for these open shots, and Mother Nature saves him.
This is going to be an important kill if you can get the knockdown, though. Just a bit more. Kevin just touches down in time. Ashura, he's gunning for it. Not really sure if he wants to commit because JLX is behind him. So that is incredibly good news for KOG. Until Osaka gets taken down, Newbie just rushes for it. Loving this initiative from Sem9, breaking the silence that KOG right now finds themselves really trapped.
And this is what Malaysia needs out of Sem9. Now 3v2, the numbers don't look good for the players of King of Gamers at all. Raja, beautiful shots coming on through, but just does not connect as he just meets a very slippery player. Newbie on the other side gets JLX. So this is the opportunity now for Raja to just heal himself right back up and go for the surge. But I believe the final player on the side of KOG has already turned heels and run away as quickly as possible.
Yeah. They know that they won't be threatened because they just saw one of the players of KOG. So this is a good start for Sem9. They bring ZanOP back. Sem9 whole squad assembled again. EARENA walking away with 3 kills. That's good news for them. Silver lining for Heavy. They're still in the game. Still kicking.
This is what we wanted out of Sem9. And it seems like we can get it. Guns blazing, man. I mean, YOLO, you only live once and I guess you have no choice. What is it, 5 more rounds? And in the 5 rounds, you can earn yourself a pretty decent bonus rather than just sticking to the $5,000 that you can take away now.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the closest one? So, I mean, we haven't got the updated one. At least if you guys go on the web, you might not see it. But I think from the recent one, it's just 1 round difference. Probably like 15 points.
Yeah.
Around that, right? Like 15 points. Considering how Team Flash in the previous round didn't have a good start. So it's doable for Sem9, at least to make up for the losses yesterday.
Well, let's see if or not they can climb up ever so slowly. It's 25 points. 2 games, I guess, to catch up to Flash. But that means nothing because Flash has got the exact same with them right now, $5,000. Catching up with Heavy, on the other hand, is going to be a little bit more possible, all thanks to the fact that they kind of bombed out against EARENA earlier on. Sam goes down, he was Divine. And it looks like this Divine squad once again gets caught by EARENA. Mr. 5, a little bit too far away. Oh my lord. Okay, I thought he got the other guy. I was like, how did he even connect after you disappeared?
So Sem9, they are 25 points away from 11th place. And that's Team Flash. That's a long way.
Yeah.
I mean, for EARENA, you know, they've shot up. They have overtaken Expand. That is good news for EARENA. For EVOS Divine, another slow start. But this thing, when you're up against most Thai teams, the moment you have one guy down and they track you across the map, these are the scenarios you find yourself in. EVOS Divine will have to hold on for Sam 13 to get the weaponry before EARENA pushes them. And EARENA, they are holding back. This is not a full rush just yet. They're not taking chances, but they're making sure that there's someone from their side just keeping tabs on the members of EVOS Divine, and that guy is going to be shut up.
Let's see how he can shut up his opponents who are pushing in ever so slowly to find an opportunity to pick up more of those kill points for themselves. EARENA knows exactly what's weighing them down. Just unfortunate moments. They have got the skills to carry themselves all the way to the top, but they just have to be a little bit more careful, especially when they're rotating in, because time and time again, as EARENA tried to look for that circle, they were always late on the move, and the circle's pressure just kept getting them, right? And they were so unlucky with all of those rotations. This time around, they focused towards the center of the safe zone, and that's going to fare a little bit better for them, and I believe this next circle is going to be hunting them down as well, so not a lot of traveling to do for EARENA. But they have to keep this up. They have to continuously move. They have to continuously make sure that they've got that better position, because gunfights-wise, they should be able to overtake the other squads.
If we get a very northern circle, so attack all around. First Raiders Eclipse, the two main teams, they are in that vicinity. This is Expand's most comfortable map. And we see them moving their making a very straight rotation. And that exact spot that they will land on, revival point and buy point. Very, very convenient for the squad. Team Flash, on the other hand, making the opposite decision, just rotating away. Not thinking of any contest. This is a very slow Alpine round thus far. We are 7.5 minutes in almost. All the teams are still alive, and only really 3 members have been knocked out. And I believe the 3 members that were not in the game right now are from Heavy.
Expand, they don't have that high ground advantage. Axel has the AWM, so he can be the guy who opens up this engagement against Flash. But it looks like that's not what they're looking for at all. They continue their looting process, and they have done phenomenally well in terms of the loot, as you can see. They're all jacked up. 10 glue walls, 11 glue walls. Medkits are, you know, uncountable. They've got way too many on them. So they can take on multiple engagements and still stay safe.
Yeah.
Let's see if or not that is going to be the case, though, because even with 300 medkits on you, if you cannot return that fire, if you're going to just get shut down one after the other, still will be no use whatsoever. Bara with the Woodpecker, Sem9 just waiting for SES ALFAINK to let off the first shot. But first Raiders are on the way as well. So Sem9 might be in a little bit of Indonesian waters, and that's a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, there's a scout from the first Raiders Eclipse. And Jojo getting absolutely sprayed, peppered by Sem9. Good start for the Malaysian squad. But for SES, there is a vending machine, so they can bring Jojo back if they like to. But Sem9 taking it slow. They have the perimeter of the circle, not in a rush. But unfortunately, they might be challenged by First Raiders very soon come the next phase.
Great to see this version of Sem9. A little disappointing that this was not what we had all throughout the grand finals. But better late than never. Like we talked about earlier on. You can't get the #1 spot. Nobody cares at the moment as long as you're not dead last. And you work for a little bit of that extra bonus for yourself. First Raiders Eclipse spread out a little bit too far. Sem9 has the opportunity to take advantage, but they are going to stick with their defenses and not overexpose themselves out in the open. And I understand why. It's not like they have a lot of resources to waste off, and we are very far away from that final circle.
We definitely are. This is the best round for Expand so far. Normally, they would get contested at Forest Raid by Team Flash. But evidently, there has been a change in Team Flash's rotation as well. So we don't get the contest at all. Like you pointed out early on, AJ, it's the best start for Expand. And now we still kind of make use of it.
They've been having great starts. I think Expand has been doing their homework as well in terms of avoiding all of those early engagements. They are spreading out. They're keeping that buddy system. They're backing each other up. It's so much more of cleaner plays from Expand. But just luck's just not on their side sometimes. They've got the skills. They've got the setup, the strategy as well. But grenades after grenade finding ABAX. One more shot. Glue wall goes down. ABAX still alive and kicking. Only for Caramel to take him out with the grenade. Mr. 05 trades out. Stop Caramel down on the ground as well. NIGMA Galaxy biting the dust courtesy of EVOS Divine.
And they brought Apex back up. There is the campfire to bring him back to full health. Mr. 05 finally gets knocked down. Unfortunately, the bonefire is not enough to heal him up in time. But Beyond still has a nade. Field got clipped on the head. Oh, EVOS Divine with another great round. You can hear the crowd just absolutely elated with that exchange, but EVOS Divine not done just yet though. They still have another team to deal with, and it's Heavy back for some vengeance. All of their members back up. Buffalo is there. Fudai leading the charge. That nade a bit far out, but Mr. 05 does not have the health to tank the blue zone. He goes down. ABAX also caught up in rotation. Oh, Heavy has found the holy grail. They have the launch pad. Can EVOS Divine extract the remaining members? They might be able to do so, and they get out.
Smart play by EVOS Divine, even smarter by Heavy to take advantage of that skirmish. They heard those gunshots. They were traveling in towards them already. Only one kill point, though, they managed to claim for themselves. EVOS Divine still outside of the circle. SES ALFAINK, their big brothers, are inside, potentially to gatekeep them as well. And look at this, one SES player moving straight towards them. It's going to be the one and only Bara. Mr. 05 with the AC-80 can return fire. Bara pulls out one good glue wall and just runs off towards that circle, leaving all of his little brothers high and dry outside.
Yeah, and Heavy, they have just beeline into the safe zone as well. So SCS ALFAINK are left to do with EVOS Divine, another launch pad to make that far rotation. And this might be a good move from EVOS Divine. They just need to clear out their one lone member of SCS ALFAINK. But watch out from behind. Is Bara taking out Beyond. And EVOS Divine now completely split apart. Mr. 05 could not make it into the safety of this compound. SCS ALFAINK, they stay alive with 5 eliminations so far.
How many of these launch pads are EVOS Divine going to find, man? Set9 still taken out in the 10th spot after a great start. So unfortunate for the squad. Divine up in the air. One player just got brought right back in. X-Roy finds Yanbin, and Team Flash will return fire in a little bit on the... In the meantime, it's going to be EARENA who takes a straight-up fight against Heavy. Fudai, everybody's all stonked up into the tent already. A couple of grenades can do them in.
And Heavy, they need to somehow isolate these fights. Potato making first contact. A couple of glue walls to split the battle line and buy some time. Shut up! Oh, good cover from the left. And EARENA dispatching the members of Heavy is just down to me now, but it is almost done and dusted. Unless he can pull off a 1 versus 4, it's just not possible against EARENA.
Yeah, EARENA. There's the fire, but now SCS ALFAINK, they slowly circle on in. Led by Gade. Gade gets taken down. Bara final play. It looks like
behind.
SCS is not going to be able to get the job done. Free Raiders Eclipse, they are going to just take all of those spot shots. Can they claim those kills though? Bara's running straight in towards them.
Yeah, first Raiders Eclipse just being the third party of all third parties, leaving Bara out to dry. Sayonara, you do have EARENA on your own. And yeah, there's just nothing left. SCS, they're gone. EARENA getting another free kill off of this one. 8 eliminations so far.
EARENA's going to be super happy because this is just 2 back-to-back games that they have been phenomenal. First Raiders Eclipse are going to be the next one on the menu for EARENA. Expand with 2 more players. They have to just stay quiet, but it looks like EVOS Phoenix themselves are about to get the deed done. Now, it is first that ice grenade that ticks away at their HP little by little, but EARENA! What?
Wow, Souza, what a nade. Wish we could have seen that. We're going to see Roy taking on Get High first.
One good one.
Get High is going to go down. X-Roy, can he stay alive for a bit longer? Gets a couple of exchange. Actually able to kind of dip away into the shadows. He needs some time and space. And with the circle closing in, EVOS Phoenix, they don't have much time to work with as well. Expand gets to breathe a bit longer. But EVOS Phoenix, on the other hand, they bring Joanna back so that he could scout out that safe zone for himself. 5 teams left, AJ.
Get High just flying outside of the circle. I don't know if that was intended. But he loses HP before even getting into the fight. It's unfortunate. Expand is going to get expanded now for sure. This. It's a 4v2. Double stack.
I love this boost.
It's good, but it's going to come to an end soon now for the players of Expand. Because, unless Triple A, they give them that solid backup. No, they're a little bit too slow to the party. Expanded by EVOS Phoenix.
And Lozzy also just took care of EVOS Divine. We're down to the top 3 teams. Everyone has a full squad. EVOS Phoenix have to deal with the Sorn, their nemesis from Sentosa 2022 is attack all around, keeping them at bay. You can see a couple of nades being tossed in. Resident ricocheting from the glue walls. They all four at the same time. Kiroro caught up by surprise, but Foki and Deadpool able to hold the fort for now. EVOS Phoenix, can you get rid of attack all around? It doesn't seem like that is the case. And first Raiders claims the Indonesian powerhouse. Here they come for the booyah. This should be easy to achieve. Moshi the last one alive for EVOS Phoenix. They go out. 11 for first Raiders Eclipse. Attack all around doesn't have much members left. And FR have done it on home soil. 14 kills and a booyah. Indonesia is electric.
What a play. That's the record so far. The most number of eliminations through the grand finals. First Raiders Eclipse, the last one. Dead last, the 12th team to qualify for the grand finals. But they sure as hell are not the weakest. They proved that yesterday, and they continue to do so today as well. What a phenomenal run. And I tell you that home ground advantage continues to live it up for the Indonesians.
That's the nasi padang buff. 100%.
And it's the nasi padang debuff for the rest as well. I guess they're sleepy.
I guess so. I remember Limit from EARENA wanted food. I'm not sure if he got that because I think that's what wakes him up. I don't know.
I think so too, man. I mean, I like the fact that they're not overjoyed. They're not over-celebrating that victory. They know that the deed's not done just yet. They still have so much more to do. 4 more rounds to go. But what's important here is they managed to perform at Alpine, and every single time they've gone out in the past, it's either they do really good or really bad.
Oh,
and
yeah.
this was one of those really, really good times.
Yeah, I mean, SCS, well, not as First Raiders, they finished last round and they were in 6th place, but this is a huge boost. I think 26 points off of 1 round. This would probably put them, if not in top 3, probably 4th place. Either way, I think Indonesia is going to be really happy. I mean, the crowd, right? You see, you have 3 representatives.
Yeah.
And for 2 rounds in a row, it's Indonesian teams getting a booyah.
Yeah, I think top 3 for sure for the players of First Raiders Eclipse. EARENA, on the other hand, are not too far away as well. They have been consistently performing in the previous game as well as this game. And from being nowhere near towards the top, they have made a similar jump up as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if not the top 3, the top 5 for them for sure.
I'm speechless. I did not expect kind of this, I wouldn't call it a revelation, but this showing from some of these teams.
Yeah.
And I think it's really great to see that happen. You know, if the quote-unquote curse still persists, tournaments that have been held in home countries with really great teams usually go the way of the local teams, right? In first World Series, it was a Brazilian team. You know, in Bangkok World Series, it was EVOS Phoenix, barring Sentosa because there's no Singaporean team, so we scratched that. But now in Jakarta, I think Indonesia is on route to perhaps win the whole thing.
I don't know who's going to win it, but I want an Indonesian team to pick up the trophy because I think it's just going to be a beautiful finisher to what has been an amazing event so far.
Oh yes, and especially when everyone writes the storyline of the Thai teams being the strongest, unbeatable, absolute monster. To see them getting dethroned and all of our theories, all of the statistics proven wrong, I think that would be a great finisher as well.
And for First Raiders to be one of those teams in the top 3, I think... What a fairy tale run for the Indonesians.
Yeah,
I think it's one of the best storylines that they could have asked for, and they really have to thank the effort out of these players. And there's just no chill at all coming through from First Raiders, right? They're not playing this as, you know, players who are scared to get into those engagements. They're just going all out. But it is also to the point that everything went right for them this time. Not just the circle, but in terms of the equipment that they were picking up. That grenade launcher was a huge game changer.
It was, and just being able to find kind of the right windows to get these snipes to really start pressuring the enemy teams. And it's, you know, as dirty as it sounds, it is a great way to win Battle Royale games. You know, it's a reality you gotta face. You don't have to take all the fights.
Double MVPs, man.
Wow.
Yeah, Souza.
14 blue walls,
Yeah.
broken, 5 assists. Velocity is also from First Raiders, so this is a First Raiders round.
This totally First Raiders round. I think they were just phenomenal. Total 56 kills out there on the battlefield, through which a total of 11 revivals. But, you know, that just made it so much more easier for some of these top flight teams to pick up more kill points for themselves. So you really gotta think if or not your revival sometimes is doing your team any favor whatsoever, because we've seen some revivals come through and the player just doesn't even get to touch the ground. They're already out of the round.
That is very true. I think especially when we are looking at the very, very last, you know, this last 3rd or 2nd phase of the round, if you still get a couple of revives, chances are you don't make it, you don't get to touch grass per se, because there's just so much space to wriggle around. But this is a monstrous round from First Raiders Eclipse, you know, 6,000 and almost 603,000 damage, 5 hit shots, pretty negligible, but it's all collateral damage from the side of First Raiders Eclipse.
But, you know, they have to just watch out for the other 2 teams as well. Attack all around as well as EARENA. EARENA, especially after keeping quiet yesterday, they want to show that it's truly the year of the rabbit. They want to hop on all the way up to the top.
It truly is. So I was asked to write personalized messages to all the teams. So I specifically asked Attack All Around to take care of EVOS Phoenix. They haven't done that yet. Because I want EVOS Phoenix, that I've sent Attack All Around after them. I told EARENA that it's the year of the rabbit, just win the whole thing. But so far, it's First Raiders Eclipse who are really showing up huge. 26 points. This one is definitely a more dominant round for a singular team.
SES ALFAINK, they are going to be standing on 99 points after wrapping up this round. And this is just going to be an Indonesian-dominated overall leaderboard in a bit that we're going to take a peek at for sure. EVOS Divine with the 12. It just shows that Indonesia is just on the continuous rise towards the top. Divine doing so much better on day 2 of the finals compared to day 1.
Yeah, you definitely, I definitely have to agree on that. I think EVOS Divine on day 1, you know, 11th place, it really felt like they couldn't get it together.
Yeah.
You know, in those interviews, they did say that we have revised, we have reviewed our day 1 performance, and you know, we've come into game 2 with a new set of approach.
Yep.
It's working out so far.
Let's see if or not first Raiders Eclipse can continue bringing in all of those beautiful eliminations. This time with the grenade and the grenade launcher, that was their winning factor. And now the overall standings, I just want to look at the left-hand side. At first, Raiders on the 3rd spot with a 91, EVOS Phoenix 96 in the 2nd place. Just 3 points behind the leaders of the overall leaderboard, SES ALFAINK. And the rest of them towards the bottom, Malaysia as well as Vietnam, still struggling in the competition.
And EVOS Divine is doing a fantastic job. Within 2 rounds, they jumped to 9th place and put themselves, 8 points away from top 6. So give them one more good round, EVOS Divine is going to join the rest of their comrades on that first page. This is definitely an Indonesian versus Thailand affair. I think, you know, expecting the other regions to really put up a fight, it's going to be harder than it was at the start of the day, just because of how confident some of these teams are playing. I mean, First Raiders, again, just props to them. They were not supposed to be here.
They were not supposed to be here at all, right? Expand still has a good chance to make it through to the left-hand side of the leaderboard. Obviously, with just one solid round, they can get exactly that done. Fighting for that #1 spot, though, that's a whole other story. They need to hit a minimum of 3 booyahs to be crowned champion for sure, and that's providing teams like SES ALFAINK as well as EVOS Phoenix do not have those average rounds each and every single time, because one single booyah to their side can just get the job done. Assist King and Headhunter, all seriously, what's up with all of these double MVPs, man?
I'm telling you, there's something else. I mean, 26 headshots, 15 total assists, that is a incredible number. And of course, you have Fugod, who is just, this guy is Bob the Demolisher. He's destroying all the glue walls.
Like you
Yeah, that was a bad joke. I tried.
I still laugh. Bob the Demolisher is good. Fugod feels good. 73 glue walls taken down. He's not going to stop. He wants to wreck all of those defenses. But the problem here is their own defense isn't as solid as it should be. NIGMA Galaxy seems to be struggling. Not just a tad bit, but a lot in this finals.
Yeah, they're getting pressured a lot by some of these teams, right? We saw the battle between them and KOG. That was very, very interesting.
Yeah.
But we have the updated kill leader. Is Bara now leading the charge. 19 kills, followed by Keroro, Dio, Xroy, and Jojo. A very spread out mix of players from multiple regions.
Now I like this. I mean, because yesterday this was just all out. Thai dominated, right, in terms of the kill leaders. Now we've got the other regions slowly stepping it up. Surprised to see even Xroy from the side of Expand up here as well. We just need to see a little bit more of this kind of showing up on the leaderboard overall through performance in terms of survivability. Like you talked about, their average survival time seems decent, but it's not good enough at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, it could have been a bit better if they don't have these minor trip-ups, right?
Yeah.
And so far, they haven't had it. I think for both rounds, Expand finished 7th and 8th.
Yeah.
So that's not the worst. You know, it's something that we are asking from Expand, and we have been asking out of them. If you don't get the booyah, if you don't finish last, finish in the middle.
Yeah.
They've been doing it consistently with decent amount of kills.
They have, right? 7 points and then 10 points. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Some of these teams are really running away with it, right? I mean, you're talking about 26 points for the winners of the second lobby, in a map that one would have expected Expand to really dominate, and that was just nowhere up the leaderboard at all. That's going to be a little bit of a disappointment, because if you're not even capable of reaching the final circle of your strongest map, what's about to happen to you, right?
Yeah.
But 4 more games, though, still have a lot of opportunity.
You have 1 more Alpine coming in.
Yes.
And, you know, Expand, they have had abysmal rounds on Alpine, where I think Team Flash, again, was the biggest thorn in their side. This time, they not only averted that disaster, but they were able to hold their ground. And, you know, in a scenario where we expect them to perform, to make it to the last circle, I can accept this result. I think it's something that Expand shouldn't beat themselves up too hard. There's still 4 more rounds for them to make a splash. They're in 8th place, but they're not too far away from top 6.
The problem here with Expand is they're clearly not having fun. You know, you don't see the smiles on their faces at all. You know, casually when the camera pans to them, you see a little bit of a smile struck by too fast, you know, some action, but that's about it.
He's the more interactive one.
Yeah, but I want to see them interacting with each other. I want to see them working together as a unit. It's just not working out in that way, as opposed to some of the other teams that you can really see the synergy within the squad in itself. Every time the camera pans, they are, you know, in constant conversation. They're talking about what went wrong, what went right. Hopefully we see that on the Malaysian side a little bit sooner rather than later. But for all of you, you can feast your
marvelous cosplay.
Yes.
That will show her performance for today.
Yes.
Oke?
Yes.
Siap?
Siap. Are you ready?
Oke, kita sudah kedatangan dua orang cosplayer yang sangat luar biasa, teman-teman, dan kita akan kenalan dan juga ngobrol-ngobrol sedikit bersama dua orang cosplayer kita yang sangat luar biasa ini. Jadi yang pertama ini pasti sudah banyak yang kenal ya. Langsung aja kalau begitu, please welcome.
Ini dia.
Punipun.
Baiklah, selanjutnya kita juga nih ada satu cosplayer lagi. Langsung aja kita undang
Langsung aja kalau begitu, inilah dia, kita sambut dengan tepuk tangan yang paling meriah. Yukimo!
Itu dia. Tadi kita sudah melihat.
Mari kita bergabung dulu aja deh dengan teman-teman kita ini.
Boleh banget, boleh.
Oke.
Aduh.
Punipun agak ke tengah. Thank you.
Kita di siang-siang, minggu berapa sih ini sekarang? Oh, minggu sore ternyata. Udah sore ya, nggak berasa ya, Zay?
Yes.
Nah, jadi itu udah benar kayak sore ini kita udah ngeliat yang manis-manis dan juga Kyowo, ada Punipun dan juga Yuki. Berikan tepuk tangannya dong.
Yes. Apa kabar? Punipun dan juga Yukimo, baik?
Baik.
Coba tes bunyi.
Cek.
Baik.
Kok gue ngetes ya? Lupa. Iya.
Punipun sibuk apa sekarang?
Sibuk jump shoot.
Oh.
Menarik.
Jump shoot artinya lu syutingnya loncat?
Bukan jump shoot nih.
Bukan, itu namanya smash.
Itu jump shoot.
Bukan.
Gitu.
You know me so well. Ada yang nyanyi lagi.
Oke. Nah, selanjutnya silakan Brenda kalau mau tanya.
Nah, jadi yang pertama nih, gue mau tanya nih sama Yuki. Ya kan? Yuki.
Iya.
Lo kan selama ini kan maksudnya cosplay nih. Iya kan? Kira-kira yang paling lo suka karakternya tuh apa? Apa janjian yang lagi lo pakai ini?
Dari Free Fire?
Yes.
Ini sih sebenarnya.
Kenapa lo pakai ini kalau gitu?
Kan kemarin udah ada Kelly.
Oh iya benar.
Harus yang beda dong hari ini.
Oke, bisa. Coba gue mau tanya di sini teman-teman, ada yang tahu nggak karakternya apa? Cakep.
Siap.
Alok, katanya Alok.
Alok, wow, Alok sama Krono ya pastinya.
Cakep.
Oke, terima kasih sekali lagi untuk Punipun dan juga Yukimo. Habis ini teman-teman masih ada signing session ya?
Ada.
Ada di belakang situ.
Siap kalau begitu. Nah teman-teman kita akan break sejenak kalau begitu ya. Jadi terima kasih sekali lagi untuk teman-teman cosplayer.
Iya betul
Boleh kembali ke tempat duduk. Thank you banget. Oke, thank you.
Dan juga sebelumnya nih, ayo boleh silakan terima kasih semuanya.
Silakan.
Nah aku juga mau kasih tahu untuk teman-teman semua karena kita sesaat lagi akan segera kembali. Sebelumnya kita juga mengucapkan terima kasih dulu nih untuk para sponsor kita tapinya.
Oke, jadi thank you sekali lagi untuk Qualcomm Snapdragon yang sudah menjadi main sponsor kita untuk hari ini.
Benar.
Thank you banget ya, ini adalah sebuah SoC ataupun chipset yang sangat luar biasa powerful. 90% HP Android pasti pakai Snapdragon.
Betul, salah satunya adalah smartphone dari Samsung yang merupakan salah satu dari sponsor kita.
Dan juga dipakai oleh teman-teman player, jadi terima kasih sekali lagi untuk Samsung Galaxy dan juga kita tadi sudah berkali-kali melihat Z Fold 4 yang menjadi idola lah untuk hari ini. Jadi terima kasih sekali lagi untuk Samsung Galaxy dan juga pastinya Terima kasih sekali lagi untuk Monster Energy
Terima
yang sudah
kasih.
membuat stamina kita tetap terjaga.
Betul.
Unleash the Beast. Jadi kalau kalian ingin tahu lebih banyak tentang Monster Energy, langsung aja ke www.monsterenergy/gaming.
Betul sekali. Nah itu dia, dan selanjutnya juga kita mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya untuk Hachi Shop.
Hachi Shop.
Yang merupakan salah satu tempat kalian untuk bisa mentop up.
Top
buat
up segala macam, pokoknya ada lah ya.
skin kalian.
Yes,
Nah,
pokoknya
itu
mantep
dia.
lah kalau begitu. Dan kita akan break sejenak teman-teman untuk mempersiapkan game selanjutnya. Jadi jangan kemana-mana setelah yang satu ini.
Stay tune.
เรามาเพื่อเป็นแชมป์ครับผมมาเพื่อแข่งขัน แล้วก็จะเอาถ้วยครับกลับไปฝากที่แคมป์ครับผมเอาไปตั้งโชว์แล้วก็เอาเงินรางวัลครับไปให้พ่อแม่ครับผม
Lihat aja, lu bakal gue bantai di sini.
Heavy đến đây để vô địch, gặp Heavy trong trận, lấp đi.
ก็ฝากติดตามทีมผมด้วยนะครับ ทีมผมมารายการนี้เพื่อเป็นแชมป์
ก็มาเอาแชมป์กลับบ้านครับ ก็สถิติผมย้ายทีม3 ครั้งแชมป์3 ครั้ง มานี่ย้ายทีมอีกก็แชมป์อีกครับ คือยังไงก็ต้องเอาแชมป์กลับบ้านอยู่แล้วครับเป็นอื่นเป็นไม่ได้ครับผมเดี๋ยวเจอกัน
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is the grand finals of the Free Fire, brought to you by ESL, powered by Samsung. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky, bringing you guys the broadcast of the day. And it has just been all-out Indonesian firepower for the time being.
Yeah, love the entertainment, love the good vibes from the crowd, partially also because the powerhouses of Indonesia have shown an incredible performance in the first 2 rounds. Purgatory and Alpine, EVOS Divine with a booyah, First Raiders Eclipse with a second booyah in the second round. So I think going into the rest of the matches, the stage has been pretty much set.
Not just the powerhouses, man, even a tiny battery like First Raiders. I mean, they scraped on through and they're just absolutely demolishing everybody else, right? The record-setting run that they had earlier on, where everything was right for them, is all about that area of effect of those grenades and the grenade launcher that just made everything so much more easier, right? And I think they just have to focus on that a little bit more, but that's of course dependent if they can find those grenades out there.
Absolutely. And you know, we talk about finding grenades, finding loots, but have you ever wondered where you want to find your own energy and how to bleed green? Well, we have just the one for you. Monster Energy, unleashing the beast within all of us. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Bleed green, play well, get your booyahs, win the game.
I mean, it just increases your alertness, right? Have you ever taken a shot of Monster Energy and just sat down for a game?
you drink it in shots?
You drink it in shots. You can't down the whole thing. It's monstrous, man. You gotta pace yourself up through one game of Free Fire.
I've tried. It tastes good, but wouldn't recommend. Never down it. Just enjoy it. But if you guys are looking for great game deals and top-ups, do remember we have the one pit stop for you. It's www.kachishop.com. So check them out. Don't go anywhere else. This is the place that you need.
Yep.
The only place you need.
Yeah. Great deals indeed. And you need to get a bang for your buck, especially for the in-game currency. In-game currencies, you know, sometimes a little bit painful for you to go through, but you want to get all of those skins. Kachi Shop can help you out with that.
Yeah, with Free Fire always having great collaborations. Sometimes they are just certain cosmetics you can pass up on.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Kachi Shop makes everything accessible. As long as you have got the willpower to get into their website, because it's not as simple as just opening the game and making the purchase, right? You got to purchase those credits, you got to get in there, you got to put in some redemption codes and all. A few extra steps goes a little bit of a long way, I have to say.
Do you remember, I think 2 years ago, there was this very funny incident where Free Fire collaborated with Attack on Titans, but they can't use the Titan cosmetic in-game. It was pretty hilarious. Not that it matters for the teams, but I just find it hilarious.
We got a short video for you guys. Enjoy.
EVOS Divine. Kita selalu dukung untuk EVOS Divine.
Tim Indonesia pastinya.
Tim Indonesia. Tim EVOS Divine sih.
Ya sama EVOS Divine karena mereka dari Indonesia jadi dukung tim Indonesia. A team that I supporting is EVOS, of course EVOS.
Yang pasti dari Indonesia ya.
Iya pasti dari Indonesia.
Ada 3.
Kita dukung semuanya kan?
Semuanya. Go Indonesia!
That's the home ground advantage.
Yeah, that's a crowd bias.
Yeah, I mean, for obvious reasons, right? But that's exactly what
yeah, look at this. This is what I love about Indonesian crowds. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There's megaphones, that's something that I forgot about, but this is what you're up against as a non-Indonesian.
Yeah, and it's not heartbreaking for you, but it's a super bump for them.
Yes.
You know, and the last thing they want is to lose in front of such an energetic crowd.
Pretty sure more officials don't let them bring in like musical instruments. That's why you don't see the drums. But let me tell you, this is enough to psych you.
Yeah, but I love it. I love the energy. I love all of those voices that we can hear. 15 more seconds, and yes, we just heard from production that there were instruments brought in, but everything got confiscated.
Yeah, but it's the mall, right? So it's kind of expected. It's unlucky, but you know, it's Indonesia. It's fun. Just you have to be there to really experience it. But
here's the thing: it could have been louder. It could have been more bombastic than this. I love it, man. Look at that energy. I wish I wasn't stuck in this basement.
Honestly, to us, it's entertainment, but to a lot of public, to the general public, it's a bit too much noise. So if we just listen, you can hear the chants.
You know, boring people. They always have a problem with people having fun.
It's not my problem, but now it's my problem.
Sem9 looks like they send in three players into that high tier loot zone and one into the hands of First Raiders. So First Raiders are going to get one easy kill point for themselves.
Should be an easy one, but Sem9 used that to secure that high tier loot zone. It would have been slightly better if that high tier loot zone wasn't near Rimnam, because that's at the very corner of the map.
Yeah.
The question is, what after, right? If you get you secure the high tier loot zone, but you don't really have much places to go afterwards.
Did he just stand there and give them a free point? I think
he tried. You know, so is low, and he tried. Well, first it's
he tried. Yeah, tried. iCal with the first blood, all's good. But Sem9 unfortunately loses a player. I mean, they are not new to dropping out early, so this is all well and fair. Raja wants to use the revival platform immediately instead of buying back Zen OP. I wonder if this will be a good idea. I guess nobody else is going to be dropping by Rimnam Village.
No, definitely not. Not when the circle is not even around Rimnam Village. And you know, it's just the thing with high tier loot zone. Once the round progresses, no one would kind of drop by if they are not already there.
Yeah.
I just wonder how would Sem9 navigate afterwards, assuming that First Raiders Eclipse still hangs around.
I think they will, right? Unless they... Oh! Fudai! What an AC-80 hit from afar. It's an easy kill off of King of Gamers. And Kevin, unfortunately, never saw that coming.
Oh, I bet he didn't. That was a very open shot. I wonder what's the game plan for Kevin just now. So you get these individual pickups, heavy, definitely a much needed point for them. They haven't had the best rounds, round 1 and 2. They finished in 10th and 8th respectively. And they finished both rounds with just 1 kills. So essentially Heavy hasn't gotten much points thus far.
EVOS Divine. It's all about the positioning now. As you can see, EARENA taking those high ground. And it is the bird's eye view that will give them the initial information. But all of the EVOS Divine players trying to stick together as best as possible. Just sending out one guy. And it looks like Mr. 5 about to get taken down by Protete.
Yep.
He's able to pull out that blue wall at the very best moment. Nice. But Shut Up finishes off the job. And that is the advantage of that high ground.
Yeah, that's the pincer that they were looking for. And August now, he comes in with the launch pad to initiate kind of the crunch onto EVOS Divine. August being able to pin down one of the EVOS Divine's members in the building. Ooh. Swings the corner. ABAX is out. EARENA just doing this maneuver so well. Basically just outmaneuvering EVOS Divine.
I think EARENA is just on a whole other level of gameplay today in comparison to yesterday. They're just so on point, they're so focused, and everything seems to be connecting for them. Beyond opportunity, Max 7 is the perfect weapon of choice for Beyond, and that's just too easy of a spray. Argus goes down, but that phenomenal comeback as Shut Up with the Woodpecker finds his back, takes Beyond out of the equation. Sam 13, final player in here. There is one vending machine, but no money.
No money. It's dirt poor. I believe there was one nearby, not vending machine, but a revival point. But I think he's now very far away from that. And I think EARENA just knew what to do. August was kind of scouting the area, and they were just waiting for that one moment. It's a coordinated attack, right? You draw the attention of, I believe, Mr. 05, and you get this drop down from shutdown, and August flies in. It's EVOS Divine. You could not have expected kind of a joint attack like that. Team Flash, on the other hand, very slow start. EVOS Divine, unfortunately, snuffed out. Limit finds Sam at the very end of it.
I mean, EARENA, they just playing this so beautifully. From the start of the day all the way up until now. Argus gets brought back into the game as well. Flash needs to continue moving on, but I like the strategy of just having one player inside that vehicle. Flash has gone down one too many times as those vehicles get taken out in the open, and then they just caught out without any bit of defenses at all. As you can see, Shin just 5 blue walls on him. Getting caught out in a fight right now would ruin their chances from getting into that final circle. So it's a good strategy. Let's see exactly how much further they can push this.
This is going to be an interesting one with attack all around, right beside First Raiders Eclipse. There is a revival point under FR's control, so it would be a point of contention for attack all around, but they are running onto high ground. So FR, they do have that advantage.
First Raiders just need to stay a little patient, and I believe they do have eyes on attack all around. Forky just needs to show up, using the very edge of that hill to perfection. Not really popping his head up just yet. Lozzie as well.
Yeah, they're really spreading out.
They want to flank around, but this might just be an unfortunate mistake as attack all around tries to stick together. And everybody is keeping an eye on the revival platform. They want to fight for it. First Raider says, "No, it's all right. You can have it. We're just going to back away first."
Actually taking a safer stance to this. Maybe they're worried that someone would come from behind. Either way, not being in the central point definitely does help First Raiders. But, UAV out. X-Roy underneath that.
Oh my god.
Of all the teams that they have to fight, Sem9 on the opposite end.
Oh, but they are stacked, man. I mean, with this ad drop, not only...
Oh,
no!
What?
Newbie! That's so unfortunate for X-Roy.
That was about to take off.
Got a grenade launcher, got a Groza, 2 super OP weapons, and he gets taken down.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate. He was 0.5 seconds from taking off. Got shot off the launch pad. Well, Senna got a freebie there and expand. Actually, still taking control of Clock Tower. I think they moved out for the supply box, but right now they will have to fall back. And with X-Roy out of the way, Sem9 finds a very clear path to allow them to rotate onto mainland. This is good news for Sem9, who did start off on an area that has no way out.
I'm not going to talk about Sem9 until they get to the final circle.
That's a bit too harsh.
Not too many
What if they
times,
make it to
man.
the second circle?
Final circle. Or no words out of the mustachio. I mean, it's so unfortunate that they find decent starts.
You have the progression, AJ. You can't just go from first to last. You can't just, you have to, baby steps, baby steps.
Okay,
It's
fine.
okay, third circle.
Yeah, okay, fine. Third circle. Third circle, we start talking about them, okay? Even if they win over Expand, I'm not going to say anything. NIGMA Galaxy slowly peeling away from EVOS Phoenix. It is a good strategy for the team that has been struggling a tad bit. You would have expected NIGMA Galaxy to do much better than they are doing right now. But it's just that sort of a lobby, man. Even Titans can get shut down.
Yeah, you do still see them make aggressive, very, very offensive moves. But clearly it felt like on one end it's not as clean as you would thought that NGX would normally pull off. But on the other hand, teams are just a bit more prepared to receive that hit. And now you just see a slightly more neutral NGX. I think they are waiting. They're taking more time to assess the situation before they make that jump. Back then, they would have just done it.
Yeah.
They would not think.
And I think that's the kind of NIGMA Galaxy I miss. The no-brain gameplay, but just all pure skill. Nobody gets to fight back against that.
Yeah, I mean, they almost won the World Series at one point, so that was crazy. I mean, Clock Tower under assault too fast. Not really sure if he wants to come back and help, though. He just got revived. I think the best course of action is to just abandon your teammates. Just try and... There's a vehicle that he can steal and get out of it. That is his own vehicle, in fact. And X-Roy, if he can hold it just a bit longer, that would be great. But unfortunately, he just does not have the health. EXO would have to go down very soon as well. Too fast, you just gotta start running. But unfortunately, Xenop sees him too fast. Can you outrun this? This guy with the sniper rifle, it seems...
One more?
Maybe possible? Too fast, just makes it out of line of sight. Keep running, buddy. Keep running.
I mean, Captain just knows exactly what to do. Axel pins a maneuver once again. Sem9 executing this way too good. And Bio, that's not the way to play the trip 9.
He might have just lost his
and
team.
Shut Up takes the kill.
Might have lost his team the entire fight right there because, Rip God also got taken down by August. Oh boy. I mean, Team Flash just couldn't catch a break. Like, in round one, I think round one it was them as well that ate their own grenade launchers, something along the lines. They're not good at handling explosive. Let's just get that out of the way. It's not licensed to carry explosives.
What a terrible way to start the fight. And then...
How does that happen,
then on top of that, your opponent takes the kill point. That's just
like
salt in wounds,
Things have to have gone horribly wrong, right? They would have seen their opponents coming at them. They placed a trip mine and still stepped on it or something.
That's worse than stepping in poop.
Sure. I mean, if that's if you're happy with that.
If you've ever stepped in poop in your favorite shoe, you know what I mean, man. And this beats that sadness. Stepping into your own trip mine in a team fight that you could have perhaps gotten the upper hand on. You just needed someone to chase you and step into your trip mine. That's all it needed, right? King of Gamers, they get high on a shot out through the Woodpecker. Beautiful headshot. And it's going to be Knight 77, Max 7 in hand. All of the sprays do not connect, but he does have that bonfire. Pulls out the time turner as well, just to return fire. Gets a good trade, but Get High gets yet another for himself. And EVOS Phoenix, just one more player now to down. It's going to be Osaka. And unfortunately, there's nothing much he could do.
Uh-oh, EVOS Phoenix, 5 kills. Only 11 minutes in, it seems like EVOS Phoenix are starting to wake up. This is the phase that, people would start to fear the team. They somehow always start the first 2 rounds not doing too great, and then they just ramp up. It's a team that takes time. You give them enough time, this is what they can produce. Expanse someone's still alive though. I believe one of their members got taken out again, but Expanse still in the game. But it's gonna be a long game for them.
Captain Too Fast gets the deed done all the time. Aikal just tagged up by the nade, but that's not going to take him out of the equation yet. Souza can cook this up, but it's just waiting patiently for Protate to show up. No nades will come flying through into that watchtower just yet. And Shut Up on the other hand, he just needs to make sure he plays his timing right and Get High. Finds Roy out of nowhere and Expand just getting tortured by everyone, every single team they come across.
Just no cigar for this round. It's completely shut down in every single corner for Sem9 and then GX. Then EVOS Phoenix. This is one of those unlucky rounds that they can't do much about. SCS ALFAINK on the northern side, but our eyes are definitely locked onto EARENA against First Raiders Eclipse. EA has 8 kills thus far, and FR, they are very aware of that. They're waiting for that blue zone to force EA into this confrontation. But they gotta be careful though, because I think SES has already alerted FR of their presence.
Darkhole trying to just guess exactly where that shot can go, but there are people from the other side of that boundary who's guessing exactly where he's hiding as well. Do you find Zen OP? This sniper is just so dangerous out there on the battlefield. He's going to continue leading the charge on the overall kill feed as well as overall kill leaderboard later on. Dew with this sniper, can he find Ashura as well? The circle slowly moving away from them. Jonah finds me now, and that's a fight between them. And Fudai takes himself out again!
My God, the Viet teams are just not good with explosives. This is absolute tragedy for both Heavy and Team Flash. EVOS Phoenix.
That's 2 times in today, man.
Two times in today. At least we know the Kryptonite is explosive. Give them the they will do the job for themselves. But we have no time for that because EVOS Phoenix, they're about to wipe up Heavy, attack all around on
GG.
one end. What is this? What is this festival? Sem9, EARENA, attack all around. NIGMA Galaxy, they're all there. First Raiders Eclipse, they are the only one who is not involved in this scuffle. We're gonna have a 6-way fight, AJ.
I think I can finally start talking about Sem9 again. Sem9 alive and kicking, and here comes attack all around. Grenade launcher for the pop, and EARENA bites the dust in the 7th spot, all thanks to AAA.
And now down to 6 teams. EVOS Phoenix hiding in this building, but SCS ALFAINK and knocking on the doors right through the front gate. Get High, trying to survive. They have trying to plug all of the openings. By a bit of time, SCS, they would need to work for this kill if they really want EVOS Phoenix to get out. But then GX, they're making quick work of Sem9 on the other end. AAA also joins in. SCS ALFAINK, they have the world champions boxed in, but they cannot get the finishing blow. And now EVOS Phoenix, they run down to challenge this. I'm not really sure if that is the right idea. And Ray, he's able to get the initial knockdown. Bara actually takes down Jonah on the other end as well. Moshi, can the clutch gods do this for EVOS Phoenix? It seems like he is going to get overpowered by numbers. Get High now will be the one left alive.
And he's just going to chill behind a crate. Just wait for someone to come hunting him down before he pops off. The Charge Buster is going to be the perfect secret weapon in his hands. But if he is overwhelmed by the numbers, then EVOS Phoenix is all done and dusted. But those 10 kill points is going to lead him a long way. But here comes the backstep through SCS ALFAINK. They don't know they're pulling it off. And Get High sure as hell knows that it's coming, though. He is up and out of there.
Yeah, it is high time. He's going to start running. Puts up the glue wall now. Puts himself outside the building. But SCS ALFAINK, they have the numbers. Oh, First Raiders, they're coming in from behind. They're coming in for the voucher again. SCS gotta quickly get rid of EVOS Phoenix because First Raiders, they're making quick work of you. And GX also chipping in as well. Sem9 out of the equation. We're down to 4 teams, but First Raiders Eclipse once more is doing the strategy of just waiting for that right moment. They're getting these 3 kills, and now they are in a really safe compound.
Sem9 finding the final circle. And that's a rarity, if you ask me. First Raiders, on the other hand, just the 3 kills. SES ALFAINK trying to maintain their #1 spot, but they do have to deal with NIGMA Galaxy and Attack All Around, who are in front, waiting for them to be done and dusted with this fight. Nate's not going to hit at all.
Oh, their rebound, that gave me a heart attack. I think it's a bit miscommunication. One of them decided to throw a nade and the other put up a glue wall, but they're going to get peppered right now by utilities. Oh, First Raiders, they've gotten in the corner. Those nades, those glue walls from First Raiders, they are just making life fun. And look at this grenade shower from afar. SES, they're just going to eat all of it. Some of them are bouncing off NIGMA Galaxy. Oh, they have a good time, but AAA knows where they are.
Now, I think they still do have an amazing chance here. SES, they've got a grenade launcher. Can they go for the pop? No, they're getting taken down one after the other. And SES ALFAINK, they bite the dust. But AAA, they take the shots from afar. First Raiders Eclipse bites the dust as well. NIGMA Galaxy now looking for Attack All Around. Can do once again deliver. Fugard with the initial shots. Takes down a good glue wall. Kororo goes down all thanks to that. Glue wall melters come out through. NIGMA Galaxy drives around. Backstab for stop. But no, this is all over. Attack All Around should have this round in the bag, but Caramel's holding on for his dear life alongside Stop. Stop goes down, Caramel final guy, they can't find him, but the numbers will be overwhelming.
Yeah, Caramel, do you have enough? Nope. NIGMA Galaxy ran down by Attack All Around, and the Thais finally put one on the board. It's good to be home, it's good to be back.
Every round, you will have a brand new leader up the leaderboard. And this time, I believe it's going to be Attack All Around. SES ALFAINK, they survived for very long, but unfortunately, no kill points to their side to keep them in that #1 spot. EVOS Phoenix, on the other hand, unfortunate in terms of survivability this time. They thought they could get the deed done, but they got caught out by a couple of those loose grenades as well. And SES ALFAINK, just when you thought they were going to be able to make quick work of their brothers, they didn't bring out that grenade launcher, which is just a little bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, it's unlucky for both SES ALFAINK and First Raiders. They're caught between the fight amongst themselves, and at the same time, the Thai teams were just throwing stuff at them. It was chaos. They were just getting peppered by every single utility imaginable in the game.
Yeah.
And they had to go down, but First Raiders somehow still scraped by.
And I think First Raiders will have not just a small chance, but a huge chance to pick up that #1 spot. If they can keep this upright, they don't need to be the overall leaders of the kill feed. They just need to make sure they get into that final circle time and time again, and then steal away a couple of booyahs. I think that's just going to push them over the top, and Indonesia is going to be able to lift up the trophy in front of their home crowd. But Thailand's not going to be making it easy. I mean, clearly Attack All Around is not down and out just yet.
Yeah, all of the Thai teams in this round, barring KOG, have had very good amount of kills.
Yes.
It felt like those first 2 rounds were just warm-ups.
Yeah.
I'm inclined to believe that they were just testing the waters in the first 2 rounds.
I think it's going to be the same story as yesterday, where Indonesia wakes up and then Thailand says, sit back down, this is our show. You know, it's the first one there doesn't necessarily get crowned as the winner.
Yeah.
It's the one that manages to stay there all the way up till the very end.
You know, I'm not good with geography or time zone, but I think that if you are from Thailand and you go to Indonesia, it's the same time, right? As for Malaysia, it's 1 hour.
Yeah.
Well, 1 hour ahead of Indonesia and
Correct.
Thailand.
Yeah.
So by that logic, they should share the same time. So I think we're losing out because we are just suffering from jet lag. I don't know. That could be the case.
Well, let's see if or not First Raiders Eclipse can continue climbing up that leaderboard, because so far they have done amazingly well for themselves. EARENA, on the other hand, they were on the upward trajectory. We all saw their performance. 74 points the last time we took a look at that overall leaderboard. But this round was not as easy for the team.
Oof. I got a mid-air headshot. I don't know how these people do it, but that was a spectacle.
A little bit of that auto aim, a lot of the skill.
So yeah, I think day 1 highlight, there was one shot, I believe it was from someone from EARENA. He got a jump shot. I believe with the Woodpecker or the AC-80. It's these kind of moments that really make you fall in love with the game again.
Yeah, and Caramel had a good start in terms of a high ground advantage, but unfortunately for him, he had 3 players to go up against. That wasn't easy. 54 kills in this round, 11 revivals. As expected, it's not going to be all that too many to deal with out there on the battlefield. But 3 different MVPs, highest skill, dead move with the 5, glue walls, taken down by Fugod. And I feel like he is the biggest glue wall buster out there on the battlefield.
Last we saw him, he had like what, 79
Yeah,
glue wall broken?
75, but yeah, whatever. Still a lot of glue walls taken down.
It's about to hit 100 mark.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly say that whoever designed the logos, my favorite is the knockdown one.
That's exactly what
the
you're
wording
saying, right?
adds extra flavor. Just say that. It's very great to look at. But you know, the top 3 teams all from Thailand. It's both our current and former champions and NIGMA Galaxy currently. I dare say probably the 2nd or 3rd best team in Thailand.
Yep.
And now they are showing up again. They are back. The true finals begin.
This is a very, very, very big problem for the Indonesians. They have to make sure they find the finals. And I think the biggest failure for SES ALFAINK here is they were desperately trying to defend that #1 spot. And they were so careful. And a little bit too careful if you ask me, because they barely had any of those kill points with them.
And on the other hand, you look at First Raiders Eclipse, they got a couple of free ones in the final push. I think they got the entirety of SES ALFAINK before going down, so it puts them in a comfortable spot.
Yeah.
With that being said, though, I think by the end of this one, Attack All Around is probably going to be in first place. It's either them or EVOS Phoenix, with First Raiders Eclipse being the closest Indonesian team to overtake that, to challenge that spot.
Now let's see if or not that's going to be possible. It is actually possible for them to overtake, because they have got 10 points more than EVOS Phoenix. Yeah, they're probably going to be in the #1 spot. It's just so annoying, man. Every single round, you just see the overall leaderboard kind of just going up and down, and it's never the same. So nobody can rest on their laurels just yet. Attack All Around, 13 kills all together, and 2 each coming from all of these guns. MP5, the Mag 7, as well as the RGS50.
And for NIGMA Galaxy, so M14, M249, AWM, and of course for EVOS Phoenix, is all of these close range combat for that round. So a lot of M18-7 shotgun. End of the day, very, very common weapons used. Not much grenade launchers, because those were used to inflict self-harm. So
I mean, Fudai, bro,
I'm just sad we missed out both.
Twice in a day. And it's the grand finals. You cannot do that. You cannot.
Yeah, you can. I don't know what's worse. Okay, never mind.
He's great at these mini games and the interviews and all, but maybe he shouldn't touch the grenade launcher anymore.
The nerves are catching up. Attack All Around in first place, EVOS Phoenix in 2nd, SES ALFAINK in first place, Eclipse donning the 3rd and 4th. I think my guys in EARENA finishing the first page in 5th and 6th place.
This is just fantastic for the Indonesians. They have got good representation in the top 4, and First Raiders Eclipse just 4 points behind SES ALFAINK. Just proves that, it's not too late at all. I mean, they're just 10 points behind that #1 spot. Every single match matters. If you look on the right-hand side, it's the King of Gamers Club in the 7th place, Expand in the 8th spot, EVOS Divine and Heavy 9th and 10th spot. Flash and Sem9 wrap up the overall leaderboard. There's almost zero hope for Sem9 finding that #1 spot, but the bonus is still possible. We saw some signs of life, but the problem here is, time and time again, is just some signs of life.
Yeah, and I just want to say, this is the closest that an Indonesian team has gotten to challenge a Thai team. I mean, when we look at the Open finals, right, we have 6 days of play day, and by the end of it, the margin between the Indonesian team that has the best placement and the Thai team in front of them is more than 100 points. This one is less than 5 points. So I mean, if you are an Indonesian Free Fire fan, just remember that even at the end of the day, you don't get the Cinderella finish. This is the best that we've seen out of the region.
But yeah, no, I think we can check out a little bit more from them. That home ground advantage continues to play a factor, and you saw the energy from the crowd that's in Taman Mall Anggrek right now, and they're going to continue making noise until these boys get up to the #1 spot. But every single time that happens, Thailand just finds a way to catch up, and they don't even need the likes of NIGMA Galaxy to really put on a great show. Attack All Around says, sit back, we'll get the job done.
They're taking turns, They're taking turns. I mean, Thailand has been a big heartbreaker for their own good. You know, that's how they kept the trophy in Thailand for more than 2 years.
Yeah.
Don't know when it will leave Thailand. Maybe not anytime soon. But I think at the end,
maybe this is the start for it. If
perhaps,
SES
right.
or even first, I mean, if first Raiders actually get the job done, dude, that'll be the Cinderella story, right?
Yeah.
Scrape through the qualifiers, the play-ins, and then to be able to win it all. Let's see if or not that very, very fantasy-like story can come true. But a quick short break first before we head on into Kalahari.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung.
ได้รอบคอบไม่มีข้อผิดพลาดครับในการลงไปเล่น การวางแผนของเราก็แบบซ้อมตามห้องซ้อมไม่ได้แบบเล่นแบบให้โดดเด่นเกินไปอัพแพทใหม่มาก็ได้การลงไปเล่นในห้องซ้อมแล้วก็อันไหนที่ผิดพลาดก็เอามาปรับปรุงแล้วก็นำไปใช้เพิ่มครับเพราะว่าไอ้สไนเปอร์ยิงเจ็บแล้วเขาก็ตั้งไอวอลกันสไนเปอร์แต่ว่า M9 สามารถยิงไปข้างๆแล้วทำดาเมจก็มีนะครับว่ารายการเล่นของแต่ละทีมแบบเล่นเป็นยังไงแล้วก็เมืองเรามีแบบว่ามีผู้เล่นทีมฝ่ายตรงข้ามมาต้นเกมกับเราไหมแล้วก็ได้วางแผนไว้ครับเป็นทีม EVOS Phoenix ครับของประเทศไทยเพราะว่าการเล่นและผู้เล่นแต่ละคนมีประสบการณ์มากมายทุกคนครับแล้วเป็นทีม A นะของประเทศไทยเพราะว่าเขาเคยตกรอบโปรลีกที่แล้วมาแล้วก็มันเขาพัฒนาตัวเองอยู่ตลอดเวลาแล้วก็มีแบบว่าประสิทธิภาพขึ้นมาครับแบบก้าวกระโดดขึ้นมาก็ฝากถึงคู่แข่งนะครับว่าถ้าจะมาเล่นกับทีมผมก็ระวังตัวให้ดีครับที่ผมโนหนึ่งครับ
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Yeah, make it look clean like Lysol.
This is the second half of the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 2 Challenge Finals that is happening live right now at Mall Taman Anggrek in Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm Husky alongside with the Mustachio AJ. We have 3 more rounds to go. This is the final lap for a lot of these teams. Indonesia against Thailand, that seems to be the final matchup of the day.
I love casting these games. I love casting these events, but you know, everybody looks forward to the grand finals. When the matches are like this, I do not look forward to the final matches at all because it's super bittersweet. It's more bitter for me because there's so many teams out there who are vying for the top spot, but only one really gets to celebrate. It's like the first man to set foot on the moon. Nobody remembers who came in second.
Yeah. Who do you remember aside from Neil Armstrong? No one.
Yeah.
Maybe because no one has done it. I don't know. but I will tell you, the first one to make something like this happen, none other than Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. So if this is the equivalent of them stepping foot on the moon, being the first one to be there, and no one else has done it so far. They've done it for 2 seasons. I feel like they've probably discovered a lot more other planets. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just saying that it's great to be around for so long.
Without them, this wouldn't be possible, and it's so good to see it growing from what it used to be in Season 1.
Oh yeah.
Up into this year. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we continue ranting on with that, let's throw you back into Taman Mall Anggrek for an interview session.
Saat ini kita sudah bersama dengan perwakilan dari Attack All Around. We have Deadboo.
Yes,
Your name? Deadboo. Deadboo. Alright, Deadboo. Oke. Gue mau nyari bercandaannya tapi punchline-nya nggak kena.
Ya, gue juga dari tadi mikirin sih. Biarpun kita
kan
ngomong
kemarin
sekarang.
ada jet.
Iya.
Ini nggak bisa.
Get.
Beda ya. Oke, Deadboo. Is all of your strategy and plan from your previous game is executed well and going according to you guys plan?
Yep.
แผนที่เราเตรียมมานั้นใช้ได้ดีไหมครับในเกมล่าสุดที่ผ่านมา
ก็เตรียมมาก็ใช้ได้ดีครับเพราะว่าเรามาปรับเกมต่อเกมด้วยครับ
Yep, the strategy works. We adapt to like different games and different other team strategies, so we keep adapting and then the new strategy works.
Oke, jadi sebuah strategi dan semua rencana yang mereka latih selama ini sudah dilaksanakan dengan baik.
Benar.
Dan mereka juga beradaptasi dengan melihat strategi-strategi dari tim lain dan juga dari gameplay yang sebelumnya. Jadi ya mereka bisa mendapatkan buyah.
Keren banget.
Ya?
Okay, once again, before we are continue to do the match, do you have any message that you want to deliver to your family or your supporter?
อยากบอกอะไรกับแฟนๆหรือครอบครัวที่เชียร์เราอยู่ไหมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาแชมป์ไปฝาก
Yep, keep supporting us. We're gonna take the trophy home.
Oh, semua tim dari luar ya. Tadi kita dari Vietnam juga pede sekali, dari Thailand juga pede sekali, kali ini dari Attack All Around juga pede sekali untuk bisa mendapatkan trofi.
Dan dibawa pulang ke negara mereka masing-masing. Salah satunya pastinya Jakarta. Iya.
Padahal yang menang Indonesia.
Oh iya.
Tenang, dia tidak mengerti kok apa kita ngomongin kali ini. Ya, oke. Thank you once again Deadboo. Good luck for today, for the next match. So you can go back to your team. Thank you very much. And Brenda, kita akan menyaksikan pertandingan selanjutnya.
Asik.
Ya, setelah 2 game.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I wish I was on the ground floor instead of this basement.
Sure. Yes. Me too.
I wanna get some of the vibes up there.
Oh right, you only had like one experience of that sort, right? In the Philippines?
In the Philippines.
Was it in the Philippines?
Like yeah. Just one in the Philippines. Yeah.
No, I only experienced it 2 times across 6 years. It's fine. It's fine.
Better than one
We'll
time.
get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I mean, from being stuck in the basement all the way up into the ground floor, it's not a very long distance to travel, but it takes a little bit of effort.
I mean, it sounds sad, but
by the time we're done with the broadcast, everybody's gone home.
It sounds very sad, but just imagine if you can be in a basement and the basement can do this set. That is a pretty fancy basement.
Exactly. It is a fancy basement.
It is.
I do like the basement. It's comfortable. Nobody's sharing my aircon. Nobody's sharing my airspace. I don't need to wear no mask. I just need to, share the air with Husky. It's not a bad thing.
Bad thing, no.
It's not. It's not a bad thing. But of course, 3 more rounds left in the day. That's a very, very, very bad thing for some of the teams who are struggling to find the left-hand side of the leaderboard, especially teams like Expand, especially teams like Sem9. But I have to say, Sem9 has done slightly better than their performance yesterday.
Definitely. Well, yeah. That's the best placement they got so far. 5th place with 5 kills. They are definitely closer to not being at the bottom.
Yeah.
They have 3 rounds to do it. Of course, if they want to get more cash, get more prize pool at the end of this, they gotta make it to top 10 instead.
Here's the blessing in disguise. The ones that are holding on to the slightly bigger prize right now within the prize pool for them is Heavy. And Heavy just needs to continuously pick up the grenade launcher.
They have to.
Flash just needs to bring in more trip mines. And these two are literally right above Sem9.
Yes.
And the people who keep killing themselves are still doing better than Sem9. That's a problem.
Yeah, you know it's a problem when people who are handicapping themselves are still in the lead.
Yeah, I have zero idea what's going on with Sem9. I think it's the most miserable run they've had in a long, long time. And
Since the major, yes.
And it's just so confusing, right? Because they've got the skills. I guess they just don't have the teamwork. They're just not excited about this.
I think this is where I want to kind of make it a bit fair for Sem9. You know, amongst all these criticisms we give them.
Yeah.
During the major, it was we don't have like Thai teams, we don't have Vietnam teams or Indonesian teams. They had an abysmal performance.
Yeah.
So, but this time we have all these top regions. So
and they still have abysmal performance.
Yeah, but it's in a different ball game. So I guess part of me understands it. I'm trying to be nice.
So it's okay to be bad
no,
in a lobby with better players?
It's not okay to be bad. I'm just saying that there's improvements from last time. Albeit,
I think we could have just stuck with the storyline of they did better on day 2 of the finals rather than the day 1 of finals.
Okay. They did better.
You're making this worse, man.
I'm trying to save them, okay? I'm trying to save Sem9.
We're going to save this by throwing you guys off to a short video. Enjoy.
Ya, rame. Apalagi kita udah merencanakan sesuatu yang lebih meriah lagi untuk besok.
Acara untuk hari ini seru dan rame dan semuanya juga menikmati pertandingan dari ke-12 tim, apalagi ini dipaduin sama negara-negara lain juga.
Acaranya sangat meriah, tempatnya besar, rame juga.
Terutama tiket ini gratis ya, jadi pengunjungnya rame, terus juga tempatnya bagus.
Terus kayak sangat heboh juga, bikin pengunjung tuh pasti tertarik gitu. Event yang ini tuh kelihatannya kayak seru banget, ramai banget. Tadi pada kayak supportingnya juga kompak banget. Pokoknya bagus deh, bagus terus.
Ya, kalau gue sih lebih juga sama sih, Buya, sama paling momen yang serunya kalau misalkan tim gede kayak EVOS Diva sama EVOS ini ketemu di early ataupun di mid game.
Pas Buya sih, momennya favoritnya pas Buya, apalagi pas ngeratain tim musuh lain. Itu paling meriah banget.
Ya, terutama yang paling meriah tuh biasanya di last match. Karena match terakhir biasanya tim kita yang sukung malah ini susun.
Apalagi ini kayaknya baru ini lagi ya, event gede lagi, game, apalagi freefire gitu ya, sangat amat bikin kangen ya.
Jadi kalian semua harus join gitu.
Kayak MC-nya, player-playernya, IO-nya juga, pokoknya jadi bisa kumpul kangen.
Ya, apalagi ini kan event di Asia ya.
Iya, di Asia.
Jadi kayak event yang gede banget, jadi kita bisa ketemu tim-tim yang di luar dari Indonesia.
Yes.
Jadi so amazing.
And that's the beautiful trophy. Have you ever played with marbles as a kid?
Yes. No, we call it guli, right?
Yeah, guli.
Yeah,
That's a guli right on a trophy.
Sure.
It is.
I feel like this thing is inspired by the FIFA World Cup trophy.
No, guli. It's inspired by a guli.
That's a big guli if I have seen one.
It's a huge guli. I like the trophy. It just brings back childhood memories.
I love the crowd. I like one. So one of the ladies saw the camera and then her friend was confused. But
That's a half a heart. I know you're tempted to go and complete that heart.
Friend, yeah, I would.
I'm telling
no,
your girlfriend.
I would not. No, I would not. I would not. I didn't say anything. She's coming to the studio later, AJ. Don't ruin this for me. Valentine's is coming up soon.
Oh yeah.
No, we're not going through that.
It's okay. You make it up by saying, baby, we're going to celebrate Valentine's today because every day with you is Valentine's Day.
That is too lame.
That's not lame, that's a fact.
It's a fact, but
It should
you
be
know,
a fact. It should be a fact.
I've overused it, you know. I need something new.
Okay, let's see.
The bar is set higher every single year. I can't go back to the same, same method of
I
celebrating.
hope you are the one setting the bar.
Unfortunately, no.
Oh my lord. Okay. This
To
is
be
bad.
fair, I am.
Aski, we need to talk after the
we
program.
will.
Yeah.
We'll have a couple therapy session, okay?
Kickoff into Kalahari this time round. Those high grounds might just be able to drop a couple of players right on their heads. And if it is Fudai, maybe he will not even need to drop down. Just with the grenade launcher itself, the grenades can go up and come down on his head.
The mall is filling up. I love it. Second floor, third floor, I'm seeing some crowd. But yeah, I mean, the fact that there's still a full house on
Oh
ground
my god,
is
EARENA
lovely.
meets Heavy.
Well, that's gonna be a start.
Oh,
I don't think we've seen this too often though. This is a very rare instance of these two teams hard dropping in the same area. Unfortunately, I think if you're Heavy right now, it's do or die. You gotta win this one.
See, the saving grace here is there's no way in hell they're going to find a grenade launcher in there.
I suppose so.
Yeah, so at least EARENA's not going to get a handicap engagement. Shut up! Beautiful catch onto Tom, but the time turn is just too good. Too low on that HP, takes a little bit of extra time, tries to bandage himself up whilst his opponent is waiting outside of the time turner. Heavy, that's a terrible idea.
Yeah, that's a full wipe.
Oh,
And,
here comes SES.
I'm pretty. Ray does not know that for now. Well, I think he does now. Not sure if this is the best move for SCS, but judging by by the map right now, they only have 2 members nearby, so this is just a scouting party. The rest of SCS.
It's terrible, bro. If Ray gets shot at, he's got no medkits, he's got no glue walls. But he has a good gun. He's got a damn good gun in his hands, but only to take on one player.
They're preparing to sacrifice these 2 players, I feel.
That's bad. Attack all around, gets ripped out by the one and only Rip God. And it's just that 1 kill point that they take. And Shin finds ABAX as well. EVOS Divine. Looks like they are going ham against some of these other teams. Team Flash taking on 2 squads all at the same time, Husky.
Yeah, Team Flash got their hands full, that's for sure. SCS ALFAINK so far, I think keeping EARENA on their toes, but they're not making much moves. EVOS Divine able to revive 2 of their fallen teammates. One of the fastest rounds progressions thus far. It's one of the more explosive starts. I think the nerves are definitely starting to hit some of these teams, right? Where you feel like you are obligated to do something. You start to look for those hot drops. You start to look for those very active moves. And it will do some teams in, but I think EARENA is one of the better teams at handling these kind of pressure. Attack all around on the other end, getting run at by Team Flash.
Foki tries to back away, but attack all around doesn't have the numbers, but they still strike right back. BO knocked down onto the ground, but they are aiming for the wrong team here. Here comes one good grenade just to claim that attack, but no, out of nowhere, Yanbin's still alive and kicking, keeps them on their feet.
Lovely move from Yanbin, has the shotgun in the hand. Completely demolishing the members of attack all around. There's 3 for Yanbin. Looking for the ace onto Deadpool.
Come on.
The guy that was just interviewed now running away with his tails between his legs, turns the corner, and now is going to be Yanbin. Looking for the finisher, and that is it. The ace for Team Flash onto attack all around. Lovely, lovely opening for the Vietnam squad.
I mean, what? Just when they were about to mess that one up, Yanbin, the savior, steps it up just with a double barrel. Superb shots. Attack all around, got whipped out of that one. King of Gamers, on the other hand, JLX, just scouting out for the rest of his team members. BO and Shin gets brought right back in by the one and only Rip God. And EARENA will continue to survive this. None of the other King of Gamers are around, but as I say that, we spot them towards the edge of the vicinity. They're trying to circle in the players of EARENA. I don't know if that's a smart idea or a silly one. They don't know who's in front of them, and this is about it. So J-Day flanking from the right-hand side, and it should be it.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone try to hurt rabbits. That definitely didn't work out.
Triple kill.
Expand also running into first Raiders Eclipse, I believe. So they get an initial kill just now in the favor of FR. But EARENA Oh, I think they spotted out the rest of KOG. This is bad news for KOG.
Expand once again going with the strategy of spreading up super far away from each other and looting the whole range of area around them. But this is what's going to happen. You're going to drop down onto the ground. Nobody there to back you up. And EARENA just playing the much better strategy out here. 6 kills so early in the game, and EARENA looking for the top spot. I believe they will be able to find that if they can keep this up. King of Gamers, it looks like Osaka's going to be the next one who's going to fall prey to shut up. Oh, beautiful glue wall pulled out, but that's just going to delay the inevitable as 2 players catch up with him. He goes down.
Yeah, that's just a very quick pre-fire around the corner. Nothing much that Osaka could do anyways. 7-9 able to bring Raja back. Yeah, very, very explosive round. I mean, there are kills happening all around the map. NGX running into First Raiders Eclipse as well. EARENA, they are just relentless. This is the EARENA that we know that just would not let up. This good sense of smell. They limit finishing off Kevin. Ray attempted to steal that one, and now he might be punished. And Limit, he's just going to go for it.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot out of Limit. The timing was just perfect. Ray does have the AC-80, but the timing, though, by Limit has got the SMG, goes in for the crazy sprays, pulls out a double glue wall to save himself, but Limit gonna bust through his own glue wall, waits for Ray. Ray still gets it with his own double barrel.
A lovely response from Ray and SES. They have Gade and Bara there as well. Backup is definitely in place for SES to punish EARENA, who decided to really just stop that assault. They've lost 2 members. It's time to back up. Shut up will be one of the casualties. EARENA, fortunately, have a revival point nearby, and you can see August capturing it, but SES, they are gunning for the revival point. August has to keep running.
Ray up on top of the roof. I think that's one of the best bunny hops we've seen with the grappling hook. Ray up on top, and they seem to be attacking all around. 977 brings back his partner. Ray finds Shut Up as well, and EARENA biting the dust as SES shows up on the map.
And then the worst thing for EARENA was that while they were running...
Good revenge.
While they were running away, they actually got tagged by a UAV, I believe, from KOG. So that was just the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
KOG happy with that result. They keep on going.
JLX smiling ear to ear as EARENA gets taken out by his squad. No better ending to that engagement. And just as we were talking about EARENA rising up to the top, they kind of bomb out prematurely. 10th spot for them. NIGMA Galaxy, on the other hand, they spot out the players of First Raiders. Dark Call, AC-80. Stop might just get shut down here if he underestimates his opponent.
FR does have the high ground. Refinery, again, is one of those areas where you really need to have a plan of attack. And for First Raiders, they are not playing the usual way that we see, that you just hung on to the edges. I think First Raiders, they're playing more into the center of that refinery, gives you a lot more space to wriggle around, and it presents that element of danger. So NIGMA Galaxy, they don't see anyone from First Raiders. They decided they're not going to even bother challenging. Let First Raiders do what they want for now.
Although EARENA bombs out early, just getting those kill points should kind of buffer their spot, still keeping them alive to look for the top 3 later on. And if we have EVOS Phoenix level of final second comeback, maybe even the #1 spot, but they need a double back-to-back booyah to be able to do exactly that. Now Team Flash holding on to this high ground advantage. They spot out EVOS Divine, who's on the way towards them, only for KOG to meet them halfway. First Raiders, on the other hand, will be meeting the players of EVOS Phoenix, so those are 2 big fights.
Yeah, Expand on the other end. Very, very slow game for them. I honestly, you know, as much as I feel like this is a team that is a bit more proactive, but you know, when you're put in a spot that like they are, I think, you know, in 8th or 9th place, playing this slow is definitely not a bad choice. This is kind of the method that got First Raiders Eclipse into the Grand Finals in the first place.
Yeah.
When they were able to overcome V Gaming at the very, very end. So Expand is taking the sweet time, whereas NGX, they are making life for First Raiders incredibly hard.
A little too far to really torture them. First Raiders, they back away. But where will they turn on into? Straight into the compound of EVOS Phoenix. It's as far as they can run into command posts. It is not a spot you want to find for yourself. Diu has forced that kill, and Darkall gets taken out of the equation. No vending machine around. 1 revival platform to play with, but out of the hands of the current world champions. I don't like those chances.
And it's closing in 30 seconds. So either way, First Raiders Eclipse will not be able to get that revival point. It's all about vending machines. And even then, you have EVOS Phoenix on the other end. I feel like First Raiders Eclipse, them leaving Refinery to go elsewhere might have hurt their chances. I personally do think that you still need to control that area to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Maybe they saw the state of the circle and they just wanted to make the preemptive move, which in this case is not too bad of a move, but it puts them in the center with one less member.
No vending machine around them to buy a chance back. They just got to stick to their guns now and see exactly how they can manage their manpower around this next circle. NIGMA Galaxy, the damage has already been done. They delivered all of those shots, but 2 kills only so far. As long as they can keep up this performance, finding that #1 spot isn't going to be too difficult at all. But 24 points is what stands between them and that #1 spot. They need to hustle 2 solid rounds at a very minimum. Expand, Team Flash running straight in towards them. This could be the best or the worst time for Team Expand. Let's see how they deal with Flash, who has been phenomenal in this round.
Yeah, Ripgod getting the first blood onto Too Fast. This is the demon that Expand could never overcome, but Yenbin has gone down. That's the unkillable Demon King from Team Flash out of the picture. Xtroy doing a really good job holding on. Cobra also pulling his weight, and these blue walls are buying time, but Expand are taking so much chip damage. Oh, Ripgod comes through, Exo goes down, but Too Fast and Xtroy, they respond. Bayo now gets the spray down, but Expand have that numbers advantage. It's 2 against 1. They're gunning for that revive. Xtroy gets knocked down. Cobra turns the corner, puts out the time turner. Bayo tried to challenge him, but you cannot outdo the Cobra. And Shin now trapped in the corner. They are just gonna run them down. Team Flash does not have much left, and they will be eliminated.
Fantastic play by Expand. 4 kill points to their side. That was just way too easy. And Team Flash, although a phenomenal start, they just came across the wrong squad. Unfortunately for Flash, they will have to stay towards the bottom of this overall leaderboard. But they're going to keep a distance from the players of Sem9 for sure. Sem9, on the other hand, still alive and kicking, can continue to climb up. But EVOS Phoenix, the current world champions, are going to be the next contenders.
It's going to be a near impossible fight for Sem9.
No, don't say that.
If it's going to be a tough fight for Sem9.
Yeah.
EVOS Phoenix still holding onto command post, but that circle is going to force them out really soon. Raja naded by Jonah. Shura is going to try and bring him back, but he gets tagged from behind as well. EVOS Phoenix slowly closing in. Newbie needs a good nade, but cannot find it. It just lands and hits thin air. Already finds Ashura. The numbers of Sem9 are thinning. They are getting dispatched one by one. Newbie, what else do you have left? Maybe a grappling gun. Try to make a bit of a fancy maneuver, but those dashing shoes don't save you from EVOS Phoenix.
He had 3 grenades. All he needed to do was just chuck everything, including the kitchen sink, at EVOS Phoenix and just count on his lucky star. And unfortunately for him, he just got a little nervous. And like you said, those dancing shoes don't save him at all. EVOS Divine, on the other hand, keeping an eye on their brothers from Indonesia. SES ALFAINK dealing with the circle and at the same time not being able to get into a proper defensive position. But Beyond almost let go of that nade, but Jojo Snipe drops him like his heart.
That was the most important position for EVOS Divine to hold, and SES Gade is in.
Oh my goodness.
And Sam 13 is now down. EVOS Divine left with 2 ABAS. Can you save the team from impending doom as SES ALFAINK? They have full control of the compound. EVOS Divine ran down one after the other. It's Mr. 05 on ground floor, but there's not much space for him to work with. Out in the open or inside the house, it is all SES.
Good recovery. Circle's going to pressure him as well. SES ALFAINK will be able to pull off yet a good trip mine. Unlike Flash, he manages to get his opponent instead. But can he capitalize? KOG, King of Gamers, helping him out as well. Mr. 05 is just going to hold on to the back of this building, allowing the save zone to do all of that damage as he tops his health right back up. Can King of Gamers save him? Mr. 05 has an opportunity, but he's running out of time.
Does he have a Hail Mary? That is the question as he is getting gunned down. EVOS Phoenix also taking care of First Raiders on the other hand. Mr. 05, he shows back up!
Yes, he does!
And he brings SES to the grave before he goes down. That is the spirit you want to see from EVOS Divine.
I mean, come on. The guy steals away a knock and a kill. That's beautiful. Before he gets taken down by the circle, right? Couldn't have asked for a better end, but Expand, looking for that final circle, has to deal with EVOS Phoenix. This is a repeat of the World Series, but They're not close enough just yet. They have to allow First Raiders to do the dirty against EVOS Phoenix and then interfere a little bit later on. King of Gamers as well. This is turning out to be a super tough circle. The Malaysians have got a very slim chance, but if they can tactically get in there at the very right time, it's going to be perfect. Eclipse taken out by the final shot out of stop, and now NIGMA Galaxy challenged by King of Gamers. This is the perfect moment for Expand to just chill.
Yeah, dude just bunny hopping and actually gets sniped by Cobra across the map. This is a crazy Expand deciding to take that first initiative, but be careful what you add to Expand. You don't want to tickle too many teams. You don't want to erase two Thai teams at once. Oh, too fast. Lovely wanted to stop. They are catching out the members of NGX. Caramel, the third to fall. Expand doing wonders. And Osaka now joins the fight. Is Mochi getting taken out? Expand looking for potential booyah.
But Expand now knows that there is a grenade launcher here, so all they need to do is just keep that distance. Allowing EVOS Phoenix to take on King of Gamers is perfect. Now all of those shots out of the grenade launcher has been expanded already. All Expand needs to do is just chuck all of those grenades now at them. And NIGMA Galaxy, Fugod, returns fire, but they will have to get a little bit distracted. Expand comes in for that rush.
This is the best opportunity. Expand have let the teams do all the dirty work, and now they're pinzering in. Oh, EVOS Phoenix and KOG, they're preoccupied by one another. It's KOG against Expand. Can they do it though? A 4-on-4 fight. X-Roy starts it off. Kevin goes down. They're all corralled in the corner. Expand, they might have just done it. The knocks are coming through. Expand puts one on the board. One more to go. Nothing left from KOG. Cobra does it. Expand gets a booyah.
11 kills, and they get the 12 out of the booyah as well, and finally we see some smiles out of the Malaysians. It's not over just yet. Expand on the way up to the top, but it is gonna be one hell of a fight in the final two games. Kalahari of all maps, who would have thought?
That's the most interaction I've seen from the players on stage. Good to see that. Definitely a big boost of confidence. You know, everything going their way.
Yeah.
A bit of a somber.
And I think it was a really good strategy to just stay the hell out of all of those fights.
They actually were untouched.
Yeah. King of Gamers, they did the dirty work. EVOS Phoenix was already down, almost to be out. And they attacked at the perfect timing where King of Gamers were trying to recover from all of that heavy attack, or heavy response, I have to say, from the side of EVOS Phoenix. And, you know, if they can keep this up for the final two rounds, I do not think getting that first spot is going to be impossible.
Look at a miracle run. Potentially a miracle run.
I think if Expand steals the trophy away in Indonesia, it's going to break the world of Free Fire.
It definitely will, 100%. You see a bit of a mellow atmosphere and crowd.
Yeah.
Definitely a slower round for the Indonesian teams, but all things considered, they still got 5th and 6th place.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of a slowdown from what we saw in the opening rounds, just like yesterday.
I think this was one of the better rounds for the Malaysian side of Expand.
This is the best round. What are you talking about? This is the first booyah.
No. This is not their best round yet.
Yet.
We'll call it the best round later.
Best round so far.
So far. They might be able to do one notch better. We still have one more Alpine coming. And I think I want to just wage everything on Alpine, right? It's the final map of the day on top of everything else.
Yes. We have to see like the total score first to kind of gauge where Expand is by the end of that round. But I think, again, right, gunning for first place is not easy at all, because even though you got the booyah, you gotta look at the teams that are in top 3. Those are the teams that also finished top 3 in the round. But Expand can definitely set a new record. And I think we have been saying this since the World Series, that they are undoubtedly the best team in the region of Malaysia, and now it's just them really just one-upping themselves at every tournament.
I think no doubt they would have been able to overtake King of Gamers, potentially with their performance there. Did you happen to notice how many kills King of Gamers had?
No, I didn't.
That's unfortunate, because at the moment they're about 10 points behind King of Gamers, so they need to have done much, much better in terms of how they performed against KOG. But it doesn't matter, as long as that booyah is to their side, there is still hope, which means the competition is just blown wide open. You still do have some top guns within the competition. You're talking about Attack All Around, who was holding on to the #1 spot earlier. On EVOS Phoenix in the 2nd spot, SES ALFAINK. All of these top dogs are not going to be making the final rounds easy at all.
Yeah, and the biggest worry right now is for the Indonesian fans is that the Thai teams are starting to pull away for that first spot.
Oh, thank goodness for that, right? Because I think that's the worst case scenario for Indonesia if the Thai teams once again start waking up towards the final round.
Yeah, but then, you know, like if you see the gap, the point difference being too huge, it does make you feel less hopeful, right? I'd rather than keep it close until the final round. It's going to be a heartbreak, but you really want that fight, right? You want to feel like there's a finale. And maybe after that round, SCS and First Raiders will need to really reassess how to play the final 2 rounds. Because EVOS Phoenix, they are looking to take it.
I think SES ALFAINK just needs to get a little bit more aggressive. I think their aggressive rounds have been so fun to watch.
Oh,
and
yes.
they have been so much more fruitful. Rather than, you know, just let's play defensive, let's hold on to our, you know, top flight runs within the overall leaderboard. It's not doing them any good at all. The passive side of SES, I really hate to see out there.
You can say the same for First Raiders, right? First Raiders are good at being passive. But again, I think my biggest gripe with that round was the fact that they gave out Refinery so early on. I think they were reading the circle. They got it right, but they just couldn't hold on long enough.
I absolutely agree with you. I think it was just a tad bit too early of a move. The circle wasn't really going to hunt them down. You know, there's some plus and minuses. They were trying to look for a better defensive spot, but in a lobby like this, just moving earlier than you should can really punish you. King of Gamers, they started things off against the players of EA. And EARENA, I believe, just got absolutely demolished when SES showed up.
Oh yes, EARENA didn't stand a chance at all in that scuffle. Of course, we have Expand playing one of their best rounds yet in the Grand Finals. Completely overcoming Team Flash and just great decision making. You know, when you see, you hardly see Expand shine when faced with such tough competition, but when they do, they look really good. It's one of those few moments that you definitely gotta cherish a bit.
Oh yeah.
Yo, we might not see this again.
No, don't say
for
that.
a long time.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. I think we'll see a few more. I hope to see a few more.
I mean, hope so too.
But only because I want them to put on a hell of a good fight out there, right? Oh, this was just all-out Expanse round, man. Too fast, the glue wall master, absolute demolisher, highest kill out of Cobra. This slithering Cobra once again goes on for the killer strike and assists the one and only Axel, one of the best snipers out there on the battlefield, doing the deed once again. What a round for Malaysia.
Yeah, when this team was put together, these are the stats you want to see, right?
Oh, yeah.
The one with the most assists, Axel. Best sniper in Malaysia, hands down. Most kills, Cobra, because it's Cobra, right?
Yeah.
Even back in Baby Argon, Blacklist International, this guy was one of the most fearless players and one of the youngest players we have.
Yes.
But he still is.
And,
I mean,
and you know, I've met the guy, spoke to him on a couple of occasions. I can tell you, he has not fully flourished just
he's a very confident man.
He's a very confident man, but this is not his best.
I agree.
He's still growing, and there's so much of room for improvement. And if this is him with room left for improvement, imagine what he will be in a couple of years, right? This is a superstar already, but an even bigger one in the making.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where at a young age, but you're already so darn good at something, and now it's not only just developing on the skills, but also developing the part where you understand yourself enough to really, unleash that potential. I think Cobra is on his way to do so, but it's a name that you can, like when you mention one of the best CQC players, Cobra has to be one of the top contenders. No doubt.
No doubt about that at all. It's just a strategy that's just off and on for Team Expand. They just need to find that little bit of consistency to get on into that final circle, and then the magic just unfolds on its own. King of Gamers Club almost got demolished by EARENA. They managed to take that sweet revenge by taking the final kill off of EA and then got into the final circle as well, only to be undone by Expand. If it wasn't for Expand, this would have been one hell of a round for KOG.
Yeah, KOG were really on their way because it was a three-way fight, and for somehow KOG won majority of that. You know, EVOS Phoenix getting 13 points. SES not too shabby, right?
Yeah.
They got 4 placement points, but they get 7 kills, so 11 points for them. A bit sadder for First Raiders Eclipse. They got 8. Same with EVOS Divine, so that standings will be affected a bit. But maybe SCS ALFAINK, the big brothers, the Saudagas, would be the final torchbearers of Indonesia to continue this fight against the Thai teams.
I think that is exactly what we have to depend on. Because first, but you know, I don't know, man. Because First Raiders Eclipse, this is not a bad round, right?
This is not a bad round.
And
no.
they're capable of monstrous rounds. So we know that for sure. Maybe First Raiders will still be one of the top contenders as well because they're not all that too far away from the #1 spot. They need 2 solid rounds, and we have 2 rounds left.
Yep, no more mistakes.
No more, 0. This time round, even without the grenade launcher, usually you see Too Fast being the absolute masterful executor on the side of Expand, but that's when the grenade launcher is safely in his hands. It wasn't the case. They still managed to pull away the beautiful Booyah for themselves. If this was to happen for them, things can get a little dicey out there.
And we do have a bit of a switch up from that kill leader. Bara still in first place.
Nice.
Dio makes it back up to second. Kiroro now in third. Get High on fourth. And Souza making his appearance on that 5th place of 16 kills. And again, Dio still the one that deals the most damage. 18,400. Just monstrous.
Today has been so much better in terms of him getting less of those damage that's not really converting into kills, but also if you notice, he hasn't really risen up all that too high from where he was initially. The rest of the players are catching up with Dio. Dio's not really running away with it. Yesterday was a phenomenal day of performance. Today's all right.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
Yeah, not the worst, but it's all right. We need to see more from him, though. Not just him, the whole of the squad of NIGMA Galaxy. G'day gets the Assist King title this time around with a total of 17 to his side. Headhunter, the one and only Jump God, 27 headshots. My oh my.
Yeah, 27 total headshots across the grand finals.
Yeah.
And I like how Assist King and Headhunter will always change because, you know, you get cumulative numbers, but the one thing that's constant is Field God.
Yeah, nobody's going to beat
like
his
death,
record.
taxes, and the amount of glue wall Field God destroys.
I guess I have to agree. 88 in total. No defense is going to be able to stand in front of this guy. But unfortunately for NIGMA Galaxy, they just don't have the rest of the team members finishing off the rest of the stragglers behind those glue walls every single time Fugod gets the deed done. And I think if they can match that up together, NIGMA Galaxy is going to be your #1 squad. But they have 2 more rounds, just 2 more to get this done.
Yeah, 2 more very important rounds. And I know in classic Free Fire fashion, you don't get to see the points towards the very end.
Yeah.
I think we're entering that territory. So if you guys don't remember the scores, don't worry, I will also not remember the scores so I can join you guys in the suspense. Just know that 2 more rounds left. It's going to be Purgatory and Alpine.
Yes.
By the end of this, we will see who becomes the champions. Oh, exciting times.
Oh, exciting times indeed. But like I said, bittersweet, man, because yes, you're going to have your one winner, but you're going to have a lot of disappointed teams out there on the battlefield, out there in the stadium itself at Taman Mall Taman Anggrek. Here's the interesting thing that we didn't point out so far. You get the first spot, second place is less than half.
Yeah.
Less than half.
65,000 down to 30,000.
I mean, 30 is still very decent of a price to take away, but 65 is way better.
Yeah, same as the World Series. If you have watched the World Series, you know
Yeah.
that one is even more. I mean, that one was a 6-digit difference. Either way,
ask EVOS Phoenix, they'll tell you.
EVOS Phoenix are millionaires by the end of this.
Oh yeah.
Let me tell you, regardless whether they win or not, they won 2 World Series.
Yep.
They've come in second in one of it. So it doesn't matter. They are millionaires. EVOS Phoenix are certified millionaires.
Let's throw you guys back to the mall. Let's see exactly what they've got in there. An upside down logo.
There it is. There
you
he fixed
go.
it. It's happening. I love this. I love this. This is what esports is all about. We got a ringleader.
That's probably the one of the managers out of EVOS Divine.
Yeah. No musical instruments, but they make do.
Yeah, they are the musical
They
instruments.
are.
Look at her just cheering
I
on
love
the
it.
crowd.
I love it.
Just whipping out all of the energy from them.
Yeah, that is what I saw when I went there on my trip. It was just love it. Like you don't get to hear the casters, right? You could not hire casters and just watch the game and listen to the team chants, and it will be an equally wonderful experience. Concert.
I think we're about to lose our jobs. They're just gonna call in, all EVOS fans moving forward. Just the fans alone will be able to replace all of what people want to hear.
Yeah. My biggest question is who orchestrates this, right? And we're gonna have some time to think about it. Who orchestrates this? Who writes the team song? But we're gonna take some time theorizing it. We're gonna take a short break. We'll come back for round number 5 of the finals of Free Fire the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Pada Liga waktu week 1 dengan week 2, kita orang cuba perbaiki balik tekanan tu, kita orang cuba untuk ubah strategi kita orang dekat Grand Final nanti, dan juga kepada taktikal kita orang lah. Persediaan kita orang hanya untuk elakkan dari mistake yang kita orang buat, dan kita orang cuba juga untuk counter balik yang dari diorang attack kita orang, dan kita orang cuba join third party. Ada beberapa strategi yang kita orang dah ubah dari mistake yang kita orang buat sebelum ni, dan kita orang akan tunjuk yang benda baru dekat Grand Final dari segi drop spot, rotation, dan yang lain-lain. Kalau nak tahu, jangan lupa tengok live. Ada beberapa perubahan dari update yang baru kita orang ni, dari segi gameplay, weapon dan character skill dan pet skill. EVOS unik sebabkan dorang dah juara FIWS 2 kali. Lagi satu drop spot kita orang hampir dekat-dekat dengan dorang. Lepas tu fire power dorang kuat dari long range. Sem 9, kita orang tak expect yang kita orang dapat pergi Jakarta. Ya, kita orang kan baru lagi dalam Sem 9 ni, and team pun baru lagi bentuk. So kita orang cuba buat balik dekat Grand Final nanti dengan firepower yang baru. Buat team di Grand Final nanti, kalau tak nak lobby, jangan jumpa kita orang.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Yeah, make it look clean like Lysol. Hit it at the park, no curveball. Why they always wanna see my downfall? Cause I'm winning, baby, I'm above y'all. Who gon' bring the party like me? I'm who they all came to see. Make it hot like 3,000 degrees. Making moves like we signing the lease. Let's get it now. Whoa, you know we keep it 100. Let's make it jump, do what we want. Baby, you know that we run it. Top of the world, championships. You know I'm after that gold. All about the hustle, all about the grind. You know it never get old. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out. No time for slowing down. We gotta go get it right now. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out. Blood, sweat, and tears, I lead that. Say it real loud, get the feedback. They be in my ear, I don't need that. I'm just living life, can't you see that? Feel like Jordan from the baseline. 3, 2, 1, gotta make it in the clutch time. Homie, I'm the one, treat this beat like the lunch line. I be in my bag, shining brightest in the dark time. Let go, whoa, you know we keep it 100. Let's make it jump, do what we want. Baby, you know that we run it. Top of the world, championships. You know I'm after that gold. All about the hustle, all about the grind. You know it never get old. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out. No time for slowing down. We gotta go get it right now. Let's work it out. Yeah, let's work it out.
It might be dark, but I'm seeing all the sides of you. Touch my skin, baby, we might be far, but I'm only getting closer to. Feel the way it's coming, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go do it. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kinda troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies, you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Yeah, and you don't know me. Yeah, but I will make it right here. Got the whole squad wild, champagne flying, rocking all over the road. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go do it. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kinda troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies, you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
We are back for the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 2 Challenge Finals that is happening live right now at Mall Taman Anggrek in Jakarta, Indonesia. And you are with me, Husky, and alongside me is Musashio AJ. We are going to get ready for round number 5 out of 6 for this grand final. So 2 more rounds until we find out who the grand champions are. But before that, I just want to remind you guys that all of this is made possible by one of our partners, Samsung Galaxy, the latest addition to our Snapdragon Pro Series family. We are delighted to have them. They've been with us until the very end of the season. We're just happy that we get to watch the fireworks alongside these people.
It used to be the Note, the Galaxy Note. And now with the Fold 4 having its own S Pen, dude, man. We're gonna have a hole burn through my pocket for sure. Because it's either I buy one, because I'm surely buying one, or I buy 2. I'm gonna trade in my unnamed phone brand for Samsung.
Victor is a big fan of it. You should talk to him about it. He loves the Z Fold 4.
I probably might get it for myself. I'm really thinking about it. I'm really thinking about it. It's just that I don't know. Maybe it's gonna be too loud. Okay, because one, I don't have a choice about the one. My fiance is like, you buy it for me or we're breaking up.
I suppose so. And then you have my not fiance, but I'm not allowed to buy a new phone, okay? I'm stuck with my phone.
Hopefully the players are not stuck with their position on the leaderboard, because we still want to see a little bit of shuffles going up and down and about. We didn't see the overall leaderboard earlier on, but we know for a fact that Expand has managed to climb up a little bit. Not by a lot. Mainly because the players of EARENA have been doing decently well, and King of Gamers, on the other hand, have managed to hop on up a little bit as well through their phenomenal performance. They got into that final circle. If only King of Gamers did not get there and EARENA did not start popping off today, Expand would be in a much better position. So they cannot bank on the other teams doing bad. They just have to focus on their own strengths and continue climbing up. But that's as far as the Malaysian scene goes, because Sem9 is still sleeping.
I found a cheat code to look at the total scores, because I'm looking at it right now, and I can tell you that the fight between first and second is as close as it could get. There's a 5-point difference between the team in first place, which is EVOS Divine, the team in the second, that is SES ALFAINK. Well, Attack All Around is in third.
EVOS Phoenix, don't get excited. Not Divine.
EVOS Phoenix, sorry. EVOS Phoenix. EVOS Divine is... My bad. EVOS
nowhere
Phoenix.
near the top 3.
Yeah, nowhere near the top 3.
Unfortunately.
The top 5 right now are EVOS Phoenix, SCS ALFAINK, Attack All Around, First Raiders Eclipse, and NIGMA Galaxy. So it's a very good distribution of teams.
Shocking that NIGMA Galaxy is still the 5th place team, even though they're not really popping off in their usual fashion, right? So, and NIGMA Galaxy is on 100 points right now. The first spot is taken by EVOS Phoenix, the current world champions, with 124 points. So there's a 24-point differential, which can be broken theoretically with just one match, but that's providing they get the booyah, solid game, and EVOS Phoenix bombs out with absolutely nothing. But if they really want to solidify that #1 spot for themselves, they have to get 2 back-to-back booyahs. But NIGMA Galaxy hasn't really shown us that sort of a capability at the moment.
Yeah, not at this point.
Yeah.
But if EVOS Phoenix could do something, could work miracle, I'm sure NIGMA Galaxy in these 2 rounds will be able to show us something.
Thailand or Indonesia?
Ooh, you should ask me after next round.
What? No.
Indonesia.
No.
Indonesia.
Not your prediction of who it'll be. Who do you want?
Honestly, I want Indonesia. I think not just because I'm biased to the home crowd. I also feel like, Indonesia, it's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
This is probably the best we've seen out of them, and I just want them to get a title. This is not a World Series. It'd be great to have the current world champions just continue their dominance, but Indonesia, they have done enough to deserve that victory.
And I think SES ALFAINK has been phenomenal all throughout the grand finals.
Oh, yes.
And they truly deserve it, right? Because it's going to take a titan of a team to overthrow EVOS Phoenix.
Yes.
And EVOS Phoenix is not an easy team to overcome by any means whatsoever. We have a short video for you guys before we hop on into Purgatory though. Enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Untuk kru ESL, kesannya adalah makasih udah ngadain acara yang seru dan juga menarik. Pesannya semoga nanti kedepannya akan semakin semangat lagi dan juga akan semakin meriah acaranya.
Untuk kru ESL tetap semangat, dan gue berharap semoga ada lagi di game-game lain, gak cuma FF doang. Dan dari dulu sih emang gue ngikutin dari event-event ESL dan semuanya sih oke banget.
Buat kru ESL semangat terus. Semoga kedepannya masih makin seru lagi. Tetap semangat terus untuk kru-krunya. Semoga kedepannya bisa lebih baik lagi.
Keep doing a good work and ganbare. Semangat terus deh ya. Semangat terus ESL and thank you. Thank you.
I just saw one of the Sem9 managers there. Eric, I see you on screen. I love it. But yeah, the fans.
So he's there live to feel upset. That's not good at all for the players.
Oh, he doesn't look upset. He looks happy. Maybe
that's
before.
probably recorded before the matches.
Yeah, most likely. But I mean, you look at this EVOS fans.
Yeah.
They're just crazy. NIGMA Galaxy are there as well. At this point, I don't even know if it's EVOS Phoenix or Divine, because only the logos are different in the game, I mean, in terms of color scheme. But
I think EVOS doesn't care as long as one of their teams.
yeah, I mean, it's EVOS, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I mean, this crowd, still a full house. I mean, they're just fully committed, a bit more dedicated. Obviously, we've missed out a lot of that just cheering. I just wish that we were there, but we are, just half a minute away from round number 5. It's Purgatory once more. We're running it back for Purgatory for this one. It's going to be an interesting one.
The last time we headed into Purgatory, it was an SCS ALFAINK Booyah. Oh, actually, it wasn't a Booyah. It was the EVOS Divine Booyah, but SCS ALFAINK taking that #1 spot with the 21 points, all thanks to the phenomenal 12 kills that they got, as well as the 9th spot. Can it be a Booyah plus a massive round of kills this time around for SCS to pick up that first spot? I wouldn't put it past them, Husky.
Nope, definitely not. There is still a chance. I mean, at the end of the day, it's definitely nerve-wracking, right? As much as you enjoy the support of your home crowd, there is a bit of a pressure, right? That regional pride, that national pride on the line. Purgatory, though, we saw how the Indonesian teams just really showed up huge, but that's also but the premise of the Thai teams haven't woken up just yet. This is the final stretch.
Yeah.
This is where EVOS Phoenix really shines.
For the first time, the flight path is skewed towards the east, which means places like Ski Lodge and Forge are not going to be very easy to reach. But thankfully, the high tier loot zone is quite near to Heavy's compound, and they're going to be taking that out. Expand, on the other hand, they will drop by Mount Villa and spread out towards Golf Course at the same time. Team Flash will have to deal with EARENA once again.
Yeah, of course, if you're EARENA, this is not those rounds where you can just have that hot drop moment and afford to lose, right? EARENA right now, they sit in 7th place. And this is going to be the last time I talk about the standings. We're going to keep it a mystery until the very end. But just know that EARENA cannot afford to drop any more rounds preemptively. Same for First Raiders. I think they are so close to taste that top 3. And maybe Kevin is going to be the first victim. First Raiders looking for that first blood, but can they guess where it is? It seems like there is no full commitment from the Indonesians.
Yeah, First Raiders were about to move on for the finisher, and then they realized, wait a minute, what if it's an ambush being set up here? They back away. King of Gamers still have got 2 more players on the other side of this hill, and First Raiders are not walking into this trap just yet. They're going to allow Kevin to get away, but that was just so unfortunate because that was just a free kill for them.
Yeah, that definitely is something I felt like First Raiders could take advantage of. And this is a drive-by. They saw Knight and First Raiders. Can they capitalize on it though? They're driving straight into the fortress, the heart of KOG. We're gonna look at the other kind of this bird's eye view at the same time. The spread of these teams, and First Raiders already gotten the first drop onto KOG, but KOG responding in kind as well off screen. It's going to be a very important fight. First blood though going over to First Raiders that have taken out 2 members of KOG. This is fantastic for the Indonesians.
GG, NIGMA Galaxy sneaking off a couple of shots as well. Duke claims the kill onto Kevin. And there's one final guy in the name of JLX, but it's now free. Raiders go. Oh my lord, King of Gamers. But Souza did get knocked down onto the ground though, so that's good on him. Yeah, I'm just wondering exactly where NIGMA Galaxy is and how did they sneak that shot off?
I feel like it was across the river. That was a long shot for sure. Yeah. Not even on the screen. Good for First Raiders. They didn't suffer any casualties. Now they can easily rotate away. But in the worst case scenario, even if they suffer any casualties, there is a revival point nearby. There's a buy point at campsite as well. So this is the best possible start for First Raiders. It's good to allow them to kind of make up for the last 2 rounds where they did struggle a bit.
And First Raiders aiming for the #1 spot. They're just 12 points behind, so you can see the aggressive nature of the squad coming out. That's just absolutely fun to watch, because if First Raiders can keep this up, get into that final circle, sneak away a booyah, my lord, my god.
Ooh, don't get me
Indonesia.
excited, AJ.
It is gonna be absolutely fun. But I think, you know, this is just very indicative of exactly where the team's headspace is at right now. They just want to go all out. They don't care what happens. If it's an early kick out of this lobby for them, so be it. But they are gonna go and at the very least try. They don't want to make the same mistake as SES ALFAINK, who have played a couple of passive rounds and not gotten much from it.
Yeah. It was die trying. Yeah. Right? You might as well die trying.
Yeah.
That was how EVOS Phoenix won the trophy. I'm just saying. But of course, you know, First Raiders, they are still not out of the water just yet. They will suffer at least 2 deaths in the hands of NGX. But as long as they have someone left in the round, that's good enough. First Raiders, again, back in campsite, they have a way to revive the teammates. Now they get information where NGX is. Probably lured away with the scouting party.
Yeah.
So now First Raiders just needs that minor reset.
And the 2 players that did get taken down were mainly bait, but they don't even move towards the revival platform. I don't know. I see. They want to probably go towards outside of the safe zone, running the opposite way of the other players. It's certainly a smart move. NIGMA Galaxy, a couple of upgrades onto the gear wouldn't hurt anybody. Just outside of Forge. Sem9 on the other hand needs to deal with a heavy Buffalo, but the players of EVP slowly just approaching. EVOS Phoenix has got an opportunity to pick up easy 4 kills here, unless there is a third-party situation that just messes with their mojo.
Sem9, pretty good position. Get decent info. Just a very safe compound to work with, and there's a lot of buildings that they can maneuver around as well. Can't say the same for Heavy though.
Oh my.
Caught out in the open. And I feel like this is a challenge that Heavy has not been able to overcome ever since the Open Finals, where they had an explosive ending to the Open Finals. They got right, 2nd place, but that's pretty much it. Now they have been neutered in the finals itself. Just couldn't get Buffalo going.
I mean, I think this is a terrible position for the players of Heavy to hold on to, because their team barely has any glue walls on them. Only Me Now has got 7 stacked onto him. And the most, I think, is the second player with 3. The other 2 barely have any. And any one of those gunfights that does ensue right now is just going to eat up all of those defensive possibilities for Heavy. And that's just open grounds fight from then on. So, and they do have 2 vehicles, so I don't see why they are not rotating around into a safer compound to continue their looting process. Let's see how that works out for them.
We haven't seen Buffalo for the entirety of the day so far.
We saw him getting kicked out of the lobby.
Yeah, it kind of reminds us of anxiety, right? Don't you agree to a certain extent where you are relying on this one star player, and there's a lot of conditions to be met. And don't get me wrong, I'm not comparing these 2 teams, but there is a clear parallel in how they function as a squad. And
lucky there.
Unlucky for 6 teams down there. I mean, this is a very, very packed compound at Brasilia. Attack all around. Sem9, Heavy, Team Flash might join in. EARENA is there as well. EVOS Phoenix, though, they can't afford to just stay where they are a bit longer.
I like what First Raiders did, but it was unnecessary. But better safe than sorry, because they had that revival platform. Instead, they go outside of the circle. Now they're tanking the blue zone. Not a lot of damage for the first circle, but you're still going to be using up precious resources. And you're not going to have the ability to loot up before you get into the next circle. So let's see how that strategy fares for Team First Raiders as we catch up with them a little bit later on. Team Flash, they've been having quite the miserable day of play. 1 too many mistakes made, and in order to recover from all of those mistakes, all they need to do is just climb up this leaderboard, because right now they hold on to $7,500 in hand. In order to jump up and be able to earn a good solid $2,500 bonus, they have to pick up, what is this, close to 30 points? That's asking for a lot.
Yeah, but it's attainable.
Yeah.
It's attainable. And I mean, 30 points in Free Fire. Actually, as much as it's attainable, you need things to really go your way, right? Like, it's not too much points, but also too much at the same time. You know, there's a bit of an oxymoron there, but you know, depending on how you look at it. NIGMA Galaxy off to a good start as well. Multiple vehicles, get a supply drop, 3 eliminations under their belt. EARENA also getting the same treatment. They get their own supply drop as well. Sem9 very, very spread out to cover a lot of ground.
Expand approaching from the back, and guess what? EVOS Phoenix on the way towards Sem9 as well.
Uh-oh.
And attack all around, just hot drops, just beats both the teams and gets to Sem9 first. Holy Lord, Sem9, if they don't get out of this one, I'll feel bad for them. But if they do get out of this one, they're not out of the hot soup just yet, because Expand and EVOS Phoenix will just be waiting to vulture upon them.
And Sem9 are completely exposed because Attack All Around sent the UAE before they came right in, so it was all in conjunction with one another. But this is a trap house, baby. Sem9 getting 2 down with the nade in hand as well. AAA, this is not where you want to be, and you can see the immediate disengage. Not for Kororo though. He's going to get run down by the members of Sem9. Attack All Around, botched this attempt. It was good, but not good enough. Sem9 should be able to pick up 3 free kills.
Kororo strikes right back, but he's gonna allow his opponent to get picked right back up. What in the world? Kororo, finally ZenOP sorts him out, but Attack All Around just flew in straight to their deaths. And Expand does not take advantage just yet. I guess they can't hear those gunshots, or they're just playing this way too passively.
That is not a bad attempt from Attack All Around, but Sem9 very, very prepared. Runs out the house and starts putting up those glue walls. I think it's just a good defense in response to Attack All Around's maneuver. They were able to use that launch pad. I believe it was ZenOP who flew to his team and provided the support fire so that they don't get overwhelmed. And I think AAA just kind of miscalculated that approach.
Yeah, this is proof that Sem9 has got the mechanical skills.
They do.
To even take on a team like Attack All Around. Ashura, beautiful long shot.
Where's
Cobra,
the glue wall, guys?
Down on the ground. X-Roy now. Can he go in here for the save? Yes, he does. Cobra right back up on his feet, and they use the very edge of that cliff to play the game of defense. Not expanding a lot of their glue walls, Team Expand. Pun intended.
I was a bit worried when they didn't use any glue wall for that revive. I guess you can just crawl down, so you save on their resources. But Expand now knows where Sem9 are, and they know that there's an AWM.
Yeah.
That's a one-shot headshot. But Sem9 forced to move away thanks to the blue zone, so Expand gets more space to breathe, and maybe they'll meet another day. You know, First Raiders on the other hand, not having a good time so far. Pressured by multiple teams from the start, but thanks to the blue zone, they will also get some space to run.
Heavy loses 1 player to the circle. Probably got picked up because there's no kill coming through just yet. EARENA, on the other hand, circling around. SCS ALFAINK might just be able to take advantage of EARENA as they hunt down Team Heavy straight into the compound of SCS. And we see EVOS Phoenix just on the other side of this map, patiently waiting for the opportunity to strike as well. Oh, and Heavy walks straight into their trap.
Yeah, and EVOS Phoenix just getting free knockdowns. Heavy meat grinder.
Oh my.
EVOS Phoenix getting a quick elimination. Only 2 kills though.
Yeah.
But the other 2 were taken by SCS ALFAINK at some point. But it's a big exposure for EVOS Phoenix, because SCS ALFAINK now know where they are. But First Raiders getting shot by EVOS Divine of all teams.
Expand manages to get 1, but Roy down on the ground. Can they go in for the pickup? Too fast, being tagged up as well by the one and only Sem9. And it looks like Team Flash chipping in as well from across. Roy needs to heal himself right back up, and he does exactly that, but the circle's continuously damaging him up. And Sem9 strikes, and they strike when it's truly needed the most. Newbie goes in for a couple of shots as well to urge the players of Team Flash, and EVOS Phoenix finishes off the players that are left from the side of Expand, stealing away the kill points from Team Sem9.
And the hopes for First Raiders might have been dashed. They just got eliminated in 10th place. Sem9, they did all the hard work, but EVOS Phoenix stole most of it. Oh, Deadpool trying to heal himself back up, able to do just that, but this blue zone, it hurts. And Deadpool, he has not much place to go. Can he launch himself away in time? He's gonna do that, but it's in from the firing pan into the melting pot in the center of all things. EVOS Phoenix, they are just picking up free kills after free kills.
Look at this, man. 8 more teams left in here. Expand somehow still holding on. Surviving as I talk about them out in the A spot. EVOS Phoenix, Ripgod, beautiful shot. Manages to take one down out of 7-9, but EVOS Phoenix, they circle around towards the left-hand side, avoiding all of the engagements. SES ALFAINK inside of the circle already, and it looks like EARENA might just start that engagement against them.
SES needs to hold on. They are the last bastion for Indonesia to even contest first place. Now that first raiders are out, but they gotta get through NIGMA Galaxy first, who are attacking their compound from the ground floor. It's a lot of vision, a lot of info. EVOS Phoenix rushing in as well. SES, can you overcome this challenge? Get high, shot down. Jojo gets that one. No revival points anymore for EVOS Phoenix. SES, they need to hold on.
That's a big one for SES. Can they get more picks off of EVOS Phoenix? This is a desperate maneuver coming through from the players of Saudara Esports. Moshi, one more shot will do the trick, but Ray just misses by a sliver. And EARENA can just finish off what SES started.
And Team Flash now joins the fray. This is going to be so much more messy. The grenades are getting thrown now. 2 fights happening across the map. G'day, you need a couple of confirmed kills. The circle is not in your favor anymore. SES, you gotta make do with it. Jonah prones down. No knock just yet. EVOS Phoenix, they just won't go down. The NATO, Orgus. Oh, what an angel in disguise. Already down. EVOS Phoenix out. SES stays.
SES ALFAINK, what a play! And now they just have to deal with NIGMA Galaxy as well. Time is running out. NIGMA wants the circle, but SES in the way. They've got this high ground advantage. All they need to do is just hold on to their spot. Good nade out of Caramel. Yanbin down on the ground, and Team Flash right down below is going to keep NIGMA busy. And SES are out of that.
They ran into the circle. SES, what a good decision to make. Now they can turn around and voucher some kills if they find the opportunity. NIGMA Galaxy, though, preoccupied with Team Flash. SES steals limit away from the jaws of NIGMA Galaxy. 5 kills so far. They have set up a fortress in the open. And EARENA, can they stop SES? Bara moving forward. There's a glue buster from Limit, but it's not enough. SES have full control of the circle.
Ray just has to be careful here. Now NIGMA Galaxy full throttle ahead against the players of SES. They can play Waltering. They can gatekeep the players of NIGMA Galaxy, but they have got the opposite side of the circle, slowly flanking on from the right-hand side. EARENA can just mess around with SES a little bit here. SES, can they stay away? They're out in the open. A couple of glue wall melters is all it's going to take to break down the defenses of SES.
Yeah, SES, they are spread thin though. Both Thai teams are pincering in. This is a 3-way fight. SES needs to find a point of entry. You got to get rid of one team first. It seems like EARENA is the closer one to them. SES pivoting towards that right side. The glue buster is slowly melting down the defenses of EARENA, but there's the nade from Orgus as well. NGX not making it easy for EARENA. SES got to play the time.
Few got from the back as well. NIGMA Galaxy looking for the top spot, but they are quite far away from it. SES, we have been backing them up. We've been putting all of our wishes in their basket. Can they pull this off? Jojo goes down. Few got Charge Buster in hand. This is too good. It's all about the timing. Can he get it through the time turner? In and out he goes, but he does not stop at all. G'day with a grenade launcher gets one. Does G'day go down? No, he's still alive and kicking. G'day grows as well. He's the annihilator for SES, and NIGMA Galaxy about to bite the dust. One more for Dew, and he goes down too.
They might do it. There's gonna be a chance. SES, 3 members left alive. The blue zone is closing in. It's them and EARENA. EARENA only has 2 more left. They have the numbers advantage. They're going in for the rush.
They got the
launcher. The full team of SES. This is the final rush. SES might do it in front of a home crowd. Orgus down. 28 left. Can they do it? They just need 1 more to go. SES in front of Jakarta. They have done it. SES with a booyah.
Saudara Esports. What a play! And a final run towards the top spot. Number 1 they are. EVOS Phoenix out in the 5th spot. SES, what a game. ALFAINK, the final map to play. And they are gonna head on into it with that number 1 rank. But they cannot rest just yet. We know exactly how dangerous the players of EVOS Phoenix are when it comes to the cold map.
They just need 1 more good round. And that trophy will be hoisted by SES in front of a Jakarta crowd. But this sets up to be a deja vu from World Series in Bangkok, right? EVOS Phoenix down. Final round, they swing back against impossible odds. But if you are any part of you is Indonesian right now, SES, they are the flag bearers.
I mean, it'll be so beautiful. It'll be so beautiful for SES to pick up the trophy at the end of the day. but EVOS Phoenix setting up another comeback. Not intentionally.
My heart
never
can't take this.
intentionally.
You know? My heart cannot take this.
It really can't, man. I mean, it's that sweetness before that bitter comeback that EVOS Phoenix always shows up with. And when when it truly matters, EVOS Phoenix gets the job done. If from an impossible position they manage to become the world champion, this is so doable.
This is very doable. You don't even need a monstrous round. You just need a pretty good round. Just need a decent one. I mean, I'm pretty sure Jakarta is elated, quell your excitement. We still have one more to go, but if you're SES ALFAINK, think about that final round. I think a lot of teams tend to kind of pivot towards, we're just going to play it safe, play it slow, play for placement. That is how this kind of playstyle has become the undoing of a lot of teams who were in the lead.
Yes.
But it's not to say that SES needs to go in guns blazing and kill 30 people.
Yeah.
They got to find that balance in the last map.
I absolutely agree. And, the play making difference here was that grenade launcher once again.
Yes.
It was the Groza as well. When you've got that combo on your side, you are probably going to be annihilating multiple players within that final circle. And it was all down to the decision-making capability of SES.
Oh yes, I love that final sequence.
They could have taken that fight, but Team Flash, who flew in, was the perfect distraction. They kept NIGMA Galaxy busy. SES finds the circle. EARENA does not take advantage because EARENA's like, okay, let them do the fighting. If EARENA had taken the initiative to engage with SES and not allow them to set up the defense, it wouldn't have been possible. Everything happened right for SES.
And I think the best part was that NIGMA Galaxy completely ignored SES. They were so busy trying to take out EARENA. SES at one point were pincer from both ends, but somehow they completely dodged NGX. Not sure how, what was the exact communication, but that could not have been better for SES to set up for that final round. Of course, we've seen a lot of teams step up, but this entire sequence leading up to the Booyah from SES was perfect.
Sem9's probably becoming the Malaysian crowd enemy #1. Because they single-handedly ruined Expand's chances of getting into that final circle. It was a phenomenal round for Expand in the earlier round at Kalahari. Expand was looking for that Booyah once again. But Sem9, I mean, they absolutely bomb out against everybody else. And then here comes Expand, and Sem9's like popping off once again.
Yeah, you gotta do something good,
But I don't know if that was good or bad from a Malaysian context.
Oh, you love that. That is the kind of reaction I want to see. Again, that is not the final round.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, the marshals would be like, hey, if you win the whole thing, just don't break our table. This is pretty darn expensive. Don't break the table. That explains the baby powder on the table. That explains why.
Absolutely does. G'day, picking up a double MVP this time. Glue Wall, Annihilator, as well as the highest assists out of him. Jojo gets the highest number of kills with 4. 41 total kills. That's crazy.
Means a lot of people just surrendered to the blue zone. And a lot of people died to the blue zone.
Yeah.
A lot. I think Expand was one of those teams, but SES ALFAINK, and I mean, this is classic NIGMA Galaxy, right? Just most damage, but not necessarily the most kills. SES ALFAINK just doing a fantastic job, but NIGMA Galaxy has been playing a lot of spoilers today.
Oh yeah.
First, they are tunnel vision on taking out their compadres from Thailand. Like they are so fixated. It's like, are you a Thai team? No. All right. Like, move aside. I'm here for the Thai teams.
And EVOS Phoenix still keeping the pressure up against SES. They were in the #1 spot earlier, and I guess they are not going to be anymore thanks to SES's phenomenal performance this time round. But EVOS is still at arm's length of being champion, an arm's length away from that $65,000. 22 points picked up by SES this time round.
And remember this number, you are going to need it. SES ALFAINK, they lead EVOS Phoenix with an extra 9 points. But if we remember the overall standings, they are only leading by 4 points on the leaderboard. So 4 points separate SES ALFAINK and EVOS Phoenix from first place, with SES ALFAINK in that spot. One final round, I don't know. It has to come down to this.
It has to come down to this, man. Sem9 starting to show up a little bit more. I like that ambush. Who was the team that they first took out? Was it Attack All Around, right? Attack All Around literally flew into the arms of Sem9.
It was, yeah.
And I think that was one of the better side of Sem9 that we've seen in a while throughout this whole grand finals. It was a perfect defense. Started off with a grenade, good glue walls pulled up. They flanked around. The speed just caught Attack All Around off guard, and they just went kaput instantaneously.
Yeah, and that was also just Attack All Around. Not expecting that response from Sem9. Honestly, my money was with Attack All Around. I think that assault was great, but Sem9 had a perfect response. And this game was all about those long range. While SES ALFAINK, they did have to use that double barrel towards the very end, but aside from that, the M82B and the Groza were the weapons that they really put to good use. All started at that building. You know, they read the circle right, and they made the right call. I think towards the end, when Team Flash jumped in, they even stole like 1-2 kills.
In terms of stealing away a couple of kills, I think it was SES just playing their very best out there, right? Vulturing, looking for every single bit of opportunity, at the same time playing as defensive as possible, not making silly mistakes. I think it was such a great round for SES.
It was.
You know, strategically, mechanically, they were doing really well as well. Especially that final fight, it was just a thing of perfection. But can you pull that off one more time? My goodness, we have to hit on into Alpine. But that's only, of course, after the break later on. SES, I mean, they're making me so nervous, bro. I'm literally sweating. My armpits are wet.
That would have been great if it was the championship winning round, but it's not. It is not. It is a teaser for what might come, but what might come is also EVOS Phoenix putting off a comeback and winning all of this out. I mean, we wanted this to come to a final round bout. There's bound to be heartbreak. So that's the nature of competition. I wish I could have said it any differently. But to see hearts broken on home ground, it's definitely harder to take in.
It's the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire.
It is.
Everybody here is a winner. But amongst the winners, you're going to have a mega winner. $65,000 worth of a mega winner. We'll only find out after a quick short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Grand Finals. The final day, the final match to see exactly who takes away the $65,000. This show is brought to you by ESL and powered by Samsung Galaxy. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky, your casters for the day. And I tell you, our hearts are about to drop out of our chests.
I can't take this. Last time I experienced this was in Bangkok with you back, November?
Yeah.
It's like, it's less than 3 months. Here we are again, witnessing...
I think this is like a high-risk job, man. We risk heart attacks all the time.
This is why exercise is important. This is why we keep our health in check. 'Cause let me tell you, going through this, I'm as nervous as the players. I'm as nervous as the crowd.
Yeah.
I feel like the biggest stress is knowing that you are going to have a happy ending for one team.
Yeah.
But you're not able to write the same ending for everyone else. I think that's... Heartbreaks are hard. Goodbyes are really hard.
Yeah, we haven't been showing you guys the overall leaderboard so far, but what's guaranteed is SES is in that #1 spot because of how close everything has been so far in the whole day, throughout today as well as yesterday. You know, some teams have done phenomenally well on day #2 as opposed to day #1, and we're talking about Attack All Around especially, who have been so much more better. But does Attack All Around have a shot at the title? They do if they can pull off a massive round for themselves. And we wrote EVOS Phoenix off because they needed a massive round on the world stage to become champions. And just when you thought it was impossible, they got it done.
Yeah.
So Attack All Around might still be in it.
They have been the world champions before. They have beaten EVOS Phoenix.
Yeah.
But I think now they have a common enemy, and that enemy is SES ALFAINK, the home crowd, the home favorites. The only team that has a chance on Jakarta soil to hoist the trophy and keep it in Jakarta. And also save some shipping fees.
I mean, I've got my money on SES, but actually, no, I don't have my money on SES. I just have my heart in SES's pocket. I want them to get it done. I want them to bring that joy, to bring all of that happiness to the fan base that's in the stadium right now.
Yeah.
A lot of the fan base seems to be on EVOS's side, I have to say.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. If Indonesia can lift that trophy, I think everybody's going to be ecstatic.
Yeah, it's just how you people are as a fan, right?
Yeah.
I have my favorite team, but I also support my region if all else fails. I think in this case...
Unless you're Sem9. Whoop, expand out.
I feel like you make it sound like even Sem9 supporters don't support Sem9.
Oh, no, they do. They most definitely do.
In all fairness, I don't think there has been an event like this for Free Fire in Jakarta. This is probably the first of its kind, so you can see the support and everyone just wants to see that full stop to this event.
It seems like every single supporter in the whole mall has drank a little bit of Monster Energy.
Absolutely, and Monster Energy is also one of our partners for the Snapdragon Pro Series. They have been since Season 1, so they allow everyone to unleash the beast within them. So do check them out, www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Bleed green, let it run inside your veins so we can run away with the win.
Every single time SES unleashes the monster, they seem to be getting the booyah to their side. But every single time we have seen them play a little bit passive, they haven't gotten much, and that clearly means that those rounds they didn't drink a Monster Energy.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I do think that's the case. But with the amount of baby powder spread on that table, I think they are in a very good spot.
You know what's the worst thing that could happen? If that spilled baby powder makes the players start sneezing. They all get into sneezing fits, and it ruins their last game. How unfortunate would that be? It's possible.
It's possible.
It's damn possible.
It is. It is. I don't know. I have no follow-up to that. But yes.
But it's really possible, okay? Happened to me once. Not the best experience you want in your life, especially when you're playing for $65,000.
Yeah, I just remember what the term is. It's talcum powder, it's talcum powder.
Talcum powder, baby powder, same, potato.
But it is a baby
potato
powder, right? It's the one that smells really nice. I didn't even know people use that.
Some people use talcum powder as deodorant. Newsflash, doesn't work.
What?
Yes. It keeps you dry for a little while. But that little while means 5 minutes. Max, bro. Max. Use deodorant as
You sound like you've been there.
No, I've not. I've definitely been around people who have thought it was a thing. It's not a thing. Not a thing.
People are strange. I like it. I learn new things every day.
They experiment. They experiment. You got to give it to them. Like, you know.
How long did it take
Brave Souls
for the Brave Souls to realize that it doesn't work?
I don't think they've ever realized.
Great.
Yeah, it's been going on for a while. But as we head on into Alpine in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let us know exactly who you think is going to be reaching up to the top, right? Because we're still waiting to see if or not one of you gets your prediction right on our Twitch chat. We've been following it for quite a bit. Some of you think that SES might be able to get the deed done, but a lot of you still think that it's going to be an EVOS Phoenix day out there.
And I do not blame any of them. Even I thought EVOS Phoenix is going to take it. In fact, I feel like SCS was not in my top 4 list, but they are in top 6, but just not top 4. And right now, if they can defy that, I would be really happy. I think this is what makes any competition so much more enjoyable when teams defy expectations.
The only team that I did not count in the top 4 that's currently there is actually First Raiders Eclipse. They've blown my mind. First Raiders they've taken all statistics and possibility of an outcome in a competition. They've thrown it out of the window and they've just put their hearts and souls into the grand finals, and it clearly works. And I just wish we see more teams do that.
And I also just wish we had more rounds to watch, right? Because First Raiders stats, majority of these positive numbers came from the last 3-4 play days.
Yeah.
No, out of those 3-4 play days, 2 of them are in the grand finals. The other 2 was in the last phase of the open finals, phase 2. And even up to that point, we thought that we might not see them here, but here they are. So this is a team that did kind of a late bloomer, but the best part is that they carry it forward into the finals, unlike certain teams that I feel like have received, ample comments. But look at the stage in Jakarta. This is definitely going to be a very stressful one. The teams are already in the lobby. They're looking at EVOS Divine, EVOS Phoenix as well. Indonesian crowd, the chants are starting again. The megaphones, they're just bringing everything. There it is. There's the banner. That's the banner I like to see.
That's the banner that we all want to see, but can we see a little bit of victories out there? Victory lap for the Indonesians. At the end of the day, it's all going to come down to this one final round for a few of those teams who have really been hustling. But First Raiders Eclipse, it's also a question on how big of a bonus can they earn for themselves. They've put their hearts, they've put their souls into it, and it's time to put some money in that pocket.
I feel like if you are an EVOS Divine, regardless EVOS Divine or EVOS Phoenix supporter, you can just hold up that EVOS Esports thing, right? Because then you can say you support both of them.
Correct.
I think the best part about the crowd in Indonesia in general is that if you give them permission to decorate the mall and support their favorite team, let me tell you, Mall Taman Anggrek would become will get decorated.
Mall. Yeah.
Maybe majority of it will be EVOS, but they would do it. They would do it justice. This is great. It is, I think, 6 p.m. in 6:30 p.m. in Jakarta.
Yeah.
It is. Night is still young.
Absolutely.
Just in time for dinner after this round.
You're making me hungry, man.
Sure, I am too.
I'm quite curious to see what will Sem9 have in store this time round.
I want to listen to the chants. I mean,
what are they singing? Let me hear.
I heard Indonesia.
They're singing something.
They're saying something. I still wonder who's the one writing it, who's the one directing it, who's the one that composed it. There's so many questions, right?
And I'm wondering, how do they all know the lyrics?
Exactly. That is the best part. I think that is the best part about this crowd.
They're we'll just pick off from halfway. Yeah, we'll scream it out. No problem whatsoever. Drying up those hands, Cobra. Ready to strike.
Yeah, you just cannot get enough of this. I mean, there's the crowd hyping it up. For one last round, AJ, it's going to be Alpine. We're going to head in pretty soon. It's all for the marbles. It's between Indonesia and Thailand, it's fair to say. And here we go. Round number 12 of the grand finals. It's all the way to Alpine to settle the scores once and for all. Will it be an Indonesian victory in front of their home crowd for the very first time since the inception of competitive Free Fire? We're about to witness it right now.
Total points picked up at Alpine by SES so far has been 25. And if you want to look at EVOS Phoenix, they've picked up only a total of 14 in the grand finals. May that be a premonition, or will it not be? We'll find out in a little bit. EVOS Phoenix, they're going to be quite comfortable as they take Snowfall as their home ground for the time being. But very soon, I think Team Flash is going to be challenging Expand. This is not what Flash wants. Sure as hell not what Expand wants.
SES not like this. Spreading out Sunside, KOG around. EVOS Divine as well.
Nice.
Taking a very far and wide spread. So this is one of those classic strategies that we see from some teams who want to preserve their lead. You get information by spreading out. But it is a double-edged sword as well. If you are SES, you got to make sure that these early scouts, these early depths pay off if they do come true. Heavy, on the other hand, up against EARENA. EXO from Expand already taken out. Tom XT getting rid of Orgus, but gets traded back by Protete. And this fight is going to have its conclusion very soon. It's either Heavy or EARENA.
It's probably going to be EARENA. Madom strikes right back. Protete finds one for himself as well, but there's just action all around the battlefield. First Raiders loses Drakol as well to the one and only Ashura. Fudai down beside his friend Buffalo Me, now the final survivor in here, and he bites the dust as well as they fall heavy.
Yeah, Heavy not even a chance in the final round. Safe to say we wave goodbye to Heavy, at least for the grand finals.
Yeah.
Gotta sit through the entirety of it.
Hey, Sem9 now
won't
be able to earn a bonus because both of them, Heavy and Sem9,
Yeah, well,
both had $5,000.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
They can take the 11th place, but it's the exact same amount of money. So
For bragging rights, you know. It's for bragging rights.
Dude, I don't know if you want to brag the 11th spot.
You gotta take what you are
Out
given.
of 12, we were 11 yet. No.
Yeah, we still beat someone. We're still the second best team from the region. You know?
We still took down Expand.
Yeah, we still. Sure, you know. In that one round, I can take it. Gade also getting a good kill into Osaka, so that's a good start for SES. Speaking about Sem9, they're up against attack all around, which jump got right there. Ooh, aggression from SES. I love this one. Kevin getting it out of that one. Shura losing his fight against Jump God.
How did Jump God even get Ashura, man? I mean, they had him outnumbered. And Jump God just takes his jump shot. No issues whatsoever. Souza finds yet another kill point for himself. Raja brings Ashura right back into the competition. Souza down by Get High. I think that's the second time for Souza. First Raiders kind of pressured here by EVOS Phoenix. But if they can turn things around here...
This is important.
This is going to be all for Indonesia.
This is
Can they do it?
Oh my goodness, First Raiders. At the most crucial moment, this might be it. There's a chance. You can see the Indonesian crowd. They are so happy about this. Moshi has been found. EVOS Phoenix are not out just yet. But it's a slow start for EVOS Phoenix. Already makes it out alive, but First Raiders landing a critical blow to EVOS Phoenix.
Dude, they are so lucky. One guy was somewhere else reviving, buying back player after player. EVOS Phoenix survives.
Yeah, they survive for a bit longer, and that means there is still
but zero
a chance.
loot. Back to zero loot, though.
Back to square one. Wonder where already ran to, though. Oh, Sem9 ran that by KOG. Zen, first to drop. Time turner expires. Raja at the helm to support him. And Knight 77 is the one that gets knocked down as well. JLX not standing a single chance. KOG not really playing together as a squad, and Sem9 is just winning by sheer numbers.
Where the hell was this Sem9 the whole grand finals?
Waiting for the last round.
Clearly.
When you have nothing to lose, I guess you just play better. I don't know.
I don't know what mindset they are in right now, but they need to figure out what is this mindset called, and they need to maintain the same mindset for all matches moving forward, because this is the kind of Sem9 we want to see.
I have an answer to that, but I can't say it because I think the fans will cancel me, so I'll keep it to myself. It's a very common...
Not another game, Husky?
It's a common term in Barca. I'm pretty sure you've heard it plenty of times.
Tell me.
When a team loses. But I can't say it. It's on broadcast. I mean, they'll kick me for this.
Okay, fair enough.
It's
Tell me after broadcast.
Yeah, it's called takde something.
I swear I have no idea where you're going with
Seriously?
that. Yeah, takde what?
Yeah, takde something. Don't have something. You'll figure it out. It's a very common term.
Telur? No?
Sure. No, but yes.
No, but yes. Expand, they are, as usual, chilling around in Forest Red. picking up all that healthy loot for themselves. This is a good way to start the final round. But it's all going to be dependent as to where does Too Fast land. As the captain of the team, he goes on first, finds nobody. Nobody else waits for information. Everybody's just flying along with him.
I tell you, this is the funniest part. This is the best part about the team. Sometimes they just go off on their own.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just follow their feeling. You know what they say? Follow your heart. KOG about to run into SES. These isolated kills are incredibly beneficial to SES. Regardless of how minuscule it might seem, it does give them an edge. 2 kills right now for SES. KOG are out well, left with 10 teams. But to remember, EVOS Phoenix are still in the running.
Jump pad available, so repositioning for SES isn't going to be very tough. Jojo, solid number of glue walls with him. Medkit's decent, but those grenades can do that damage later on. You want to see a little bit about that. But they're really taking advantage of this, the lack of damage out of this first circle, aren't they?
Yeah, they definitely are. We'll be checking in on EVOS Phoenix soon, but now all eyes are on one of the home crowd favorites, EVOS Divine. Once more under the assault of NIGMA Galaxy. In fact, pushed away from the initial point of control, completely conceding that area over to NGX. And even then, there's not much place for them to run towards though. They want to get to Sunrise, but what a snipe from afar. This guy is deadly with that AWM. Sam 13 is out. EVOS have no avenues for a revive.
Apex has the Groza to respond, and Dew might just pay quite the high price for taking his team member out of the equation. But it's a sniper versus a Groza, especially an AWM. I think I'll bet on the sniper, depending on the distance though, because this Groza, mid to long, performs phenomenally. Apex turns around, good glue wall pulled out by Dew, survives for a little bit longer, and now shot out of Dew. Apex doesn't get taken. Aye, through the glue wall, come on!
Yeah, this is just dirty right now. NGX looking for a finisher. Apex will go down, but EVOS Divine lives on. They've already sent their 4th member far and away to get those revives to keep the team alive in this round. So NGX, they won't deal the finishing blow, but they definitely cripple EVOS Divine.
Great move from the one and only NGX NIGMA Galaxy, but now they have to get a move on before EARENA catches up with them. Mr. 5 brings Beyond and Sam right back. EVOS Divine not down and out of it just yet.
Yeah, not enough money to bring Apex back. So 3 members of EVOS Divine remains on the field. My cross path with NGX, so this is going to be a very scary place to be in. Sam 9 on the other hand, able to plant their foot down. You see SCS on the far horizon. And NGX finding Beyond again. They just caught up to EVOS once more.
Sem 9. Good performance. But okay, maybe speaking a little bit too early because we've seen them pick up 4 points from kills and then, you know, just clunk out a little early as well. So a little too early to celebrate for this team. Let's see what can they bring a little bit later on. SES shots against Bara and his vehicle. It's not going to stop by. G'day as well, passing on by Carabo.
Oh no!
Oh my god! Carabo, you monster! And G'day goes down as well. NIGMA Galaxy gets the deed done.
They have first raiders. EVOS Phoenix have NGX. That was a gamble from SCS. They definitely did not expect NGX to be there. Very, very unfortunate circumstances. And it was at a choke point where there is no revive point right now. There's no buy point for them. SCS having to work with 2 remaining members in this final round. Absolute disaster. Expand on the other hand. Once more, it is their neighbor, is Team Flash, knocking on their doors again.
All SES needs to do is get more points than EVOS Phoenix.
Yeah.
They've already got an advantage of 4 points. So, as long as they keep it close, as long as EVOS Phoenix bombs out first and SES gets into the final circle, you're going to have the trophy stay in Indonesia. Expand. Team Flash. Oh my lord. Here we go again.
Nothing ever goes to plan. Every time a team is ahead and they have the perfect plan, something goes wrong.
Yeah.
It feels like it's scripted, but I assure you it is not. It's just circumstances.
Yeah.
Honestly, Free Fire matches are better movies to watch, are better shows to watch than a lot of Hollywood blockbusters.
Even better than Bollywood, man.
I cannot confirm nor deny because I don't watch much Bollywood, but I'll take a word for it. Well, they got the revive back, thank goodness. SCS found a buy point. They will take some time though.
Down in the middle, they've got the circle and don't have to worry all about this too much, too fast. Good shot! No time turner coming out, but backed up by Cobra. I tell you, that's the kind of brother you need.
Yeah, perfect from Cobra as well. Team Flash once more. Coming back for round 2, but loses just as fast. Expand doing fantastic. 9 teams left.
Oh, that's a really good engagement coming out of Expand. And Cobra just stepping on in when he was needed the most to get the deed done. And now attack all around. Moving towards Expand. Is this going to be a good idea here? X-Roy heading on outside of the circle, but they need to move now. They've got 2 cars on them. But if the exact same thing happens to Expand, just like what happened to SES earlier on, they'll put them in quite the unfortunate position. Fugard down on the ground. Can anybody save him? Yes, he gets saved as well. Dew circles around Raja in a lot of trouble. It's going to be Dew going up against Raja. A sniper up close and personal?
Off screen, EVOS Phoenix made contact with SES. This is going to be very, very crucial for EVOS Phoenix. Of course, on screen, VenGX, 8 kills so far. Not taking any chances. They are backing off, making that rotation. Completely understandable. Expand on the rooftop, attack all around on that first floor. They've already lost Hoi Sang, so Expand has that advantage. But if they can look far enough, EVOS Phoenix is on the horizon.
Let's see if attack all around can earn themselves a little bit of a bonus here. We're talking about a $5,000 bonus. They've got to sneak into the second spot. In order to do that, they have to perform much better than EVOS or SES. Might not be able to take that #1 spot, but 5,000 bonus is very decent.
Circle closing in though. Yeah, he just barely clips Expand. They have to move right now. Got to push Foki out of that save point. It feels like there's only one way forward for Expand unless they take the long way. This is not going to be easy. As SES continues to get pummeled by EVOS Phoenix. Cobra, the first one to go. Hiroro caught on from behind as well. This is Expand. Gotta make a decision.
Yeah.
They did split attack all around the park, but it's not enough.
Lozzy not stop. Enigma Galaxy down and out already. That's about it for them. No bonus, baby. Expand though, tanking the circle. They're not too far away from the safe zone, but if they don't start moving now, the circle's going to start moving again, and the damage they're receiving will be doubled. This is now or never for Expand.
SES, they are continuously getting shot at. EVOS Phoenix, EVOS Divine, they're not having a good time. I don't think they will have much resources for the final phase. Now it's just them holding out and hoping that EVOS Phoenix goes out first. This is kind of the only wish that they have. They are trapped. First Raiders know where they are. First Raiders, like you said, need a miraculous round. Maybe they can pull it off, but it is so hard. EVOS Divine getting shot at. 9 kills so far for First Raiders Eclipse. Maybe this is a Cinderella story we're looking at, but it is still a long way from that.
Dark Hall doesn't know exactly where he's shooting. He's just blasting everybody one after the other. And Expand eliminates the one and only attack all around.
No SES.
EVOS Divine out of the equation as well. 3 Raiders Eclipse, 11 kills, and they are on freaking fire.
SES might get knocked out right now because EARENA, they have found them and they are basically sieging SES right now. Can anyone save SES? Maybe First Raiders will grab the torch for themselves. SES, can they clutch this? 3 versus 2. It's between Bara and Jojo against 3 members of EARENA. Bara has gone down. Jojo, not much left. SES, hopes dash in front of the home crowd. EVOS Phoenix lives. And it's First Raiders that needs to do all the work.
Well, the players of EVOS Phoenix, and I think they are just the 4 of them slowly circling on and around. Can they get much more points as Cobra knocks Jonah down onto the ground, slowing down the pace of EVOS Phoenix. Jonah's out as well. Good job by the one and only Expand. Get high, shot after shot, all towards the glue wall of EVOS Phoenix. This is all going to be deciding exactly who gets the #1 and the #2 spot. Dark Hall, can he take the shot? Moshi hides away. Dark Hall, one spot needed, but Moshi stays alive.
First Raiders needs to get all of the kills and a booyah, and there might still not be a chance that they don't make it though. Expand, they're rushing in for EARENA. 8 kills for Expand. Can they get more EARENA? They don't have the numbers, but those glue walls, they're buying a lot of time for EARENA. Expand trying to look around the corner, but EARENA are just so boxed in. Lozzy from behind takes down too fast. And Limit, oh, you cheeky little monster. From that crack, shooting at Expand. EVOS Phoenix also coming into the picture as well. Expand have 2 fights to fight. And EARENA, they might just survive this one.
Expand 8 kills in here already. EVOS Phoenix outside of the circle. First Raiders trying to get the deed done as the third party as EARENA goes up against Expand. EVOS Phoenix is watching from beyond the border. Glue wall melter after melter being tossed on in to take down all of those defenses. Roy finds already. Get hydrates Roy. And EVOS Phoenix is out in the 4th spot. Just 1 rank below the one and only SES. This is such a crazy final round.
I wonder if they've done enough. First Raiders though, they're coming
First
in.
Raiders!
Indonesia on their back. Souza done it. Shut up goes down first. Raiders Eclipse again in the final round. Might have just done it. It's Draco and Ikao, and yes! In front of Jakarta is First Raiders Eclipse. The final booyah to seal the deal.
The record-breaking booyah to wrap up the Snapdragon Pro Series taken by First Raiders Eclipse. They opened the grand finals on day 1 with a booyah. They wrap up day 2 with a booyah. FR for the win. But how far do they climb on up? This is all out Indo-Freaking-nesia.
And just let that sink in. The crowd absolutely electric.
Ha!
Indonesia all the way. Mall Taman Anggrek is officially the loudest mall in the whole of Jakarta tonight. Have they done enough?
I believe they might have.
We're just gonna keep it suspense. I do not want to look at my screen. I do not want to know the numbers. I just want to leave it to the very last moment for me to sink in.
Did you happen to see how many kills EVOS got?
I do not have any idea. So
I didn't as well.
I'm just gonna wait until the very end. Again, SCS. We looked at SCS. Things didn't go well, but First Raiders Eclipse, there might still be a chance. I stopped looking after round number 10, so I'm missing out on 2 rounds of points. But I'm pretty darn sure there is a part of it that First Raiders might have done it.
I mean, placement points wise, all the worst case scenario here is SES just got 1 point less than EVOS Phoenix.
Just know that First Raiders got 28 points in the round just now.
That's massive, man.
It is
Because
massive.
They might have been able to even steal away the 2nd place from EVOS Phoenix, but it all depends on how many kills did EVOS Phoenix leave that match with.
We are just going to wait until the scoreboard comes up, but I can't believe the last round ended, but in such a fashion, right? I mean, you could not have asked for a better finale. Irregardless of who wins the grand finals, the fact that you get to close it out on a high note in front of your home crowd, I think that is the best feeling that any Free Fire fans would have, and we'll just let this sink in for a while.
I mean, whatever it is, Indonesia.
They have done Indonesia proud.
Oh yeah, man. They are the biggest winners. Indonesia, whether or not they are the champions, they are the biggest winners. But of course, let's throw this back to the hosts so that they can announce exactly who the champions are.
Oke.
Yeay.
Luar biasa. Last round.
Dan yang mendapatkan booyah adalah...
Belum. Sabar. Kalau yang mendapatkan booyah First Raiders Eclipse.
Tapi ya,
wow.
Aduh, tapi ini benar-benar momen yang sangat mengharukan. Mereka pada nyalain flashnya tanpa memikirkan baterainya bakal habis cepat ya, say.
Betul
Karena
sekali.
memang ini benar-benar merupakan momen yang mengharukan yang pastinya membanggakan untuk kita sebagai bangsa Indonesia.
Betul sekali, dan teman-teman dari EVOS Fans terus bernyanyi, terus bersorak untuk memberikan dukungannya.
Betul sekali.
Oke, saya sudah diperintahkan untuk mengumumkan juara.
Yes.
Jadi, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Yes.
Gue deg-degan, asli, gue deg-degan banget.
Sama.
Nih, juaranya nggak ada di sini, ini juara nggak ada di sini.
Iya beneran, tangan gue dingin.
Oke. Deg-degan, jadi sekali lagi teman-teman setelah melalui 12 round yang sangat luar biasa.
Pastinya.
Yang menjadi juara di Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Free Fire Asia Pacific Season kedua. Final, sekali lagi.
Luar biasa sekali.
Kita akan umumkan ya.
Yap, kita akan mengumumkan untuk kalian semua.
Yes, jadi juaranya
adalah
Indonesia Teams ALFAINK.
Unbelievable.
Everything for this one very moment, making Indonesia proud. It all came down to the freaking final round.
Against all odds, I mean, you can see the players. I don't think they expected to win the finals, not
Because
after.
they bombed out before EVOS.
They did it, and I mean, this is. And remember, they started this round with a 4-point advantage. That is a very small margin, but
yeah.
My God, this is a fairy tale.
They just beat down the world champions
in the grand finals, in front of their home crowd. This is
to be able to lift up this Guli.
Yes, this Guli. But I mean, I'm at a loss for words. This is the best gift for Indonesia.
Oh yeah, man.
To be able to bring this
Oh.
to Jakarta and have one of their teams lift the trophy in
This
front
is
of the
so
crowd.
beautiful, so beautiful, totally well deserved. I mean, I also want to see where did First Raiders Eclipse manage to jump up into, right? Because if First Raiders Eclipse managed to get the third or at least the third spot, man, I'm just going to be so damn happy for them.
Yes, I honestly think that there is a possibility.
Yes, especially after that massive record-breaking round. That was the best round throughout the whole of the grand finals amongst all of the other teams.
Yep. We're just going to let this sink in. And it's just SCS ALFAINK, your champions! Snapdragon Pro Series Season 2 APAC Challenge Finals. No other team will be able to take this title away from them. As the confetti rains, this trophy is here to stay in Indonesia. The first event of its kind on land in front of a live audience for Indonesia, for all the Free Fire fans, and they witness history made.
What a way to bring this show to a fantastic end. Mall Taman Anggrek is lit up with the theme colors of not just the Snapdragon Pro Series, but SCS ALFAINK themselves. Indonesia is proud of their sons.
And what a way to kind of officiate Free Fire in such a grand fashion. Honestly, the trend continues. Wherever the trophy goes, it stays there for a while. This is not the World Series. It might not be as big, but for Indonesia,
it's just as
this is one of the many accolades to come.
It's been a long time coming, and finally they get the job done. It must be an absolutely emotional moment for all of the Indonesian players as well as the fans.
Yeah, they took a few seconds to realize that they actually won the championship. Yeah.
They're like, wait, did they just say us? I think we kind of heard it.
I think I felt like the hosts were ready to repeat it, right?
Yeah.
In case they didn't celebrate. But I mean, here it is. Fantastic event so far. I mean, the hosts have been great. This is, again, one of the best ways to bring it to one of the biggest Free Fire crowds we have. One of the most passionate populations in the world, in Southeast Asia, for Free Fire.
I mean, looking at how the grand finals got pulled off here, I mean, even. But before we get there, let's hear what the champions have to say.
Dari kemarin FF, ML, FFWS kita ke-6 dan akhirnya sekarang kita berhasil juara walaupun di Asia Tenggara. Tentu nextnya kita bakal lebih tingkatin lagi, lebih berkembangin lagi skill kita biar kita bisa jadi juara dunia.
Oke, baik nih.
Apa yang ingin diucapkan buat supporter, buat semua pendukung kalian di rumah, keluarga? Kira-kira ada yang mau disampaikan, silakan.
Yang pastinya terima kasih yang udah hadir di sini. Terus terima kasih keluarga-keluarga tim yang udah datang. Keluarga-keluarga yang udah nonton di rumah. Ya pastinya saya berterima kasih. Ini Indonesia, bro.
Ini Indonesia. Kalau kamu ada yang mau disampaikan, silakan. Kamu ada yang mau disampaikan, silakan. Untuk keluarga, untuk supporter semuanya. Kira-kira ada?
Ya ini semuanya makasih aja yang udah dukung.
Udah dukung.
ALFAINK ya, yang udah datang juga. Makasih.
Nah, kalau kalian gimana
Kalau kalian
nih?
gimana? Silakan. Ada yang mau disampaikan buat keluarga,
silakan.
buat teman,
Yang
sahabat
udah dukung
semuanya yang
kamu.
sudah dukung kalian?
Buat teman sama keluarga yang udah sempetin datang, makasih banget. Udah doain juga.
Ya kalau kamu gimana nih? Mungkin ada yang mau
Ada yang mau
disampaikan?
disampaikan?
Ya makasih banyak udah datang, ya kita udah bisa ngangkat piala, udah seneng banget sih.
Luar biasa. Sekali lagi selamat untuk
Selamat sekali lagi
kalian
untuk CS ALFAINK yang sudah
telah
menjadi juara kali ini ya.
Yes, betul
Oke.
sekali. Pastinya dalam turnamen Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire.
Betul sekali dan mungkin dari teman-teman media kalau mau ambil gambar, silakan kalian boleh ke depan dulu, pose dulu untuk kepentingan teman-teman media.
Yes.
Champions Indonesia.
This is Indonesia, bro. This is Indonesia. I'm getting teary. I mean, I'm just happy I get to witness this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure the players are taking the time to let it sink in.
They totally deserve this victory.
They do.
So much of effort. And you know, it's so nerve-wracking to sit down, you know, so close to the world champions. And it's even more nerve-wracking to be so close to the world champions on the overall leaderboard, but still pull it off with no vision whatsoever as to where you stand overall, with no vision as to how many points you have. Up to the point where they looked behind and saw their own names out there on the Titantron, they did not know.
It was them. I mean, this is it. This is all that's worth for. And they did mention, right? This is a team that finished 6th on the world stage.
Yes.
They were number 6. And I remember when they got 6th place, we didn't talk about them as if they were 6th place, right? Because they were overshadowed by so many great performances. But here they are. In a round where destiny is not in their control, they have done just enough to make sure that it was still within their realm. And just...
If at all, if at all they move on after this to even pick up the World Championship, they will have Snapdragon Pro Series to thank for, because that massive price that they have just taken back, can you imagine what sort of good that'll do for the brand to continuously invest back into these players so that they can really, really properly prepare for yet another Free Fire World Series to dominate the world this time, not just Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to that.
Absolutely. One of the many steps to even greater year for Free Fire. I mean, we gotta thank the rest of the teams who were here, right? Alongside SS ALFAINK, our world champions.
I mean, the victory wouldn't be this sweet
without
if the fight wouldn't have been that great, man.
We had a 2-time world champion, EVOS Phoenix, 1-time former world champion, Attack All Around. You know, we have, you know, EVOS Divine is the home favorite. You know, we have first rated Eclipse, the Miracle Child. There's so many teams, so many names, so many players that I just cannot highlight enough within the short time frame that we have. But of course, feast your eyes on the replay of the very last round. It does not tell you the whole tale unless you follow the entire storyline. But just know that SES, in times where they had...
First Raiders were on freaking fire, let's say that.
SES had no control of the round.
Nope, zero. And it was pretty much this final round was all out First Raiders. They started off with almost eliminating EVOS Phoenix. If they had done it right there, right then, I think SES would have been hella sure they are the champions. But it wasn't. The suspense had to continue to the final circle.
And honestly, if First Raiders just had one more mediocre round, you would know that First Raiders would have possibly been the champions as well. It would still be an Indonesian team. I mean, all those permutations aside, it's just great. I mean, I love these sweet victory. Kind of like the World Series. It brings me back. It's not EVOS Phoenix, but man, SES. SES made us sweat.
You know I love you, Garena. But Snapdragon Pro Series has just rivaled the grand finals of the Free Fire World Series. No doubt whatsoever. Aikal picks up the MVP for the highest skill. Glue Wall Annihilator. The one and only Souza with the 21 taken down. Highest assist for Lozzie with the 8. Total kills in this final round, 55 and high. Everybody wanted to live this time round, Husky.
Everybody wanted this. I think this last round, it was a first-rated round. You know, they felt like the ones who officiate the opening of the grand finals and also the closing. But First Raiders fans, do not feel sad, do not feel down. Let me tell you, First Raiders is probably the most improved teams out of all the teams that we have. And even though they are not champions of APAC, I'm going to say this with utter confidence that they are one of the best teams that Indonesia is witnessing right now.
They have earned my love. They have sure as hell earned my respect. First Raiders Eclipse were dead last in terms of the teams that qualified for the grand finals. And to be up in potentially the top 3, to start the grand finals off with a booyah, to end it with a booyah, and they broke the record. Even the world champions could not exceed this record of 28 points.
And you can see why SES ALFAINK won the grand final. Just a 5-point advantage over EVOS Phoenix at the very end. So they have done just enough. EVOS Phoenix. And remember, EVOS Phoenix was in this spot because of First Raiders Eclipse. They didn't get wiped, but they sure as heck could not fight back at the very end. I mean, First Raiders Eclipse, this was a team that scraped by 2.5 points over V Gaming.
Oh yeah.
Dead last in phase 2. But here they are.
Did they get the second place? First Raiders, come on. Do it, First Raiders. Do it, First Raiders. Up to the 4th spot. NIGMA Galaxy, EARENA down in 5th. Attack all around in 6th. And I think they've done it. I think they have done it. First Raiders, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Second spot for them might not be possible because of EVOS Phoenix, but 3rd place and $15,000. Come on, production. Don't be teasing me now.
It's coming, it's coming. We're waiting for it, but we know who the champions are, right? SDS is going to be in first. I just want to look at the margins. There it is, First Raiders Eclipse.
Yeah.
They won by Booyahs!
They did!
The tiebreaker!
It's an all-out Indonesian dominance at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
All right.
What about that?
Best possible ending. I mean, tiebreaker rules, I didn't expect us to need to apply that, but 3 Booyahs, 2 of them from day number 2. The opening and the closing, First Raiders Eclipse. What have you guys just achieved?
From dead last in the top 12 for the grand finals to just mere 5 points away from taking away 65,000 and calling themselves the champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Holy mama, Indonesia, you've got some free fire talent that I desperately want to see in Malaysia.
Yep, Thailand conquered Singapore, they conquered Bangkok. They have not conquered Indonesia yet. Not yet.
My God.
But to their credit, they put on a damn good fight. I mean, this grand finals was... We spent almost 2 months just honed in on the Thai teams, worshipping them because they were so good. And that's what makes this finale so sweet. It comes full circle. Indonesia overcame the unkillable Demon Kings.
I have shoutcasted so many tournaments, and I can tell y'all ESL has outdone themselves. This is one of the best events and one of the best grand finals I've shoutcasted for, hands freaking down. It's most definitely because of ESL, and it sure as hell could not have been possible without all of the sponsors on board. But those that made it also possible were also these crazy teams, man. I mean, First Raiders, I'm a fan. I'm legit a fan.
I submit to First Raiders Eclipse. This is the final Hall of Fame. Souza, the guy with the most assists. Iko, the one with the most hit shots. And of course, Phil got 110 blue walls. Someone hire him to renovate your house or something one day, because this guy he has done so much.
Legit, the home ground advantage is a huge advantage, no matter who you are. Like you said, we bring it to Brazil, Brazil takes the cake. We bring it to Thailand, Thailand takes it, baby. We bring it to Singapore, no Singaporean teams, Thailand takes it, baby. We bring it down into Indonesia, and the Indonesian teams rise up to the occasion, and Lozzie makes it up to the top 5 alongside Bara as well in SES ALFAINK. Indonesians, part of the kill leaders, but it's gonna be due. It's always gonna be due up top, leading the board.
25,000 damage. I don't know how you do it within 12 rounds, but just get this. All hail King Du. Potato there, Extra also as well, a bit of a Malaysian pride.
Yeah.
On that top 5 kill leader. I think all these players can return and with their heads held high for expand. If there's anything that they learned from this entire tournament, is that they're not only just the best team in Malaysia, they are the top 5 in the entirety of Asia Pacific. That itself is a big accomplishment.
I couldn't have asked for a better ending for this grand finals. Couldn't have asked for a better ending to the show. I'm just all smiles. This has just been such a fantastic event, shoutcast for.
This is just great. And just to echo SES ALFAINK's statement one last time, this is Indonesia. It's his home ground, baby. It's here to stay. But 2 seasons, I cannot believe that Season 2 has ended.
I mean, amen, they were all cheering for EVOS Divine, but the Indonesian fans at Mall Taman Anggrek made this possible. They just fueled the Indonesians in SES ALFAINK as well as First Raiders Eclipse to rise up to the top, to rise to the occasion and just absolutely lambast everybody else, kick them out of the way. I mean, even EVOS Phoenix could not handle the heat. I mean, I guess Tom Yum versus the Indonesian food, you know, nasi padang takes the win.
Yeah. I'm just sad I haven't had nasi padang. I didn't get to eat it, okay?
But all the way there and you didn't have nasi
I told you
padang.
I had bakso for green chilies. I think
Fair
that
enough.
itself is good enough. This is the saddest part of any broadcast. I mean, end of season 2, our partners have been with us for so long. I mean, we started this journey like what? Last year? Early last year?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe early the year before. I've lost track of time.
I mean, we were there last year.
We were there.
We are here this year. If Snapdragon could do that and then grow it to what it is today, imagine where we're gonna be for the next season, man.
Yes.
I bow down.
Absolutely
ESL team,
speechless.
I think, you know, at the LAN event in itself, everything was so beautiful from the setup to the execution. I have not actually gone through many events with like close to 0 technical difficulties. And that's damn impossible, especially for a LAN event.
Makes me happy to see the crowd enjoying it. I think that is the best part of, you know, of any event.
Yeah.
Again, you know, if we weren't stuck in this basement, I would be sure that I'm there. But either way, it has
I'm
been
glad
great.
we are stuck in the basement because we would have not been able to get a word out amongst that crowd. I think they would have overpowered our mics.
100%.
Hands down.
Hands down. But again, with an Indonesian crowd, shoutcasters do not matter. It's all a chance. All jokes aside, I mean, we gotta thank those who made this possible one last time. Snapdragon, Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop. This is just a great family. Again, we've been doing this for more than a year with you from the beginning. This is year number 3 for us in Free Fire.
Dude, the journey just gets more and more beautiful. The storylines just get more and more beautiful. I'm waiting for a grand finals to come to Malaysia. Yeah, maybe then we can see a little bit of.
This is a good way to start off competitive Free Fire for the year of 2023.
Oh, yes.
One of the best ways to do it.
I'm sure Garena is ecstatic about how the whole event ran.
Would not have it any other way, but this is it. This is the hardest goodbye from me and AJ and the rest of the production team to you guys. I'm Husky. He's the Mustachio AJ. We're gonna wave you guys goodbye and sign off for season 2. It's been a great journey. I am about to cry, but thank you very much for being a part of this. I'm looking forward to more Free Fire action. But until then, have a great night. Have a great weekend. Congratulations, SES ALFAINK. We'll see you guys in the future installments for Free Fire.
You guys rock.
Goodbye.
skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies, you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me know got the whole squad wildin', champagne flying, rockin' all over the road. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up, yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous, all of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Grinding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time.